All right, a little bit less than 45 minutes. All right, got a little bit of while to start preparing for this volatility. Yeah, Jasmine put in that golden pocket higher low that we were looking at, but it hasn't done anything since. Came down a little bit lower than golden, but we need to get up to that neckline if we really want to. We really want to see Jasmine do something here. Sol made its measured move and is starting to give back some gains. This will be a type 2 entry on a larger W. Wherever it happens to come in. I'll be paying attention to that. Sui shit the bed, double bottom. Almost hit its measured move, missed it by like, wow, really? Missed it by less than a penny. And then gave it all back. The real nasty one was Litecoin here. Litecoin's down underneath 80 again. So many opportunities to run that it didn't take, man. Low breaking W eventually turned into a bearish channel that it couldn't hold. And then, let's see if that measured move is done yet. Not really. We'll see. This shit's on suicide watch. We're gonna have to watch that. Look at ETH. So ETH broke again, didn't hit its measured move. Missed it by 50 bucks. Roughly. Larger W is still in play. We're just holding on the top of our old range here. What's going on, Venus? Yeah, it was decent. I can't complain. I don't think they're gonna let it get too far away from where we are right now in the next half an hour. Algo's done an amazing job of keeping us at CME. I don't imagine that they'll screw it up now. Question is the volatility that comes in after 6. Remember, what we looking for is that fast move after 6 that frees either the trap longs or the trap shorts. Quite a big distance either way. We've got a traditional trap, right? So it's not like our trap shorts are right next to us. So that would mean either, that's why I say volatility is coming back soon. That would mean either a 1.5% drop to the bottom, basically the same to the top. But that move is what's going to signal our false move for the week. I'm currently long, so yeah, I mean, the fact that we swept those licks to the top does make it cheaper, it seems, right, to go down because we're closer to these licks. But we can come down and clear these licks without freeing the trap shorts. Right, so they could very well come down, grab those licks, and then do the thing. Yeah, HBAR is a little disappointing. Our last HBAR sort of attempt to catch the bottom that failed. But not only failed, but look at the manipulation to drop HBAR here. 6 manipulation X's in a row. Somebody wanted that cheaper in a big way. But it is a decent recovery, right? You'd be looking for a type 2 entry. Just, you really don't want to take these lows out, man. I mean, if you're trying to make something happen here, just draw a trend line, and if you take those lows out, there's an issue. Best case scenario is that it holds this SR flip that we're at right now. Manages to hold the SR flip, then you've got a nice W to work from. If it doesn't hold, you're going to run the risk of losing that uptrend and testing your bottoms. Measured move is about 16. But if you lose this SR flip in that uptrend, then you're going back down to 10, 10-3 at the least. Nah, I mean, me personally, I would let it play out, but it's hard to. I mean, I don't know what your risk tolerance is, right? I don't know what your position size is. I don't know. But the way I trade, if I got in at 12 and I was looking at this setup, then I mean, I would have to give it time to cook, right? You just basically got in the water now. But like I said, that's my risk tolerance and my risk tolerance alone. Yeah. Just put it like this: anybody that's looking at HBAR right now and looking for a long is probably taking the same position you took, right? They're just a little bit underneath you. I'm cautiously bullish going into the week. Very cautiously. Yep. Yeah, we do, Viking. Okay. Well, what makes me more bullish than bearish is that we're already in the beginning of our relief rally, right? The trend is there. What makes me slightly bearish, for me, it's either we continue or we consolidate, right? The consolidation for me would be the bearish part. If they hold us for another week and we got to sit here and hold 90 down, for another 5, 6 days. But as long as we're uptrending here, I have to be bullish. Now remember, this is bullish on positions that we took like 2 weeks ago now at the bottoms, right? This doesn't mean I'm bullish off of if I was coming to the chart right now with no positions open, I would definitely be showing a little bit more caution. But I have a decent bubble underneath me right now. No, not a sustained one, unfortunately. I mean, we knew it was gonna be short, right? We had the DCA in for my birthday pump was here, right? We knew, unfortunately, that it was happening during a downtrend, and the fun would only last till like Halloween. But yeah, it's very unfortunate. My birthdays are a lot more explosive than that. So many metrics broke, but all for exactly the same reason. Because we didn't have a retail fueled euphoria blowout at the top. So a lot of the EMAs that didn't cross, a lot of the indicators that didn't signal, our short-term, long-term wallet ratios, our social media metrics that we follow, like none of them triggered because we didn't get that inflow. Unfortunately. But it's good though because it gave us a clear, or at least me, it gave me a clear set of indicators that don't rely on euphoria or don't rely off a blow off top. And those have become more important now than they were before. I mean, we are kind of, but in a big way. Watch out for the flashbang here. This is where we're at on crypto search term the last 5 years. Bitcoin. Look at the altcoin line. That's not right. Oh, I put prediction market instead of poly market. Now you want to be gotta take that off now. Hold on, that's where I'm going with it. Daycares are sold last week, bro. We moved on to mattress stores. Going old school with the scams. Everybody crying about these daycares. Nobody ever says anything about the mattress stores. And there's 7 in every city, and all of them are a front. Every single last one. Unless you think a mattress store where average people who only buy a new mattress every 10 years can survive just off selling mattresses.
Dude, there's so many of those here too.
It's
Like,
everywhere, bro. It's
and
always been
I
one of the
tell you
biggest
what,
scams.
going on business sale. I've always, it's funny you've mentioned. I've always wondered like about that, like how there's so many. Like, who's buying them? It's
Yeah. Like once you buy a mattress, that's it. You lost that customer for almost a decade. By the way, you shouldn't wait 10 years to get a new mattress. But, most people.
a good mattress is one of the best things you can put money into, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, good mattress, good chair.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, of course. Especially if you're doing what we're doing, you're always sitting or standing around here, like at your screens. Yeah, you may as well invest in that.
Now, food places are different because their margins are crazy. Right? Those little cafeterias that they make cooked food, especially if they're attached to a store, like their margins are super small. You got enough people you get 10 or 20 families that eat there constantly, and you can make that work. Yeah, we've got to cut down of about until the 5th, basically. So like a week, 2 weeks. It doesn't necessarily mean prices go down. It just means the liquidity is going to be harder to come by. And we tend to wait for evidence here. That's why these mattress stores are becoming so exposed right now, because like everybody's getting their mattresses online. You can buy a dope memory foam mattress that comes in a box. That shit will get delivered right to your house. But you'll remember my words the next time you're driving through the city. Next time you pass by Mattress City or Mattress Planet, tell me how many cars are parked outside. And then do a little research on how much a building of that square foot costs per month in rent. What's going on, TM? We're just hanging out, waiting for CME to open. See if we can get some volatility back into this game of ours. In Miami, though, you see tons of businesses like that. Like in Wynwood in the art district, it's about 10K a month for I would say a small size storefront. There's a street where there's 30, maybe 40 different clothing stores with the ugliest clothes you've ever seen in your life. Nobody ever walking in and out of the doors. Half of the week they're shuttered. They don't even pretend to be open. Those shits are all fronts. What's going on, Ghost? Yeah, it's possible, Vortex. It's possible. We're close enough to grab it, right? It wouldn't change anything by grabbing it. It wouldn't affect sentiment too tough. Just a quick sweep, grab that, pop up. But we'll have to see how it plays. What's going on, Mike? CME opens in 20 minutes. That white line is CME. We have that New Year CME gap down there. But honestly, I've stopped paying attention to that shit completely. It's still there. But $200. The amount of traders that are probably trading in that direction are small, I would imagine. Not a bad idea, TM. Sometimes you gotta unplug, get a fresh start. All right, so our target for 6 o'clock is right there. And our less probable, but amazing if it hits target for 7 would be 91.5. Mattis, what's going on, brother? No trap shorts, no trap longs have been freed. We're still in the middle of the trap right now. Popped up earlier, but we didn't go far enough to grab those trap longs. So this is basically what our playing field looks like right now. Copium. A great name. It's very on brand. I'm here for it, bro. Let's do it. The Jasmine hold that could have very well. Yeah, I mean if it holds that high or low, then it's a good a decent setup here. The measured move from this W would bring us up to the neckline of the larger W that we're really trying to exploit here. This should give us the break. Yeah. Right, so the small fractal W playing out would give us the break on the larger setup that we're looking for. $300 silver is a very scary thought. Silver hasn't even hit $100 yet, and banks are asking for bailouts behind the scenes. Can you imagine 300 or even 200? Honestly, my Labubu target for silver this whole time has been target 3. And that's like my irrational. This target doesn't exist. This is, I was showing what happens when you take targets on log. But just to be clear, let's go back into the past here. Remember when I brought this to the group, right? We were looking at the cup and handles that were forming across all the metals, right? This cup and handle here is on log. We take it off a log, then our measured moves from that pattern that started in 1979 is around 96 bucks. I think the psychological at 100 is enough to push it, right? But technically, you know, we started this pattern before most of us were born. Like, think about that for a second. Right? If your parents were trading, maybe they TP'd on this and then partied, and then they had you celebrating their silver gains, and then here you are playing the end of the pattern. Like, this is a lifelong pattern. So yeah, I mean, a lot of people are gonna have that measured move, and things for industry get really crazy in these ranges, right? Because batteries need silver. Excuse me. They actually burn silver, right? AI needs silver. And these are price agnostic, which means if Motorola or if Tesla needs silver for their batteries, and silver's at $200 an ounce, they still have to buy it. Right? The difference is that the prices then get passed on to us. So you see a lot of people crack. You see a lot of people that are over leveraged get wiped, and you'll see a lot of consumer products go way up in price. This whole area here is Labubu, is just small. But my point was anything above here, and you're starting to get into irrational territory, right? Doesn't make sense territory, Labubu territory. But we've seen squeezes do crazier things, right? When I said $50 silver, they were calling me crazy. I remember a conversation with somebody specifically that I'm not going to name. But they were like, silver's the most manipulated of all the metals. You know, there's no way they let it get past. You know, the common idea was that it would never pass 50 bucks ever again, right? That price would just do this in a range where it's viable for industry and they would never let it rip. But things got irrational. And what these banks are starting to find out is that the market can stay irrational for longer than they can stay solvent. And some of them are super underwater on paper silver positions, meaning they don't have the silver. Right? JP Morgan has 6,000, what was it, 6,000 tons? 6,000 tons of paper with no physical backing it, which means that they're on the hook for 6,000 tons of physical. And they have to provide that. So who knows where this shit could end up. But the question of, is it bad? Is it going to be like bad for business if it gets too high? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they were talking about the batteries, the new EV batteries. I don't remember what it was before, but I think it was like quarter of an ounce or something per car gets burned. I have to see how many grams it was. My take for crypto is that we are almost at the clutch point where we have to put in that higher low and continue the relief rally, or we'll start to see weakness that'll give us a heads up that it's not going to happen. And if we look at the macro real quick, I'll show you what I mean. So this is our accumulation phase here, right, for our bear market. Should last about 80 days. I took the diminishing return from 120 days, 90 days, whatever. So we're down to like 80 days. We're almost halfway through it. These green arrows right here, these white arrows right here, are in the past by time in this accumulation where we got our dead cat bounces at. Right, so we're already well past where the first dead cat bounce started, but kind of where our dead cat bounce started too. Right, the problem is if we don't reclaim this 50 and continue to make that, lower high that we're looking for, then we could capitulate. Time-based capitulation. That's why I say that I'm barely bullish. I'm bullish but cautiously bullish, meaning I think up is the direction, but the bearish possibility of just ranging for another week or two. To me, that's bearish. Sitting still is bearish. Bearish not meaning we're going to capitulate, but we're going to sit still. And if you want a clear line in the sand to know when the capitulation is coming, then we've covered this a bunch already. 50 EMA on the 2-week. If you're nervous every day when you wake up, come to your Bitcoin chart, go on the 2-week, and look at the 50. If we're above the 50, everything's still according to plan. Right? If we're below the 50 and there's still time for the candle to close, then it's not time to freak out, but it is time to worry. When we take out these highs is when we'll end up popping up to 98, right? This 13 EMA is basically where our 50 EMA is on the weekly. That's the first spot where I think that we come into, let's just say, fruition, right? If we reject off a 98 and capitulate, that's high enough for a dead cat bounce. That would be coming down off the 50, coming back up, hitting the 50, and then capitulating. If we can get above the 50, then what I'm shooting for is this 108 region. Right, that's the support. That'll be the support resistance. That's my high for the dead cat bounce. My low for the dead cat bounce is 98. My high for the dead cat bounce is 108. If we can get above 108, if and only if we can get above 108 and hold as support, then we can start talking about a right translated cycle that might give us a slightly higher high. But until we get above 98, there's no reason to even think about 108. Until we get above 108, talking about a super cycle or right translated cycle just it makes you sound like a permabull. The reason that it's so important when we look back is because this is the point at which the bear market capitulates. Right? Price holds on the 200 on the 2 week. You get your dead cat bounce that takes out those highs. And then you come back down. You see how it comes up, tests the 50, comes back down. As soon as you break that, as soon as you close a candle underneath the 50 on the 2 week, you get your capitulation. Yeah. Same here. This is the bull market before the last one. You see it? Holds, dead cat bounce. Not until you capitulate, right? Not until you close under does price capitulate. And by then, you're already close to your bear market bottoms. Right? We see it over and over and over. So the bear market is here, guys. We're going to zero. My opinion, no evidence of that. That's all emotions. Chart doesn't show that right now. You super cycle guys that are like, this is going to 300K. Y'all are dumb. Y'all are going to get left behind. I don't know why you're being so cautious. Da da da. You're also wrong. There's no way for you to know that. Zero evidence on the chart yet. Right? We haven't crossed those markers. So, in my opinion, the way that I decided to play it was play heavy into the dead cat bounce. If the dead cat bounce then develops into a super cycle, a right translated cycle, cool. I got in down here. What I'm not going to do is ignore rejections at 98 or ignore rejections at 108 because somebody promised me 300 and then decide to finally sell when we were at 76 or some shit. That's what I won't be doing. But I'm nobody's dad, right? Everybody has decisions to make. This is just a couple of things that I've learned from being through this a couple of times. I can tell you with certainty historically what should happen. Historically, what should happen is we should go into our dead cat bounce now and hit between either 98 or 108 and then capitulate into the bear market, which we'll find the bottom in somewhere in October. That's what should happen.
Dude, you need to make a short on what you just said. That would be a perfect 30-second short.
I've been trying to keep the recordings small because people are starting to clip them now. So they said that most of the AI things they don't do anything more than 5 hours. So I'm trying to keep it in at least the important segments in 5 hour chunks.
I mean, dude, that was a perfect summary of all of your. I know you get into the nuance and you get into detail,
Yeah.
but that was a very good macro explanation of your entire existence.
Sometimes I gotta hear myself say it out loud too. For me as much as y'all.
No, that was really good for even me, man. Like I've been doing this for a while, and it was good to be reminded of that. Like the both extremes are wrong, and then like, okay, well I'm in it, but like I'm not in it to get destroyed. I know where to TP, and dude,
Yeah.
that's even for people who've been doing it for a while. It's nice to be reminded of that.
You guys gotta admit, market maker algo is pretty impressive sometimes, right? Like,
Damn.
they're nice with it.
Still down here?
Yeah, just waiting for CME to open.
Just woke up. Thought it would be up.
All right, mad.
Grouchy now.
You're always grouchy, man.
I was gonna say, what's the baseline we're building off of?
I'm grouchy. I'm grouchy when I wake up too. That's why I be off mic early in the morning. Like, you know what? Let me not.
This doesn't fit my expectations for the day. All my longs are open and done absolutely nothing still.
All right. CME is now officially open. Ding, 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 ding. Yep. What gap? On futures, it's higher, right? Where did futures at 906 for? Yeah. Yeah, we do have that New Year's gap underneath. Don't worry, they'll grab that during the capitulation phase if we miss it now. And that's how you do that there. Now, target 2. Let's get crazy. What's the over-under? What's the over-under closing the daily above the 50? Yeah, if that shit hits the target, I'm logging off, bro. I'm never going to beat the allegations. Most likely going to sweep, grab this vector, take all this free food down here. You deserve it, market maker. Bang up job. Red vector through liquidations, leaving market maker orders to try to push up after. Wizard. It's my favorite. Yeah, either that or when we're way underneath it. That's even better. Like to have CME open and we're like way down here or some shit. Oh, we've already freed trap shorts, but CME's not open yet. I go heavy into those trades. There's not many times during the week where algos are trading in your direction. You know what I mean? Like you have to take advantage of that whenever you get to it. A little bit more, yo. Our trap shorts are down here. So if we continue after grabbing these liquidations, then the intention is for a false move down this week, right? Which would mean that we close Monday underneath 89.6. It'd be a nasty little stopping volume candle. What's going on, Maddie? Yeah, I know, right? CME like open is like an event now. The channel, it's fun. Stopping volume candle on the 1 minute, still showing significant weakness here though. Let's go take a look at who we got underneath us. All right, so we rejected off that W neckline, right? Now we're looking to see if there's anything underneath us to catch. Not a whole hell of a lot, to be honest with you. 325 at like 90. This is our 90 floor right here. Yeah, someone's trying to support price here. 500 Bitcoin. Yeah, someone's loading up. Let's take a look at our... Let's see what our heat map looks like. We should have swept the bottoms. Yeah, so we're sweeping the bottoms here now. It ends basically at 90. There's like another 10 million liquidations at 90. And then that'll leave our hotspot above. Yeah. When we were looking at this yesterday and we were going on both sides, like they're going to sweep top and bottom. So we're almost done with that bottom sweep now. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back on.
I feel like this could be the move coming to the 1.7, to the 70,000s range.
You said what now? I heard you, but then like I really heard you.
Like, I mean, it's eventually that 70,000 range is coming.
You said you think this is the move?
I mean, this might not be it, but it could be.
I
It's in the
mean,
time frame.
gotta prove that price wants to break 90 before you can even start thinking about anything underneath that.
It'll be quick. I mean, time frame wise, looking at the Cowan chart and looking at the money flow time frame and the global flow. And they faked out here, but I ain't buying it.
We hit this our next target for the daily, guys. It wasn't me. Excuse me. It's already open, Alex. We're good. It's open and we have no gaps. But we're still inside of the weekend trap. Nah, it's not Canada. It's Chicago. Chicago Mercantile Exchange. This is gonna be funny. It's good, Sean. Excuse me. Talk about a clip. If we hit both these targets on time, that's going to be a clip and a half. Nah, we didn't release anybody yet. Excuse me.
That's a market maker doing that. He's on some tricks.
Pretty significant little SR flip here. We have to get above them. The reason that we want to close above that 50 EMA on the daily, by the way, is because we want to reclaim. Right? We want to show that losing the 50 here was just volatility. Close above and reclaim that. It's actually lower. It's at 91.4 because it dropped. What was it? 91.4 what? Oh no, it is 91.6. 91.577. Excuse me. Our target. There's our bullseye, and we've got 40 minutes to hit it. Doesn't count if we just hit it. We've got to hit it, and we've got to be above. No, we didn't free shorts. This wouldn't even free the longs. We would have to get above 92 to free trap longs, and then that would be our false move up. We're leaving tons of vectors on the way down. Yeah, daily candle, Alex. What I like about having false moves up when you take the CME is that you have a full 24 hours to pump. And then your 3-day retracement doesn't have to come all the way back down to CME. So it's a good way to get to the next range. Excuse me. We popped above that SR flip. We got to see if it holds now. If not, they're going to recover vectors down to the 50. Hey, Copium, keep it cute, bro. I like it better when you're just like super bullish. Got no space for negative energy today. Watch your 50 EMA for a retest here. Excuse me. Go with God, brother. The Lord guide you and protect you. What you doing, Monkey Make? You leaving a little bit of fuel for the way back up. I mean, it's decent, but it has to pick back up here. You know, regular volatility comes in after CME opens, but need that to keep pushing or at least sustain. Excuse me. Oh yeah,
I
let me take
admire
a
your
quick look at so we took such a nasty hit, man. That double bottom was
You took me out.
uncalled for.
They removed me. Bitcoin stands.
Funny
Becoming
how
more
often
bearish.
that happens, right? It's like not to be, not to be a Maxia, Michael Saylor or nothing, but there's so many times where you wake up in a bunch of trades and you wake up and the only one that's left alive is Bitcoin.
I was at 177. I'm out. I went short at the top of the two-way vector with a tight stop.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, up there where it reversed from.
Yeah. We're about to retest. I mean, we're at the 200. We've got the 5, the 13, the 50 right underneath. And I believe that that would be half of the vector. Let me see it by eye, but I just
Like you said earlier, time-based capitulation.
yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a concern. Because I don't really care too much about price going sideways, but I know everybody else does, and that sentiment is going to start to get a little wonky. Yeah, we came right down to 50% of that vector.
I'm wonked out right now.
I haven't retested the 50, but I mean, that's not the biggest deal in the world. We're at the 50 right now on the in the 30-minute would be right where that 200 is. Yep.
Yo, what's good, Dbloc?
What's going on?
I'm curious. What's your thoughts on rare minerals?
If your country has some, it better have a good military, or
What's
we
your
coming
thoughts
to get them.
as an investment?
There's just so many of them. You know what I mean? And as a commodity, I don't like it. I rather stick to metals. But there are people that are playing in the rare earth. I mean, I'd have to look at some of the charts and see how they're set up.
Okay, yeah, I got a feeling over this war.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're not wrong.
Assuming they go back.
You're not wrong. I went a different sort of angle. Like I went Venezuelan refineries, Brazilian refineries, Valero, freaking Marathon. Aluminum has gone absolutely crazy, and I wasn't even paying attention to aluminum before the war. These were our war charts, and then tankers, shipping have gone absolutely crazy because going into the war, they all shorted it. Right, everybody got like insider information, because you have to tell You can't just start military operation. You have to shut down shipping lanes to, you know. So tankers took a hit, right? All shipping took a hit. And then when the war was over in 3 hours, I was like, oh, wait a minute. You know, like there has to be a recovery here. So that's what I did. I went shipping. I went American refineries that refine. Valero and Marathon are both American refineries, but they're tooled up 70% to only refine Venezuelan oil. And apparently we have a bunch of that shit now. So this was an obvious one for me. US oil is the only one that really hasn't popped yet. And then these were the alternatives, right? These did well right after because people thought that Venezuelan oil was going to be shut down. There was going to be embargoes. There was going to be sanctions and all that. But as soon as they figured out, like, no, now we have all the oil, basically, Canadian oil sands was supposed to be the big beneficiary because that would have been number two. Right? So they took a hit. Petroleo is the Brazilian refinery, the biggest one next to the Venezuelan one that would have got all the traffic if they had been shut down. Right? So this didn't do much either. This is exactly the same thing as Canadian oil. Suncor is the only thing that went up, but Suncor isn't just Canadian. Suncor gets Venezuelan inflows and shit like that. That's how I played it.
Thank you. I just screenshot that.
Yeah. But so far, I
You
mean,
think we're
shit, look
gonna?
at gold, silver, platinum. I still think the S&P has to fill this gap, personally. Nvidia looks like it's going to wait for that to happen. But metals, bro, I'm more proud of my metals call this year than any altcoin, any specific Bitcoin play. That rotation into metals was just timely, to say the least. Early, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I'm looking to moving stuff into silver and commodities. I've never messed around with it, so I'm new to this. I'm just
It's a
learning
little late. I
that side.
mean, it's, we were just talking about how high can silver really go, like, rationally. Could there be a blow off top or something? Yeah. The problem is that there will be what they call forex intervention if it gets past a certain point. Like the powers that be will step in and they will put a roof on the price because it's just used in too much industry, right? It's like silver being high is bad for a lot of people. Only people it's good for are people holding silver.
The jewelers.
Yeah, and us degens and all the old heads, you know. You imagine how many people out there in the woods digging up silver bars right now?
Oh yeah.
Their granddaddy, you know what I mean, hid for the family or whatever.
Are you gonna hold on to your real silver and your real gold, like the stuff you have hands on?
That's all I trade is physical. I was gonna get into some option plays on silver, but I didn't get the dip I was looking for. But I've got physical. I traded most of my gold for silver. Which, when you look at this chart, this is the most impressive chart in my opinion out of all. And I won't even bring. Crypto into it. But this is silver versus gold on the weekly.
Now, when this stuff gets suppressed again, do you think it's gonna get suppressed as long as, because these things get suppressed for such a long period of time.
Yeah.
Do you think it will go down like that again?
Bro, this trade, this silver trade,
Yeah, that's freaking insane, dude. It looks like Bitcoin on the 4-year cycle.
bro, this silver trade, like, your grandparents took profit here. Or your parents, like we were saying. Parents took profit
Look at
here,
that.
took the money, got married, went on a honeymoon, gave birth to you in the 90s, maybe played it again. You know, this is your entire lifetime, bro. You know, for most of us in here, like this trade started setting up before we were even a thought.
That's a
And
lifetime trade. That's
this
insane.
doesn't look like the measured move because we're on log, but it is. Right? This is the pattern. This is where we're at. She don't look like she ready to slow down anytime soon.
Damn. So best case scenario is we see a blow off top, and then that's it.
100, over 100, something like that. What I'm worried about is that they start suppressing price, and price starts to go sideways, and then all the speculation leaves. Right? Anybody that's in it just to speculate for price, they're like, "Ah, that's the top, I'm out," and then you start to get.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Dbloc, but I heard they're putting regulations on banks to move back to uh dollar back gold.
I haven't heard that.
I just heard that's supposed to go through tomorrow. I just heard that yesterday.
Yeah, I haven't heard that, but I have heard that. Well, not heard, but I have been putting a lot more attention into that Venezuelan gold strategic reserve that they have. Listen, we're not gonna do this audit on Fort Knox, right? The audit that we have to do to find out how much gold we actually have to reprice it. We're not gonna do that until every ounce of gold that's supposed to be in there is in there. I have a sneaky suspicion that that's why it hasn't happened yet. But that's why I'm watching so closely at any large amounts of gold coming in. Because a lot of the shit that's been going on lately, honestly, I mean, going back as far as like even Gaddafi, a lot of it just smells like we're trying to replace gold that's supposed to be there that's not there. And that's why we haven't done an audit in what, 60 years? 40 years?
We give it to aliens.
We use it to fund all the shit that all the shit that you can't get Congress to pay for. All that black ops shit. Now, the more fun conspiracy is that there's too much gold in there and nobody wants to explain where the hell it came from.
We stole it.
Everybody thinks it's the opposite. Everybody's like, "Oh, there's not enough. There's no gold in there," and they don't want us to see that the vaults are empty. Like, I don't think that's the case. If anything, there's some missing. But the more fun sort of thought is that there's too much gold. Because from what I understand, Saddam had a nice chunk of gold. Gaddafi had a nice chunk of gold, and we didn't leave without it. I mean, they made movies about that shit in Iraq.
What'd you say? Movies about what? Sorry.
Just gold. We were talking about like Fort Knox
Oh,
conspiracies.
okay. Got you.
Are they missing gold, or is there too much gold and they don't want to explain where it came from? Type of shit.
Sorry, that's what happens when I just walk in and over here.
I like the fact that I can go back on YouTube and rewind the videos and stuff.
Yeah. I know I go through shit sort of quick sometimes. I don't know, but I know if I was the U.S. government, what I would do, let's just say there's exactly the same amount of gold that's supposed to be in there. Either way, we haven't repriced it since like $42 an ounce or some stupid shit. So the money's there. Once you reprice it, the money's there. That's money that the president can spend without Congress approval because doesn't come from taxes. But what I would do is, well, the first step is what he already did was actually add tariffs to gold over a kilo. Only people that move that amount of gold are central banks. So it's basically like a central bank tariff. Then start to destabilize some large gold reserves around the world. If you can create a supply shock and a blow off on gold and then do the audit and reprice at all-time highs, that to me would make the most amount of sense, like just from a financial perspective.
I was about to ask you, a year ago when he first well, almost a year ago now, when he entered office again, him and even Elon kept talking about auditing the Fed, or excuse me, auditing Fort Knox.
And then
And
it went
what
away.
happened to that?
Went away. It's almost like the drones in New Jersey, bro. It's almost like a Mandela effect. Like
Is that what you're saying? He might be waiting on then?
Yeah, I honestly, what I think happened is that they made those announcements prematurely, and then that red phone in the Oval Office rang, and it was explained to them very kindly why no president has done this yet and why it's not the right time, and then they sort of like fell back and worked on their plan. But this golden era, golden age thing, I mean, he's been talking about this since the very beginning, you know? It's like having a business with these immense assets and you haven't audited them or repriced. Like as a businessman, that's a glaring, you know, obvious target of something that needs to be fixed. Especially when Congress is giving you a hard time and the Fed's not printing, and you've got plans that cost money. And as president, you can only use those type of funds, right? Funds from selling assets, selling off land. But just look at what he's done. Opened up federal lands for drilling, or at least talked about it, right? Long-term leases. This is all money that he has access to use how he wants to, because it's not taxpayer based. Congress controls that purse, and good luck getting anything through Congress nowadays. So it all makes sense, and I think that's why the pressure on how to start the money printer already, bro. He's like, really, you're like holding my plan up here. You know, you're making things more difficult. I don't think Trump wanted to drain the TGA and then put us in a long month, couple month long liquidity suck as the reverse repo refilled the TGA. I think that he didn't have any other option because Powell wouldn't print and Congress wouldn't give up control of the purse. So it's like the lesser of two evils, I guess. I always think about that. Like, why would you? I know you're heavily invested. Why would you make moves that are affecting the market negatively? But when you look at the options, there aren't many. Not a job I want, bro. Not a job I would ever, like, you couldn't pay me enough to be president or Fed chair or any of that shit.
Especially not if you're actually trying to do the job.
Too much bullshit, bro.
The office of the president has also grown in responsibility so much since when it was invented. Even from 100 years ago, it's expanded so much.
What are we thinking, y'all? Target on time? I'm gonna keep this video short because that's gonna be one hell of a clip. I sound like a damn YouTuber right now.
War is always good for Bitcoin, right, Dbloc? I mean, for mostly everything, but
I started my gold position, or I shored up my gold position when Putin invaded. And the only time I had a reason to move it was when silver started setting up to sort of outperform. The silver's gonna take that, so it's a safety play, right? It's defensive play.
Dbloc, you know how they're telling Congress, well, they've done this before in the past, that they can't trade. Do you think that's so? It's basically an excuse for the S&P to start downtrending.
I don't want to sound like conspiratorial, but money's money, bro, and people do shady shit for money. Let's put it like this: if there was ever a time to stop them from trading, that you would get the least amount of blowback possible politically, it would be now. Right? Stock market's probably seen the best years it's gonna have for at least probably the next 4 or 5, in my opinion. Right?
Yeah, you're 100%
So,
correct.
so what are you doing by telling them you're giving them an exit? You're giving them a guilt-free exit. Oh no, we didn't sell the top. We're not allowed to hold stocks anymore. Right? So we just closed our positions because we want to do what the American people want. Blah 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 blah. No, you took profit at the top. Right? They could have done this shit a long time ago. But doing it like this, everybody gets to take profit at the top. Republicans, Democrats, Independents, everybody. Make them hold it.
Where do you
Shit, that's what you do. Nah, y'all wanted to invest? Okay, now you got to hold it for a year. To see how many of them decide to hold on to their positions. But I think it's overall good. Yeah, I think to get that out of Congress and get that sort of, yeah, obviously it's a good thing.
where do you think they would move their money to?
I don't know what they're. I mean, I think they're still allowed to invest in real estate and shit like that. I'm not sure if they're allowed to invest in. I have to read it and see exactly what. I don't know if they took crypto off of the list for them as well, because that's going to be a problem. Talk about a decision to make. You're a congressman that's pro crypto, right? We finally get some good ones in there and shit. You got a decent bag, and now they're telling you got to sell off your bag or lose your job. We might lose some good people. I mean, I know everybody wants to help, but nobody's giving up their Bitcoin, bro.
Still got mine. Fingers crossed. Even though we're not going crazy in crypto, it's real interesting what's going on right now.
Right, Craze? No pressure. Yeah, let this daily close and then we'll dig into some alts. What are the odds they do the same shit that they've done the last 3 days? Last 3 days we've done this. That is almost to it. Swing failure pattern. Bottom of the range. Let's hope not. Because our free trap longs are right here. So we at least want to signal that false move up. Even if we don't get it on time, timing wise. Yeah, I mean, we're having problems at this SR flip. I mean, it's not a lot of Bitcoin at all. That's a beautiful thing to see. Elon CZ is bullish. CZ's, I don't know who got CZ drunk and didn't take his phone away, but
Saw that earlier.
That's suspicious.
What up, Dbloc?
yo,
How you been?
good man, good. Fighting the fight.
Yep.
Nah, CZ's crazy, bro. I could be wrong, but super cycle incoming. I told you the only people that miss retail more than we do are exchanges. They're going through withdrawal symptoms.
It's gonna take a lot to get him back in here.
Prediction markets. That's why everybody's opening one. Robinhood has their prediction market. Robinhood made 4x on their prediction market than they did on stocks last quarter. And they just opened. It's free money for exchanges.
It's crazy because don't like I don't know what the percentage is, but it's pretty high of losses to people, right? Like worse than crypto.
Like gambles, like the casino. People love the casino though. The difference is that they understand it. Coming to crypto, you got to explain them what an ERC20 is, how to transfer between wallets, how to deal with dexes, you know, what's a good coin, what's a bad coin. That's why they got into memes, because they're like, oh, I know memes. Oh, this is a funny meme. I remember this meme. And then they got wrecked there too. And then prediction markets were like, hey, you're a politics expert, aren't you? I see you on your social medias. You know everything about what's going on. Why don't you just come bet on those politicians? Or you like sports, don't you? Just go on prospects. It makes retail feel like they're not gambling because they feel like they have an edge. Because everybody feels like they're freaking experts on everything nowadays. And prediction markets said, yeah, prediction markets are like, well, we'll cash in on that shit. Oh, you guys are experts? All right, cool, here.
Especially when everybody thinks they're experts with AI too.
Mm-hmm.
That gives them more confidence to go place those bets, and then they end up losing more in the long run.
And it gave insiders just a playground. Like, if you're an insider in any industry, you know you can't trade on it, right? Because of the insider trading rules. But you can go on Polymarket and you can set some bets. To be part of like Trump's media team right now would be a gold mine.
You want access?
That shit would be nuts. Nah, my access would be removed immediately, bro.
I got some other information if you want. I'll hit it up in your DM.
But the one that I'm looking at right now on Poly is the rate cut decision. Because it's super low right now. And in my opinion, there's no way that doesn't flip. Even if we don't get it, there's no way it doesn't flip from like 17, 20%. I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right, doesn't look like we're gonna get above this SR flip. Honestly, in my opinion, easy utility means nothing for the next couple months. Your coin either has mindshare already, or it has passive institutional inflow, or it doesn't. At the bottom of the bear market, we can dig back into utility. What tokens are going to change the world and all that shit. Right now, people just want a quick fix, you know? Yeah, for sure. But that's definitely going to be a huge, that's my favorite part of the cycle. Bottom of the cycle, digging into new projects, picking them up at super low valuations, and then watching the babies grow. Yeah, that's the main thing, right? First is your coin going to survive the bear? And then is there going to be a new cycle coin that competes with it, or does it have basically free run? Problem is that new cycle coins, they have no overhead. There's no like trap traders, right? No resistance overhead. It's just blue skies. I would say my portfolio at the bottom of the bear, when I did pick up alts, Bitcoin obviously, but as far as the alts, I was probably like 80% new cycle coins, maybe 70. What's going on, Jake? All right, daily open. So another daily underneath the 50. It's all good.
Dbloc, I've been playing a lot of off the grid lately. Are you just unlocking all your NFTs on there? How you playing that?
Nah, I'm not even unlocking them. I've got
Because
like 400 hexes unopened.
are you just holding them unlocked?
Yeah, I mean, my plan was, I mean, I'm not sure how it's going to work out. Maybe this is just my mind from the last NFT sort of craze, but um, unopened NFT, right, or an unrevealed NFT gets you more than a common would because everybody hopes that it's going to be something rare. If you crack them all and don't get anything rare, then, you know. So the way I've always played it is I rather sell them before reveal, and then get the best sort of medium price out of it, than crack 200 of them and have like one rare one and then a bunch of shit nobody wants. You know what I mean?
Because they said when when they launched the game for real, you're gonna lose all your token. They're gonna reset
Yeah.
the token. You're gonna
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
your
You got to
NFTs
spend your
for.
money. Yeah, spend your money to buy shit. That's what I do. I spend my money to buy shit, and then I don't worry about getting shit out of the hexes. I keep them unopened. If I want to get something, I'll just buy it with the guns.
And have you been investing in the token at all, or just getting in and out of plays?
Yeah, I've been scalping it until I see gaming really come in and hold. But it's done amazing. The guns is going absolutely ape shit in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, it's been doing pretty well. It's a great game.
I mean, I like
I had
it.
to
It's
buy.
fun. Yeah, aside from the
I had to buy
investment
the.
part of it and all that.
Yeah, I buy the pass. They give you a free skin every month.
Yeah. Super low market cap.
I wish Arc Raiders was crypto based. That would be sick.
Nice, good shit, Jake. Don't let that 375 keep you. You know what I mean? Let's go, market maker. Eat. Anja. Yeah, you haven't lost the 50 here yet. I do think it wants to go grab these liquidations. In my opinion, it'll probably do something like this, where it'll come up, sweep, and then give us like a flag that makes everybody short, and then sweep again, take these liquidations out, free these trap longs. That's what I'm looking for. It's cheaper to move up unless volume completely disappears. Nah, I'm not, Jake. I'm not saying you got to make any rash decisions. I've just been there before where I'm like, yo, I'm going to make 20 on this trade. Then I'm at like 19.7. I'm like, nope, I'm making 20. And that shit turns into 17.5 or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. But that's just move your stop loss into profit, bro. I mean, that's the easiest thing for me to do when I'm in those situations. Move my stop loss up to a tolerable level. That way it protects me against me. Because I'll talk myself into some shit sometimes, you know? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, Neve. I mean, when you trade all day, you make these little goals for yourself, right? It's kind of like a game. But yeah, you got to be careful not to lose the plot. One of the sort of last things I tell myself when I'm sort of forcing myself to take profit is, would I open a new trade right here? If I wasn't in the trade, would I open a new trade right here? If the answer is no, then yeah, take profit. What I don't like about it is that you take a trade that you took off a skill, and then you leave it in the hands of luck at the end. You know what I mean? Like if you're counting cards and killing it, and then just decide, man, we'll see what happens.
Bro, you are killing me right now.
Roll that dice.
Yeah, and then just play it defensively, bro. That's it. Have a level in your mind where if it breaks that level, you're not comfortable, and then let the price do what the price does. Have you ever bought something with profits you haven't taken yet? Nah, I got you beat. Yeah. I've done that shit before, bro. I've had money in the bank that I definitely could not spend and been looking at a nice unrealized and was like, you know what? I'm rich, bitch. And then yeah. Womp womp womp. Basically. The slippery slope. Now the paddock on a credit card is crazy work. Right now, we're not really looking at any pattern-specific target here. I mean, if you wanted to. So W hasn't formed yet, but this is for all my rising wedge people that tell me that I forget about them. Just so we're clear, a beautiful W makes a rising wedge. We're talking about the same thing. Again, I just boil it down to W's because it's a lot easier to explain to people who don't know. Even ugly W's, right? Those W's that failed to break and they failed to invalidate, they're really just rising wedges. Or ascending triangles. Asia joins us in an hour. Yeah, we're on non-sub mode. Yeah, maybe that's where all the trolls have been coming from. Kind of makes sense now. That's our invalidation. Pop, pop, pop. Give me 1 second. Got it. Gloomy, does it give you the option to put it on sub only? I think you have the option to do that. I'm trying to make sure. That way you could always like switch on and off if it's getting. Might just leave it on. I mean, it's free to sub, right? If you can't hit the sub button. I can't even find the option for it right now. I'm going to community moderation, but
I set it to 5 minutes.
hey, there we
Like
go.
anyone who's subbed in the last 5 minutes.
All right. Or you can set it to sub with no time. That way, if anybody pops in and has a quick question, if they sub, you know what I mean, they don't have to sit around for. Yeah, I don't think it'll deter too many trolls. Anyways, trust me, they love to troll. They'll wait 5 minutes, but most of the time they just forget to unsubscribe when they get banned. Appreciate you, Kumi. We haven't taken out the trap longs yet, so we still haven't signaled a false move in either direction. But it looks like it. Looks like that's the intention. Little retest. Not a ton of volume came in right there. Can't imagine Type 4 traders are too excited, but they might have taken a bite. That's exactly what all Type 4 traders are thinking right now, Limitless. They're like, that looked like a good hit, but volume doesn't look great. I hope this holds. Nice, Corey. Profits, profits, profits. That's the best sleep after you take profits, too. Good job, bro. Oh, shit. Yeah, but we don't gotta live with you either, correct? Poor lady. It'd be nice to moms, man. She's doing the best. Don't notice your success. My mom didn't believe any of this shit was real until I started buying her shit. That's when it became like, you know. Yeah, yeah, I feel you, Jacker. Yeah, she still doesn't really know about that. Her next compound is gonna be nice though. Yep. Yeah, I remember that. Then he disappeared like a ninja off of smoke. What do you mean required streaming hours? Nah, I mean, it's mostly based on views, right? You could stream 24 hours a day, but if nobody watches, and honestly, the AdSense isn't a lot, right? Like you've got to get up into 20,000, 30,000 subscribers. I think you need 4,000 watch hours. You double check that, but I'm not sure. You need a certain amount of views, and then I think it's like 4,000 watch hours. Either 4 or 3. I can't remember. I think it's 4. But it's a grind, bro. If you're running a channel, make sure you love it, because if you're doing it for the money, you're gonna quit. Yeah, do it for the fun. Do it for the fun, and then eventually things will work out. You living in the dorms or you living at home? I would have had a live stream when I was living in the dorms. That shit would have been so lit. IRL is big now, bro. You can stream anything IRL. So you can stream your whole college experience IRL. Nice. Nice. Let's go. Yeah, I saw a lot of those screenshots from that thing that YouTube did at the end of the year. So the Trading View one was crazy, bro. The Trading View one said that I had checked 64,000 charts in a year. Well, that's aggressive. SR flip failed. No, I think it's good. I would have been happier had our daily candle closed above the 50. But I'm not too worried about that. Like I said, we were at the top of the range. right? So we knew coming into this that it's not about the rejection, it's about where we kept support. But yeah, the first sign that we're recovering from that would be getting above that 50 EMA on a daily. So as long as this daily closes green, then we're looking at a good attempt to get back above. Bring this out a little bit. Bring all this price action. So that's basically what it looks like. We had a bear flag that failed, retested bearishly once but couldn't take out the lows. Retested bearishly twice but hasn't taken out the lows. Put in another bear flag underneath that accumulation. Had a W pattern that broke us out. Haven't invalidated that bear flag yet. Rejected off the top of the bear flag. Caught support at the bottom. And all of that lives within this little universe right here of accumulation. The question is, when do the people that accumulated here and here and here and here decide to stop selling here and here and here and let price go here or here? Because I don't know about you guys, but people don't accumulate to not make profit on their accumulation. They don't accumulate to just say, oh, look at how much Bitcoin I accumulated. All right, let's sell it now. You ever notice how price doesn't just invalidate the W ever? I like, we always do this bullshit.
Yeah, appreciate you for that, coach.
Sure.
It is it's so nice in moments like these. Like I used to be clicking back between everything. Now I don't do that. I was expecting a little volatility here, honestly, just after as tight as everything had been this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having fun.
Are you not entertained? Look at Dom, bro. Dom is just showing off right now. This is worst case scenario for alts, right? When Bitcoin takes a dump like that and Dom pumps, it turns out to not be too pretty for alts. They tend to overreact to that type of shit. Litecoin's not down to its measured move yet. 77 is where that bear flag would bring us to. Yeah, it's moving all right. This is how big altcoin moves sort of set up though. Right? Pay attention to times when price does this, right? Usually price does that, and then Bitcoin's coming down like that. And then as soon as Bitcoin finds support wherever it finds it, you get that big drop off on Dom, and alts outperform Bitcoin. As Bitcoin's going up, the alts go a little bit higher. At least now in where we're at right now. That wasn't true 3 months ago, 4 months ago. Everything's going for it, bro. Gold, silver, platinum.
Federal prosecutors just opened up a investigation on Fed Chair Powell.
Oh boy.
$15 minutes ago.
Look at gold, Bitcoin. Crazy. So this will be our metals rotation chart here. Gold, silver, plat, copper, aluminum, and then gold BTC. Aluminum's only on here until Venezuela settles. Litecoin? Yeah. "15 minutes ugly, but look at the hourly chart. That shit is free falling through licks. You see the big gap in the VPVR? Took that shit like a champ. Quick bleed out. No news or anything like that. It just lost support. Right? It tried 1, 2, 3 different W's, all played slow. Slowly built that bear flag, and then lost that high volume node right there. And this was just jam packed with liquidations. Like, look, if we turn on the dead bodies, moment of silence for these guys. Rest in peace. I mean, if something doesn't stop this dip, they're gonna take the rest of it. This is type 2 on larger time frame. Wherever this ends up. But as of right now, it's not a falling knife that I'm interested in catching just yet. They're giving me nothing at the bottoms to play with here. That stopping volume candle there was the last sort of decent look, but that's where the measured move would take you anyways. Still super 50-50 here, y'all. We finally invalidated that W, but we haven't freed trap longs. We haven't freed trap shorts. And we're approaching literally 50-50 of the weekend trap. So far it was my bearish concern, which was just ranging. Let's identify our new range here. This is the one that we were looking at on bigger time frames. Get rid of this vector. We've already done that. And let's drop a bigger range around where we are. So range wise, this is what we're looking at. We're literally halfway. So we've had our top side deviations, bottom side deviations, top side deviations. But for the most part, since last week, since the 7th, for the most part, direction has just still looks cheaper to go up here. What's for dinner, y'all? Damn, I don't know how to fix that. This sounds like just a difference between devices or something. I'll see. I'll spend some time with AI and see if they can figure it out, because I've already tried everything. Anya sounds good. definitely sounds good. Gotta order some food before it gets too late. Huh. Why that is. Yeah, you can't 4K gives a delay. The 1440p or 1080 is the quickest, honestly. But I believe I'm broadcasting at 1440 if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm not. Yeah, my PC should be able to handle it. That's why I don't understand what the issue is, especially the audio part. Because I mean, I've got my mic cranked up, and then I've got Discord cranked up.
As far as far as like the 1440 goes, I do know before, and I really don't even know what you're talking about, but I do know before on the stream you've switched between like monitor screens, and I know that at least one of them was 1440.
Yeah, you can see the difference. The one that I use is 1080 because they said it would give less problems with the live stream because that's what YouTube wants. But
Yeah,
you
I
don't
don't
need
know if that
anything
helped at
more
all.
than
I just,
1080 for charts. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe my camera would look better. I'll check it though. I'll figure it out. Got all bear market, so dial it in. Nasty little fake out before.
Bitcoin move.
Tons of volume. This volatility is crazy. About to invalidate that stopping volume candle on the 1 minute. Which one of you guys took my lighter again? Well, we can't have nice things. Our bullish triggers at 916. That should trigger the free trap long. Stopping volume candle is just a vector that's a doji. Right? You want it to be a vector, but you want the wick to be longer than the body. So that red stopping volume candle right there is an example. What it does is it screams bearishness, but the invalidation for it is if a body closes above the body of that candle. It's instantly like invalidated. Yeah, RH, 1 day up, 3 day down, but a 3 day down without a CME gap underneath us, right? Like I said, I'm really not paying attention to that New York gap personally. This is like what I wanted. I wanted to close that gap, and then make our push up, right? So we have until tomorrow night to put in a high, and then have our 3 day retracement bring us higher than our current weekend trap. Right? We already locked in 90 as support. Cool. Now let's lock in 92 or 91. Keep the stair step going.
Yeah, I like that talk. I like that.
Now the New York gap isn't filled, but I told you guys ever since we left it, $200 on a holiday type gap that was interweek. I'm not really stressing that gap that much. In my opinion, if we go down for that gap, something else has happened. Right? It's either a liquidity sweep or, whatever. It does exist though. Right? Let's be clear. There is a gap there. Come on, you're above the bullish trigger. Don't make me look bad. Just go. If we trigger this false move up by freeing those trap longs, then I plan on TPing tomorrow at our highs. Right, there's a good chance that tomorrow we put in our weekly highs. Do we finally get, you know, we finally get the move we're looking for, or? But 96 is begging for attention. So I want to see us come up, make a, you know, this is just whatever, 94, 93, whatever. And then our 3-day retracement brings us down higher than we are. Even better if we close the daily above the 50 for a couple days, right? Close the daily above the 50 here, close the daily above the 50 2 days, 3 days, and then not break it. Then you've got 4 days above the 50 already after setting your support at 90. I like those odds. That's a whole lot of future tripping that I just did there in the last 5 minutes. I'll take it with a grain of salt, but I like to play these things out in my head. Dom is just disrespectful right now, yo. I don't know what to tell you. As long as Bitcoin continues to go up, it shouldn't be that bad for the alts, but Dom is moving. Nice, Kayvon. W profits. I hear you on the war thing. Right? Just don't get married to that idea. In case it doesn't play out, so you don't miss the next leg up. Just like bulls don't get married to the idea of 90 holding if shit starts exploding. Right? We start getting nightly visuals of war. So I was saying earlier, the only good risk-adjusted way to play this is the trend is your friend to the end. We came down, we established our uptrend. We know that time-wise, we're looking at relief rally. We haven't lost any lows. We haven't broke structure. Right? If what you want is all-time highs, then there's a couple of steps before that that'll let you know that your mind's in the right place. So you don't have to think about that right now. And if what you want is 50K, there's a lot of levels that have to break before that can become a reality. So it's more important to focus on those current levels than to start getting like analysis paralysis. Or worse, get married to the idea, you know, of one extreme or the other. $98 for me is the bear case for the dead cat bounce. 104 is the base case. 108 is the bull case for the dead cat bounce. Getting above the dead cat bounce and holding opens up the idea for a right translated cycle. 150 is my target for a right translated cycle. But I will not shed a tear if all we get is 98, because that's, you know, we've been looking at that forever. I appreciate that, bro. Whiff had such great potential, bro. Like, just flash back to a second when they were talking about putting Whiff on the Vegas Globe. Remember that? And Solana was treating Whiff like it was the bell in the ball, like it was ignoring Bonk completely. I'm talking the foundation, right? It almost felt like they were putting all their weight behind Dog with that. But ever since then, I mean, I have to admit, Bonk has kind of took back some of its original. They're not going to give me a Bonk Whiff chart. I'll pull up Whiff for you, though. So this was our problem with, right? We had our M pattern breakdown. Where is it? Hold on. So we had this W pattern that we had built, right? Turn into this M. Crazy thing is that played out. That 10-10 is what played it out. But ever since then, shit is just. But it's got some decent. Look horrible from the bottoms. It's still holding from up here. It sucks. But we're talking brand new trades from bottoms. You know, there's a couple interesting targets up here that I don't think are irrational to shoot for. Something like that. That would get you up there. But what I was saying is, so like looking at Bonk and then drop Whiff on.
Yo, Dbloc.
New price scale. Hold on a second. Not very like dissimilar trajectories. Just sometimes Bonk got more love, sometimes Whiff got more love. It looks like Whiff took a bigger hit. Remember, that's what I was saying. Like, Bonk captured some of that mind share. So when it dropped, people stepped in to buy earlier. Right? Whiff was sort of allowed to come all the way down. I think Whiff probably filled its 10-10 gap. Yeah, this is I think I was on the weekly. No, this is the daily. But yeah, you're looking for a type 2 entry if you're not already in, or if you're looking to add to this. You're looking for that W pattern. On hold on, let me go back. It's the same thing on with, but
Yeah, D, I just wanted to say real quick, like cause I heard you on YouTube, but just do Bonk USDT versus with USDT and make sure they're both from Binance. Like, and it should give you a chart. 'Cause
yeah,
it might just be that TradingView doesn't have a the
yeah,
market cap chart for each of them. You know what I mean?
yeah, I know. It wasn't that important. I just put it on. I just put the other chart on top of it.
Oh, all right, cool.
Appreciate you.
No worries.
Didn't Whiff have like a rug pull? Or is that just a rumor?
I
Whenever it
don't remember
took
rug
that massive
pulling,
dip?
but the problem is that right when Whiff was sort of at its peak is when things got really degenerate on memes. And it was almost like people
Oh,
were looking
yeah.
at Whiff like it was too safe. You know what I mean? Like they're like, nah, I need something that's under 1,000 market cap to feel alive.
I think I was even trading memes at that point, and I don't do that now that I come. You mentioned that.
It's the unit value that's the problem, right? Because like honestly, do you want to buy a meme at $5? Yeah, I've spent $5 and I didn't even get a whole whiff. When you could spend $5 somewhere else and get 20,000 coins. You know what I mean? Like the mentality of it. Sometimes the unit price is too high. I think Whiff had an extremely high unit price per unit price, and people just it doesn't people that speculate or people that are willing to buy memes or people like they want the dream. You know, the dream of going from quadruple zeros to $1 or whatever. $5
Yeah, that's
coin doesn't fit into that fantasy for them.
that's even kind of like Fartcoin, honestly. How crazy it was whenever Fartcoin was like hitting $2, maybe even like $3 or whatever. I just think that we were talking about that back then too, about Fartcoin specifically. To your point,
I think the magic number for a meme is $1. Like that's why I like the whole Doge to $1 thing. Underneath $1, yeah, and then once you start getting above $1, people are like, this is really worth more than $1. Like, you know. But when something's got like 50 or 50737, you're like, okay, this is worth at least like it makes sense to you, right? When you're buying a meme for $10, you're like, is this really worth $10? This has to be overvalued. Silver's cooking.
It is. I was just looking at it.
yeah, if you've got like 20,000 of one meme coin, and you're like, then you get to have the conversation, dude. If this thing goes to $1, it's gonna be worth $20,000.
Yeah, it's easy math.
True.
Come on, Silver, do the thing, baby. Get it. Is that what happened? I never dug into it too much. I know that they either lied about the sphere or they, you know, screwed up the deposit or something. Because that shit never happened.
When they say parabolic, like, what would you consider that as?
Parabolic's a mathematical term, right? So, like, When you see, let me see if I can find my. So something like this. Right, there's a parabolic curve where it just starts to sort of like exponentially. Not a great example, but on a micro, right? So when things start to move on a parabola, the way it works is that eventually they pull away in a big way from the mean. And so this is the parabolic move on this time frame specifically. Some people just use it as like a fill in for any big move. But you're on a parabolic curve and then you go parabolic.
So the movement away from the 50, like that big push up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's when you come off of the curve. Right, things are starting slowly to ramp up, and then you get that big pull away. And then usually you'll come back and you'll test the parabola. And once that breaks, that tends to be like the end of the move. Even this entire thing, this was a parabolic move for silver. Right? Starts to ramp up and then goes parabolic.
So the last retest on that 50 has been a minute on that chart you're looking at.
This is the 800 here, the 50.
Okay.
Get rid of all this shit. So again, this is a parabolic move. You can see the curve starting from here. Yeah, we've extended quite a bit away from quite a bit away. It looks like we're really riding on the 4 or the 6 hour. And so you'll find the time frame where that mean reversion is being respected sort of the most, and that's how I kind of like to watch. And so if you look from when we took off, and when it breaks, it actually breaks resistance back above. Retested. Every chart is moving towards a mean reversion on every different time frame, right? It just matters which is the closest. So you look for where the fight is. We just got, our touch here. It makes no sense to just wait on the 12 hour for it to come, might be going parabolic, might not even come back down. So you go to where the most action is recently, and the 4 hour would do. I'm pretty steady just riding that. So that's when I would begin to worry. But it looks like she wants to go. We're going to flag out for a bit until we can build some liquidity above. But watch these guys. Because market maker still has vectors underneath that he can pay himself on. And these longs are getting pretty aggressive underneath us. Majority of them are still chilling, but we've got some adventurous bunch up here. Remember what I said, as Bitcoin stalls out, Dom takes its drop, which then opens up as Bitcoin is consolidating. As long as Bitcoin consolidates at a new level and Dom is dropping, it opens up recoveries, holds. Let me see, did you find the bottom, Jasmine? I know there's a lot of shit on the screen right now, but this thing has been fractaling like crazy, so we're just looking at a large W that's trying to put in its left side with a smaller fractal of a W doing exactly the same. Two different methods. These moves are only valid if these measured moves are only valid if we don't invalidate both W's, obviously.
Too early to call the false move.
Yeah, we've got to take. This will be the pattern that does it, though. Right, if we flag out here just to build some more topside liquidity, stay within. So far, pretty clean bull flag that retail would recognize, maybe act on. But if that holds and pops, that gives us our free trap loan. Based on wherever it breaks. Oh. But that would take us through the majority of those liquidations as well. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. That concurrent viewer like button delta is ugly right now. Super bearish delta on the likes. Somebody's gonna come in here and feel like they have to short the channel. It does to an extent. It moves with gold, but it's got it like an offset. Right, so M2 is running on like 100-day offset to Bitcoin. Gold is doing the same thing, except that the difference is that gold is an actual asset where M2 is the money behind everything to buy assets, right? So while M2 and Bitcoin can diverge, it's not the same when comparing gold and Bitcoin. But for the most part, gold hasn't reached that risk off sort of level yet, right? We go to war, people buy gold. Eventually we'll go to war, people buy gold, and they'll buy Bitcoin. We're not there yet. It's still seen as speculative for most people. Not for me, but for most. W member. Appreciate you, Ice. 6 months, man. Time flies.
does, dude. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Well,
Was that one guy? Love you, man.
Let me see where this food's at. I'll be right back. Gloomy with the 10 gifties. W gifts. Gloomy said there's too many grays in the chat. Too many gray names in the chat. W mod. I'll be right back.
I agree with Gloomy, he twists shit up on the real yo. 100 emoji. Welcome to the roller coaster. Roller coaster emoji. Buckle up, it's
Super
gonna be a
chat.
bumpy ride. Cowboy hat face emoji. AKA saddle apart Netzlin and popping. Champagne bottle emoji.
Appreciate you, bro. Damn right. Price action is not for the weak of heart. Alright, well, let's see if they mean this flag or not. If it breaks down, it's going to break down here. It'll reject off the 50 and then come and take the rest of these liquidations. But somebody wants that flag to be built. Those two stopping volume candles didn't pop up right in time to save that structure for nothing. Doesn't mean market maker's going to pay for the trip, though. If retail doesn't bite, then they'll just flip it. Crypto Jack is just stunting on the chat right now. W gifts, bro. But my food smells so good, but I can't eat it. Got one more thing I gotta do first. Chicken over rice. Plantains. Some other shit. I can't remember what I ordered. There's some other shit in there too. Grandma food is one of those grandma food days. Just take it back to what grandma used to cook. Flag held. Chips and toast. Well, I bet you if you eat chips and toast right now, you'll still feel that a little nostalgia, whatever it is grandma made. Damn, that's crazy, bro. Kids in the future are gonna be like, grandma used to order pizza, or grandma would get us Uber Eats. Like, they're not gonna have that shit.
Dang, how young is this grandma?
I mean, it's been a couple of generations now. So,
in my day, grandmas had to at least be the age of 53
Damn.
to start it. And then you're like 11 or 12 and they're, they got snowy white hair. That's grandma.
That's a young ass grandma. I mean, yeah, I guess when you're like a kid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now grandmas look like shoot.
Dude, 53, you're still in the club.
Hey girl.
J-Lo's like 53, isn't she?
Yeah, so it's lots of good looking women.
Yeah, they're not making grandmas like they used to.
When Hillary
Maybe
Duff
they
becomes a
can't cook,
grandma,
but they
then
look
it's
good.
better. Eminem became a grandfather, and it was trippy.
That's crazy. Eminem's your grandpa, and you hear like his songs for the first time, first album. Like, was that me in the trunk, grandpa? Look, we're not gonna talk about it, okay? I was going through a phase. Yeah, I saw a YouTube video about that the other day where they were comparing like 60-year-olds, in the in the 80s versus a 60-year-old right now. Like famous people, or showing pictures of people in movies and asking how old do you think this person was in this movie, and they were like crazy old or crazy young and looked really old. I think we're just taking better care of ourselves, man. Is what it is. I mean, I hope when I get old that I don't look like what my pops looked like. Jack, I appreciate you, bro. Feeling it right now. All right, I gotta step away to eat for a little while. Cold. Let's see what Asia has in store. Ball's in their court now. All right, I'm not going too far, so I'll just leave this on the 1 minute. Nah, it's crazy, Lee. I know. The video I watched said that the cast on what was that movie Jaws or whatever? They were all like 28, like from 28 to early 30s. Yo, those dudes were all bald, liver spots and shit. Like they literally looked like grandpas, or at least like, you know, like they had adult children.
Liver spots and shit, dude.
Bro, you should have seen these side by side pictures. It's crazy. If you Google it on YouTube, there can't be too many of that video. It'll be there somewhere. Like old, new versus then sort of thing. It's just showing how everybody in this, you know, in this generation or in this time looks way younger than our parents did the same age. H, I appreciate you, bro. W membership. You're very welcome, brother. I appreciate your time. You guys could be anywhere on YouTube. All right, guys, let me go eat. I'll be back.
Do you ever get to a point in life when you just feel you have arrived, no FOMO no FUD, just straight up raw technical analysis played out in front of you?
I'm here, y'all. I'm just finishing up a couple things, but so far so good. Officially locked in the false move up for the week. False move up has an expiration date of Monday. We still got some time to climb. Give me a couple. I'll be back.
Yeah, man. Bitcoin positions looking happy. Soy not so happy. Not so happy that it was removed from it.
It did okay. Bitcoin dominance was going is
Well,
small.
no, when they the initial move down, when they swept down before all of this, they came down on my entry and removed me and stopped me out at 177 to only immediately reverse and bring it all the way up here. And I thought my entry was great, but apparently if you didn't enter on the first entry all the way back on the type 1 entry, my little pesky type 2 entry wasn't good enough. It was smaller than the Bitcoin position, so that was the big one, and it held.
I was sitting. I did the deep play. I got a good run, like only 34%, something like that. And I just stayed in that, and then
Where did you enter?
3 cents.
No, I mean, like, at what point in the chart did you enter? Like right now at the dump that we just had before this push up?
Like from deep into Sui?
No, just for this trade right now that we just did from.
Oh, yeah. I got out of deep once it sold off from resistance of 57, like a nickel and 7, and then hopped into Sui from there. I think we were at $1.80. It's been at $1.80 for a long time.
Was that just now? Like, I'm talking about today.
Yeah, I'm like trading yeah, I'm trading actively.
Oh, you just bought this dip right here when we were sweeping
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's why you got it. See, I'd already been positioned for debt for days. Went through everything just for them to come and finally take me out of it.
It was just lucky because I saw volume coming into deep and I was like, okay. So I just rode that up and then got out and went into the layer 1 of Sui.
Yeah, it just goes to show if you're really putting the time into this and you're really trying to nail entries, like you really gotta get these type 1 entries. There ain't no room even in 2. It's crazy.
Yeah, type 1 and 2.
For real 1.
Yeah.
But I just locked in a short on Bitcoin all the way up there at the top as a hedge. So let's see what I can get out
Just
of that.
watch the 1 minute though.
I'll be removed out of it if it goes up any higher than it already went.
Oh, okay.
But I'm trying to see what I can scrape off of here. If I could get down to the 50 or the 200 again, and then close that out and add that to the pot.
I'm guessing Sui is just gonna gravitate towards $2. People
Let's go, Sui. Let's go.
$1.98 maybe. $1.99.
Let's go everything. Let's go.
Yeah, let's see. I'm down for it. Let's go. Keep on going up, Bitcoin.
Come on, alt season type 2 / second season, if you will. Do it. I dare you.
Go ahead. Take me out the
Some of that market cap over to things still people kind of almost sort of believe in. Let's go.
It won't matter for me what price Sui's at if it's under like if I can just keep mining it. Not mining it, but
Have
you know
you
what I
been
mean?
mining
Just
it?
growing.
Have you actually been like accruing or like
Actually,
mining it and making some off of buying it?
You can get rewards for staking, but
All right. No, I bought in at 175. I have order at 173, 171, and 169. So
Probably
I'm just
anything under
stoked. I'm joining the
$2.
SUI club, but
Type 1, you survived, buddy. Good for you.
well, the only one that placed was the 175. I have a 175, 173, 171, 169.
That was a 177. I couldn't hold. It came down and got me out.
You should have set it at 1768 or something. I don't know.
Well, I didn't. That was a 17. That was my entry.
If it's a scary cat push out of the market phase, you know what I mean? Come on, be ready.
Yeah.
Goes down by more.
I don't know.
Well,
I'm fearful of Bitcoin going to the 70Ks, 77.
yeah.
Yeah.
Dbloc mentioning that we've been in the bear for 20% of the way. I'm just gonna buy every dip that I see. Accumulate my spot.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm feeling too.
I'm not doing that, guys.
Well, you're just playing the stop loss. Ooh, watch out game. Get in
You're
there.
just
Get your
doing
fingies wet. Get ready
Bitcoin,
to
right?
play.
Just buying Bitcoin.
Well, I'm in the opinion that we're still in a relief rally and it's going to end soon. So why would I want to accumulate?
I was thinking that maybe people would get out of that and then go into alts for like 3 months. Which 3 months, I don't know, but like I don't know if this action of volume is that happening now. Little rotation. And then it'll come back down and blah blah blah.
I think we're still going to go up on Bitcoin. I mean, I think we're gassing out here for now. Maybe come down to like 50 or 200 or something and build a structure, and then eventually make our way up to like 99 or 101 or 2 or whatever. And then after that, I think it's over.
108. Let's go.
Yeah, whatever that. Even then, after that, we're done. Then we're going down to 70K ranges.
After that, I'm not even focused on 77 because I'm looking at like 51 to 46 to 39. Who we kidding?
That's why I've not accumulated nothing. I'll do that after we get down there.
If you
Well,
want to
not
day
even
trade,
down
day
there.
trade. If you want a long-term investment, sit out. Wait for a
Yeah,
turn.
I'm not.
Wait till
No,
it reaches there.
hell
Don't sit
no.
here and waste your existence
Ain't
doing
long
this.
term or nothing. Hell
Well, what's the
no.
point? What's the point of waiting then?
Yeah, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to accumulate no long term or nothing.
Emad is waiting for a big time.
He knows what it's about. He knows what's up.
I'll come in at the bottom of the bear. Bottom of the bear. Also, I'll accumulate.
I just give you crap because a lot of times mentality runs over a lot of your trade focus. So
Relax,
my biggest trade was Bitcoin, and I'm in it right now.
oh yeah, let's go.
I'm getting it all. So I'm still. I put a little hedge in right here, right above where we just hit. So we'll see.
And nothing crazy. Something stable, something structural like Bitcoin. I'm proud of you.
If it takes me out, I'll just keep on making more money. So, but let's see what happens.
That's right. Joey D.
What up? How's it?
What's up, bro?
Just cruising. I went down, went grocery shop. It takes like an hour to drive down to the grocery store and an hour back. So I don't know, just checking stuff out, being patient, seeing where we're at. But dominance is bugging me.
Yeah, as long as Bitcoin is going up.
on the highway. I'm not used to driving on the highway. Just down there and back, I averaged like 15.5 miles a gallon. I was stoked.
Well, Dan, speaking of Bitcoin short, that's already gone. It didn't last very long.
It's coming up after the rest of these shorts here, bro.
I just wanted to take a real quick stab and see if this was it. It was I didn't lose nothing. Just whatever the fee was to open it.
If it wants to, I think this thing's gonna go whack 93 like it's nothing.
Yeah, it's gonna come back down eventually here. Let's see. Maybe 95. I don't know.
Vector gap just shot. Vector gap's already starting or below us. Just be realistic with it. Volume's picking up. Look at the volume candle down there.
I didn't TP nothing yet. Let's go. That's why I wanted to hedge. I didn't want to TP.
Scooch those stop limits too.
I don't want to get shut out.
Once you are in an area where you're happy to sell, that's when you got to work on just scooching
I'm not
with it. If you're not happy to sell, don't put a stop limit. Cool.
199.
What if we get to 98.75? Where would you scoot your stop limit up to?
I'll just be done.
What about 98? What about 99? 89.50?
Yeah, I'll put it up
for 90.
I'll do that.
I mean, but it's like, who are we kidding, bro? We're sitting here at 92.3.
Yeah, I'll take 90. I'll take 98. 5, whatever.
If you're in profit, take a little piece here, a little piece there. Keeps going up, sell twice as much.
Yeah, I want it all.
You know the format. You know the system.
Loss at 98.
You know the ideology.
Yeah, stop loss at 98.5. And then see if it keeps going.
I got stop loss 98.5. We're dragging in 93 because.
Damn, 93. That's a big difference.
Yeah, so how do you have a stop limit there when we're not even close to that? You got to work on dragging that stop limit before.
I'm trying to get up there.
Patience.
Just $1,000 ain't nothing. This thing will.
You got your offensive plays right now, but you almost feel like you're still on defense. It's like, what are you special teams?
Yeah, my defense is all the way back down to where we were. Where we came from is my stop loss.
Offense? Are you defense? Are you special teams right now? Which one?
Well, my stop loss is all the way down at like where we were at 90,000 range.
Where are you at mentally?
90,000.
No, mentally, like, do you think it's a bull structure right here, or do you think that we're going to come back down?
I think we're going to come down eventually here and build some type of structure before we keep going up.
We've been building the structure before we had the opportunity now to go back up. So that's why I'm like, bro, you've been digging with this. Have you been digging in the sand? Have you built a castle yet? Have you built a ideology of a moat?
Yeah, but that's what I've been doing the whole damn time. It's working. It's just the SUI didn't work. Them bastards removed me.
No, you put your stop loss in too high. You got bumped out.
I liked where it was.
Well, you should be uncomfortable after the fact that you got uncomfortably kicked out. You should have scooched it down. So did you learn anything from your uncomfortable stop limit placement?
Yeah, their asses was real tricky down there, bro.
Well, you got to be as tricky as them. You got to learn how to play the table with the dealer, cuz. You know what I mean?
That's all right. I'm still winning. I got my big boy.
It sounds like he's all right. I just took my pile back out. And just wait for your next hand, bud.
Yeah.
Be good at the game. Know the dealers.
Still winning.
Feelings and doings. You know what I'm saying. Let's go, E-Man. Come on. Thanks again for the sweatshirts, too. I'm stoked.
Well, thank you. Can't wait to see you. We got CZ. This dude posted about super cycles. It's crazy. I don't trust that dude at all. It's all right. I'm gonna take my CD play and go buy natural gas with it.
I bought some Brussels sprouts. They give you natural gas. It's pretty cheap.
Nah. Keep going. Don't top out now.
Hmm. There's like a gap in the liquidations on the 5 minute, but on the 1 minute, there's enough liquidations to get through that gap that you can't see.
I'm about to put my short back in a minute.
Liquidation block up to 94.3, and then last week's high is 94.7. Basically 95.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
My little VVV AI coin is ripping. It's finally back up above.
Yeah, it's been up there for days now. I'm surprised that it was able to hold throughout everything and just sat there. I thought about going short on it like 2 days in a row. It's like, David, just sits
I
up
was
there.
trapped in a long for a year on that sucker.
My God. I'm surprised it's holding.
My average is 3, like 300, cuz.
Yeah, it's a real small cap coin. I'm familiar with it.
It's one of those ones where I didn't really trust, so I didn't acquire more as it fell down like all the rest of the others that I still trust and everything. But I remember like Dbloc talking about it and everything when it first came out. I mean, it's nothing crazy. I only bought like a bunch of them at $3, but then it fell down. But I'm wondering now. I just have a feeling like we're gonna have an altcoin season across the board. There's gonna be so many
You got
people
plenty
that
of
bought
time.
stuff high and then sold it low, and now they see it back above their entry price, and they just go, "What did I miss? Or what did not know?" type thing. You know what I mean? So I really feel like we're gonna have an altcoin season. Even this entire time, we didn't have an altcoin season. All the alts went to the hole.
Stop loss.
Everybody was still sitting there formulating and speculating with Bitcoin attempts, but I just feel like we never had. Ethereum never busted its all-time high. It did, but didn't.
That time period is over with. You either believe in a super cycle or you don't.
I don't want to use it as a super cycle. I almost want to call it a hyper cycle. I want to affiliate or associate a new different type of a structure to what
Whatever you want to call it.
attempt at or assume with a super cycle. Why is Bitcoin still hanging out in high 80s, 90s, as we should be in a bear structure? I
Because
just feel like there's a lot of money still
we're in the
poking
relief
around
rally.
this entire planet. Is trying to figure out what they really want to do. Do they really want to trust? Is BRICS really going to do it? Is the United States dollar going to hold? The whole thing that's been structurally sound the entire time is Bitcoin. So I think a lot of
This is what
people
it's
are
supposed
still,
to do.
what are we supposed to do? Is that what you said? Sorry.
No, I said this is what Bitcoin's supposed to do at this point in the cycle. It's supposed to get this relief rally.
Kind of is, isn't it? So that's why
If you
I'm
go
just
back and compare it to 2019, and you'll see if you overlay them, it's doing the exact same thing at
or
this
really
exact
similar.
same time.
But I don't expect it to do the exact same thing in these times. Sure, it has before. This and that. A lot of money's entered. ETFs have come out. Legislation's been passed. I just feel like they're going to do some weird little button push. Whether they smash that thing down to 30 G's and let it sit for 6 months and scare everybody out of the hole.
That's
Look,
fine.
quantitative tightening is going to be over soon. Rates are going to be cut soon.
That's over speculating. I'm just saying that we haven't had a black swan yet, and I'm just kind of waiting patiently till we have a rainbow swan out of this one.
I think it's going to pump soon.
I'm not with it. Pump soon to 100K range, and that's it. That global money flow chart, we're past the 10th. It's the 11th now. We're about to be going to the downtrending part. And relief rally, we're at the part where
Yeah, what do I always say? Well, look at our market cap. What's our market cap doing? We're just touching over $3 trillion, right? We need money to start coming back into the market. It already left the market in the mid structure, the mid dump there, where all the alts went 50 to 75 to 90% down. Bitcoin did its scooch 30%. I just think that money's going to come back in the market or come out of the market, and that's usually what I watch every day. True market cap. What's it doing? Is money coming in, money coming out, or is it just transferring back and forth to fool people in the process? You know what I mean? So I don't sit there and run on feelings. I don't run on emotions. I sit there and look at what's coming. Where's it going? What's it doing?
I don't know. I don't see it.
USD? Well, what do you see?
I see everything. I see we're getting to the point where the relief rally's ending. I see markets getting the tops and then a period of downside coming.
That's markets. That's what I mean. So to look at markets as a total, that's why I usually look at just simple market cap.
Bitcoin
You never look at market cap.
I'm looking at a cycle.
No, I'm just being serious. Like, use it as like a daily. Look at it in the morning. See what it's doing on an hourly. Look at it on a daily.
Those numbers. I only care about the time. The time frame.
Time and those numbers are what's very important. And time is something you can't change. It doesn't fluctuate. Time is very consistent.
Everything's time-based.
Those type things were big guys. It's a way to see where big vessels, big money's coming in or it's coming out of the market. So I think that's what we should be focusing on more instead of your spots or our spot. You know what I mean? Like
I've been trained not to trade off hope.
Well, that's why you don't trade off hope when you watch the big guys coming in and out of the market. You pay attention to the big ships, not just hoping on your sailboat.
My shorts didn't reopen at the top.
All right, shoots. I'm gonna.
Is what it is. That's what I believe.
Is what it is nothing. It's not a question. It's not an answer. It's just literally nothing.
I'm just gonna stick to the cycle, bro. That's it. That's what my training teaches me. If I can get down to the 200, I'll think about closing the short, depending. That could be the trap. Longs at the top there. That could be the false move. Could be coming down to averages. they want to fake out, come all the way back up, make a newer high for the day, that's fine with me too. They can take me up out of that, and I'll keep making money.
Yo,
I didn't.
you know what's nice, man?
Yeah.
I just came back from the store and stuff. I went down there to like the whatever Bed Bath and Beyond type thing. It's not Bed Bath and Beyond because they went out of business. Remember that? But it's
Yeah.
like some home and decor type thing. And I went down,
Yeah.
bought some knives. Dude, I looked at the whole thing of all these butcher block. I wanted like some knives where I got like something to cut stuff bigger and then some steak knives that come with it and a little sharpener and stuff. But I found this one, and it's the only one that was there. And it's black blades. It's like black on black, so it's like black blade, black metal, and then with a black handle, and it's super nice. You know what I mean? All the rest of them are all silver, and they had some gold ones, and even some white, like ceramic coated ones. But these ones are ceramic coated black ones. They're badass. It's like black on black knives instead of having like a silver with a black handle. So I'm pretty stoked.
Well, since you got the last one, I hope that next time somebody comes and is looking for that, they have them back in black.
No, yeah, you know what I mean? That was a great movie, Back in Black.
All right.
It's just one of these things, man. I'll put you a post a picture or something.
Now you get a nice black apron.
It's just something I wasn't expecting. It was the only one on the shelf, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, that's the one I want. Like straight up. It was great.
I could do you a custom Joe Aspen cooking apron.
Really? You sell curtain aprons? I didn't even notice one of those.
Yeah, I could do a custom cooking apron for you.
Yo, E-Man, you got like 14 pages worth of stuff. You don't just have a t-shirt or a hat, bro. You have like a lot of items with all
Yeah,
your like, bro. I was sitting there laughing when I was doing it, when I was really looking through all
I got a cooking apron.
Bro, have you guys ever checked out Emad's like seriously, click on his link, like bro, the amount of stuff and the amount of picture, like all the you've put in a ton of effort. But I'm just like, bro. But the smart way that you do it, so you don't have to put any of those orders out. Whatever comes in is made, sold, sent right out. It's very intelligent. It's a great little system. Just really surprised you had that many. You have like hundreds of items. Not just like, I thought you had like 10, 15 maybe. Sweatshirts, hats,
I got it all. Coffee.
Records, cassettes, CDs, all of it.
I got your vitamins too.
Yeah, I was weirded out about those. What do those things do? Those like come on.
This is the multivitamin. I got a mushroom supplement. Hey, I got women's panties.
I gotta go. Thanks again, E-Man.
Dbloc, let me know. I'll put you on. We'll get you going. Crypto Cypher coffee.
Did anyone catch a short?
Hell no, I got that thing open up at the top for now unless they come and get me out of it.
So you're in?
I've been in.
That was a tricky situation.
I knew it was, but I had to put it in just in case because we're just kind of how it felt and looked. It was just like, okay, if they're gonna keep going, then I'll just get in slight profit and put the stop loss in the entry immediately. Once I was able to do that, I didn't have to care anymore. And here we go. They want to give me the 200. What do you want to give me? The 200, the 800? Which one? Give me one of them. I didn't want a TP because I didn't know if it was going to keep going or not. That's my way of not doing it. Pissed, bro. It took me out of my trade. That's suey. Now I'm gonna get it back this way. Now I gotta go look at gold, silver, gas, and oil. See what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna buy natural gas. Unless it ripped up already, but it looked like it was down earlier. Where's CME at? Damn, it's over there at 90. 600. Man, they've been playing. This market maker's been playing on like super professional level. We crank it down to hard. Like on the drawdown earlier before this entire move up on the initial fake to the downside, that was like a 5-second or less time frame to get your order in. Ridiculous.
That's why I have set orders in place. So when it gets there, it happens, it's done. I'm not sitting here following
Well, I
stuff
had a
around,
set
running
order
half
in place.
motions, coulda, shoulda, woulda, can. If that's what I'm saying. Look at Jasmine.
I
Look at
had a
those
set
things.
order in place.
Look at Sui. If I was
That was
stoked with my first order, so like I was saying, so like when I ever get excited where I think instead of going all in at 175, that's where I start my first order. Then I have 173, not 174, 173, 171,
yeah,
169.
we were
Do you
thinking
understand what I'm
different
saying?
things. So.
Now wait, the biggest, most important part about this though is down right below that at 1675. I have a stop I have a stop limit though too. So if I
Okay.
go in with all that type stuff and it keeps going down below further, I expect it to fall really hard. So I have a stop limit right below my last order. So once we go a little further, it quickly will sell out all that, and then I can place that order right below it. Hopefully, right? But it's a smart way to structurally come into it. Not all in, don't have to watch it. I already know if it wants to go down there where I expect it to actually return to, fill my orders. I'm not gonna sit there and run on emotion. It's like take an
I wouldn't run on
inventory on all the
emotion.
stuff you have. It's like I'm happy to buy it at this point. I'm happy to sell at that point. I'm not gonna bug around in the middle.
I was running on strategy. My idea was if it came down,
So
stop.
use your strategy, plug in
Yeah,
those
it didn't
numbers,
work. It
and
didn't
wait
work
with
for
your
that.
orders. Wait for those orders to fill. As soon as they start filling, that's when you start paying
I didn't
attention.
want to
Instead of
stop out and then
watch it
fill
drag
orders right
sideways
under
on
my stop.
weekend traps in between it all. That's what I'm saying. So give
I
yourself some more
wanted
space. Go ahead and
it
do
to
some of that.
crash, bro.
Well, if it crashed, you should have your order set exactly. If it starts crashing to those points, put them in. Put those in, starting it there. Put 5% in the first one, 10% in the next one, 20 in the one after. You know what I mean? Don't go all in, all out. Be foreknowing, be understanding.
It wouldn't happen.
Don't sit here and drag sideways. Wait for the tops, wait for the bottoms, wait for the weekend traps, wait for everything. Liquidations to be run through. What's sitting in front of us?
I should have said a little lower though. I was a little too tight.
Exactly. So that's what I said. Is the second
But
I heard you say it.
as far as putting
That's what you
orders to
learned
fill,
from it. That's what's very important. Is that's what you learned from it.
I didn't want
Quickly
any orders to fill underneath there because I wouldn't.
Did you place another order as soon as it got canceled? So as soon as it got canceled, you're kind of ready to go, or that's where you should have had another order placed right below the one. If you did get canceled out of that, where would you be happy to start buying below when you got?
It would have been below Dbloc's type 1 entry.
Well, that's when you got to start formulating your own spectrum. Why did I put 2 in there? You didn't say any of that stuff. I started my order at 757371169. Sell everything at 168 if it hits it. It's weird.
Yeah.
But it's a weird structure. You have to
it's
build.
Weird because my strategy worked for Bitcoin.
I just got a lot of inventory. I got to do something with these inventory guys.
It's just a
so it's weird. It's weird to accumulate more stock when I have the ability to.
The freaking volatility, man, it makes it even harder.
What's cool is it's like running a supermarket that you're waiting for people to come up to the door. As soon as they all want one thing, you sell it to them and shut the door. But I'm also accumulating stuff and phases where nobody's at the door, and it's a sunny day and it's 100 degrees out. I know they all need suntan lotion and flip-flops, not umbrellas and rain boots. So I'm picking up rain boots and umbrellas.
I can kind of understand what you mean with the accumulating. I mean, if it's a wide range, you're looking to accumulate from what 1.6s and between there and 1.8 and whatever.
Because I've been accumulating for a year. It's crazy.
Yeah, I hear you. You're going to be accumulating long
bottoms. I don't buy green things at the top. As soon as the thing starts moving again, I'm like, oh, it's moving again. I'm going to buy more. I'm like, no, as soon as it falls even harder, I buy more than that after that. You know what I mean? It's like weird. It's like, all right.
I guess it depends. What do you see it getting? Like, I mean, look, if you're with the cycle and you think Bitcoin's not going to make all-time high.
All I'm doing is moving my average down every single time that I keep accumulating anything lower than where I bought it before. I'm bringing my average down. And when I have the ability to buy it at half the price, it means I only got to spend half the price, and I get just as many of those coins. And I basically average. My average comes down sequentially when I buy deeper at way lower levels. So if I do ever want to get out of these things, it brings my ultimate average down on each of these coins so that I don't have to wait for it to come up to those points. A lot of people never buy in because they're just hoping it's ever going to come back up to their buyout point. The entire time we keep going down, I keep lowering my average, lower my average, lower my average across the board. It's the only way I can do this. I don't sell for a loss. It's the only way I keep doing this. We go down further. Guess what? I keep buying more. I lower my average and I have more coins. What else can I do? everything I buy is on Coinbase, so I still kind of sort of trust it. I've had 5 or 10 coins, maybe like 7 coins that have been taken off of there. You know what I mean? But for the most part, it's like a trusted type of thing where over time, good things take time, and no money entered the money that we were expecting. And the trillions never really entered the market structure this time. We barely made it over 4. We didn't go to the 6, 7, even above 5. So in my interpretation, I'm still patiently waiting for it at least to reach above and or approach $4 trillion again. And
Yeah,
I think
but I think you're going
alts
to be
and the
waiting for the
things that
bull market.
matter will be moving. The things that won't matter and the things that we all been sitting here saying, yo, these things, old coins and all these millions of coins that are created, they're not going to move. The ones that are going to move at least up to 4 trillion. Hopefully in this rebound. What if it just comes up to 3.975?
I don't think so.
Just below 4. That's what I'm telling you. So if we get back up to 103 to 108, like we were saying and expecting, what if
I
it
don't think
just
you'll see.
goes
I don't think you're
shallow
going.
of
I
4
don't believe
trillion?
you're going to see it
Just
in this
shallow.
rebound.
That's all. So that's my speculation. That's what I'm saying. So if we do get that up to 103 to 108, I bet our total market cap just comes up a little shy of that 4 trillion. And that truly puts us back down. But that's what I'm patiently waiting for. You understand?
Can I say something?
Everybody say so. I'm sorry I'm talking so much.
Just real quick, just for using Dogecoin for example, if your average is at 40, just saying, then I don't believe you're never going to see that in this bear cycle. You're going to be waiting for this bear cycle to end and everything to bottom out, and you're going to see even lower prices in all these altcoins, and then after that you'll have to wait for the bull market to play out, get all the way to the end of that, and then you might get your money back at that point. That's my opinion. That's why
I
I
don't need
don't want
Doge to
to
reach
accumulate.
40 something cents with my average that I brought all the way down. I don't need it to even come close to 40 cents. I only need it to like 17.8.
Well, there you go. So maybe.
Well, that's what I
But
do is I bring my average down by
but
accumulating over time.
that doesn't change the fact that you still have to see the bottom of this bear market. So you'll be buying those low prices also. And whatever we get here in this rebound is nowhere going to be, hey, maybe that's enough to get you up out of them, but then you're going to have to bail.
Yeah,
That's
man,
why
you
I
know
would.
exactly what I do. I never change my style. I've been in the same state of motion, same set of trade for years. I haven't changed a lick of it.
When we come to the bottom of the bear, I'll put
Am
my
I
big
right?
guns out. I'll get my big bucks out at the bottom of the bear, and I'm ready to play this game correctly, not like I did before.
I haven't changed my strategy. I might be crazy, but I simply haven't changed my strategy. I buy low.
Yeah, I
Need to
changed
hopefully
mine.
sell high. But I also, after we hit high points, I have re-entries. Think we're going to go a little bit higher, but I don't play stop limits when we're up there ripping it, flying, ripping around the top of it. So I easily get stuck in.
I
But I
think
have no problem
when you
selling
really.
out, reaccumulating, no problem.
Well, that's fine. And with that strategy, I believe that you're going to fix your entire portfolio at the bottom of this bear market. So if you see Doge come down to like 4 or 5 cents, for example, or 3 cents even, you better load the truck up. Because if you're worrying about getting out of it on this rebound, yeesh. What do you think? I mean, using Doge, for example, what are you thinking? 20 cents? I mean, if.
I said I'm at 17.8. I'm good.
Oh, well, then you'll be at a profit. But then you have will you have the balls at that point to bail on the whole position? Could work if you bought it down enough. Better than I did. I done sold all my shit already.
It's all my 84 other coins I'm worried about when times get into those areas, but I don't worry about them when I have stop limits placed.
Wish you the best of luck. You could do it.
That's what I want to work on this entire chapter of going through, is working on stop limits up in comfortable areas, buys. I have buys and sells all the time, but you can't place a stop limit order until things are already in place. So once all your orders go through, then you can put a stop limit on how many you have you're holding. You know what I mean? So you can't just like put in an order for stop limit. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's like it has to depend on what's already there. So after orders go through, you have to be ready for it. So that's a tough thing I want to work on, but get better at.
You never know. Maybe.
When you guys are doing it on futures, you're able to enter that as soon as you place the order. That's the big difference. After you're on spot, you have to place things.
Yeah, I love that.
You know what I mean? There's a big difference between that.
That's exactly what I do. As soon as I entered that short up here, I had to stop limit everything. And well, actually, no, I didn't put that in manually. I had it in my head because with my strategy, I let it go into profit real quick and then I get it in.
You can on some exchanges. I think Kraken is one of the ones that you can do that with. You can you can put I think it's actually called a stop limit order, and it's basically a limit order that you have a stop limit in place ahead of time. But I know that's not like a common feature for spot, so.
They don't want you to play it like that, Joe. They're trying to force you to sit in it.
And I was actually talking about this earlier because I've used stop losses on spot, I think, in Kraken. And I don't know if it was user error, but I did have issues getting the stop limit to actually fill, or the stop loss order to fill. But that was pretty early on, like in my trading, so that could also just be a user error.
Bro, that's like bowling with bumpers. You know, they don't like, it's like going into the side. It's like, bro, throw the bumpers out when you go bowling. It's great. Everybody hits all the pins. You never like ball goes in the side thing. It's great. It's really similar.
No. So
But if we're talking about financial markets, right? Then don't you want the bumpers? Why wouldn't you want those? Because like to me, that's if I have an easier way to guarantee hitting pins, I'd much rather do that.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm kind of like, oh, dude, I wish you could put the bump stops out. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I think some exchanges allow it, but not all do. And I can't think of another one other than Kraken that does it. Actually, let me take a look, and I'll tell you a few other exchanges.
Retail incentivized to re-enter the market with a little bit of bumpers. Like, oh, you ain't going bowling with like the pro next to you. It's like, oh, yeah, bumpers, let me go. I'll rip it. You know what I mean? I just think it would give some incentive for retail to re-enter the market. If they had something comfortable like that, they could set orders and know what they're going to be happy to enter, re-enter, get out. Like, I don't know. Trust me when I mumble. Be surprised more things that are on spot trades, like Coinbase doesn't offer it. Watch if they did it, bet a lot more people would start re-entering money.
Sorry, do you trade on Coinbase or Coinbase Advanced? Out of curiosity.
Coinbase Advanced, it's easier. I'm used to it.
Yeah. No, I just couldn't remember because I haven't traded much on Coinbase Advanced, but I didn't know if they had that on the Advanced. Because the feature I'm talking about is also specifically, I think, for Kraken Pro, and not just for like the regular Kraken exchange.
I have nothing good to say about it except for it's a United States-based platform, and that's about it. Their apps suck. I don't know.
Have you tried Kraken at all? Because
Your voice is coming in really muffled.
Okay, sorry. Give me 1 second then. Well, now is it any better?
Yeah, just keep talking and I'll know.
But yeah, so I was gonna say, one of the things that attracted me to Kraken or Kraken Pro, it was actually a member of this community that was like, man, you gotta, he was trading a lot on it. He was talking about using stop losses, and he told me, he was like, man, you probably really like the app, and so the app gives you a lot of like a good amount of features available and a lot of customization. Like you can have multi charts on the app. The indicators I think are pretty standard, but there are a lot of features on that app that I was a fan of. I just kind of stopped trading spot for a while, and so I actually plan to go back to it. But I was really big on having like a desktop application that I could use, because to me, that shows like a little bit of dedication to the project, right? But also I was having issues at that time with like a lot of the websites would just kind of like of errors or
What were we trying to do here? That's what I'm trying to do. Let's get down to the basics of it. What were you trying to do with whatever you're trying to say here? Because I kind of got lost here. What were you trying to do? Again.
Just trade and have a desktop and integrated app, because on websites,
like an integrated app to do what? To tell you to do what type of things?
No, just to trade.
Do it.
So for me, trading on internet, like on web apps, I've had a lot of issues early on with whenever price was like actually moving, it would like either log me out or it would have like connection errors. I don't have that as much anymore, and I pretty much like trade through mobile apps for a lot of it. And then I chart everything through TradingView. Although one of the exchanges I trade on TradingView.
Let's break it back down to what you were asking the computer to help you simply compose upon what you were asking it to do. What were you asking it to do?
Buy and sell crypto, like spot bags.
Okay. So what I'm really trying to say is you got to come up and formulate proper questions to ask it on a deeper level of almost things that you can't ask a zillion people. We all kind of hear what you're mumbling back and forth. Blah, 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 blah. What did you ask that thing that you heard a weird or a good question back? I think you'd be great with like an AI one, because you would go at it all day long. It would come back at you and you learn how to go back at it even further, all month long.
I mean, I try to localize a little bit. I haven't been doing it as much just because I'm kind of down to one computer, so I don't want to fry my memory or my hard drive or anything, or not my hard drive, my memory, or use too much processing that I don't need to use right now. But no, I'm not against it.
Look what's simply right in front of us. Come on. We're bouncing off that 50. Let's go. Came down. What's Dbloc on here? It's probably bouncing off his 200 there. Yep. I don't know. I guarantee we come on down. Tap this 800 on Dbloc's chart.
Yeah.
A lot of liquidation sitting right below us. Test, remount. Cool off that RSI a bit.
You must have TP'd up there.
Me? No way. We take, I don't know, I'm cruising, bro. I'm just saying, look what's right in front of us.
I TP'd up there, just because. Yeah, I'm not saying I don't see it pushing further, but I mean we have freed the trap longs. It's a good time for us to kind of go for I think higher targets, but there are some there are orders. There's some big orders in the order books. I have to double check just to make sure this is still accurate. But the last I checked, it was at 94K. And so there's like two different orders for like 500 Bitcoin, 500 and 600 Bitcoin at 94K. there's a like 239 Bitcoin order at 101. And then there's some smaller orders up at at I think 239 at 101. I think I met 239 at 98.
Which was the biggest one?
So the biggest one I saw so far was at 94K.
How much?
That was like 672 Bitcoin.
Oh, it's not that many really, because BlackRock be buying like 350 a time.
Yeah, it's not a super big order, but so this person has, well, I think this person, or this entity, has several orders, kind of spread throughout a few different targets. That's sort of my theory. I don't have a super lot, but they've been kind of like moving orders around. It's either one or two entities here at 94K, and they're competing to kind of like either front run each other or maximize profits around that range. They've been moving the orders around a bit, but the one at 98 is the 239, and there's a really thin, like, what's this? That's really not significant. I think it's like 12, or it's like 30 Bitcoin. Yeah. So I'm not going to bring that up. But then there's at 101, there's another like 400 Bitcoin. There's two like smaller orders at 114. One's at 114K, and that's another, I think it's like 208. And then there's another one at like well, okay, so now they moved it from 114 something to 115, and that's 209. And that's pretty much it I see up above. Down below, there's a few as well. Hold on, let me actually. Down below, there's really not much left. The smallest, or the largest buy order that I see below is 300 Bitcoin, and that's down at 84,625. Everything else is pretty small orders. That's been in there since like 11 p.m. or so that's been there since Wednesday, Wednesday the 24th of December. That person's just been waiting. I mean, that order still hasn't gotten filled. Kind of surprised it's still there, but I mean, maybe they see something I don't.
Yeah, I didn't TP up at the top on Bitcoin up there, but I did open a hedge exactly for the same amount as my long all the way up at the top, like perfectly. So my strategy is I'm going to keep that open until Bitcoin shows me otherwise, that it's not going to come and remove it and keep going up, so I don't lose any money off my profit, off my trade.
So I was doing that a bit earlier, and then it was, it definitely gave me a little bit of peace of mind, if nothing else.
Yeah, peace of mind is all here right now until it proves me otherwise. It's not.
I had some targets up at like, I think it was like 92.8, and then up at 94, and then I had another target. So I might still have a runner. Yeah, I still have a runner. So I still have a runner going in case we do hit like 94 or we hit 98. And I'm just kind of waiting. I've been pushing the stop loss up a bit, but I'm leaving that stop loss, with some room to breathe. If it comes down near my stop loss and we look like we're going to bounce off of something, like maybe the bottom of the 50 EMA on the 5-minute, or even the bottom of the 50 on the 15. Where's that right now?
Yeah, I got a stop loss on the short, and just in case it comes back to the original entry, remove me and then keep pumping.
Yep. I think that's super valid.
I'm willing to see the higher numbers. I'm not like a perma bear at all whatsoever. like long is my bias here. It's just cycle based. I'm not gonna even consider a super cycle and these crazy ass like all-time highs on Bitcoin and all of that.
Yeah, I kind of see it. We'll get there when we get there. I might leave a runner open in case, but I just I don't see the evidence like right now for a super cycle yet. The only thing that does kind of line up is the halving cycle itself. But I don't know. I think it's just as possible to just see us go through even like a little bit of a shorter bear cycle. But yeah, I don't see personally. But you know, like I'm not opposed to the idea, right? I just I will say like for right now, for the short term, RSI is cooling off a bit on some of the smaller time frames, and we're still just like tipping into overbought on some of the larger time frames, right? So we certainly could go further up from here. But I've been trying to practice not
I think we are.
not overextending my position too high up in the move, because that's something that's been eating my profits, and it's been pretty successful the last couple of days. So I think that's something I have to do for my psychology.
101, 102, 99K. If we can get over 99.9 or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just so psychological. They know once it gets to that 100, they already know where everybody's thinking.
So I was looking at larger time frames earlier, and I feel like 98 is gonna be where we hit. I just like that's kind of where the 50 EMA is right now on I think it's the weekly. That's like the center of it. So I think the top was at like 100, close to 101, right? And I just, you know, I don't know, because we don't have so much, like we have the lack of retail, and because institutions tend to kind of front run a bit, right? They either buy at the top or they front run, right? Depending on the institution, but generally they front run a bit heavier, and also with the metal super cycle running and AI bubble still bubbling, right? Like I don't see us super cycling this cycle. We could, and if institutions accumulate enough, like I could certainly see it, just from like their wants to maximize gains, for especially like the more recent ones coming in. But I also don't see it because of some of the longer standing ones, like would probably not want that to happen when they kind of didn't get that same deal coming in, right? So, but I mean, who knows? I would have to see some like really convincing strength going up, and like not euphoria, or not have a bunch of FUDs start coming back in when we start hitting 98. I do see 101. I do see like 101. Yeah, I see even up to like 112. I think that's kind of the max, but I feel like if we pop above like 100K, that's going to bring retail in a bit more, at least, and some of that sentiment's going to come back. But that does actually kind of play out for like if they wanted to create a bunch of exit liquidity up above 98, you know. Yeah, that would certainly be a way to do it, right? Just pump it up enough to where people actually think it's going to run, and are looking for an all-time high, and wreck everybody.
maybe we can get a short squeeze to break that current where are we at? Supply up there, Bitcoin here. I'm fine with it.
Yeah. You know, I like the way he says it. All that's future tripping, right? So, I am kind of I'm trying to just play what I think is reasonable for the end of this, because, you know, I spent a lot in tuition, if you will. So, and I'd
Yeah, me
like,
too.
yeah, I'm definitely going to be, you know, I'm probably definitely going to be out a bit early, on this relief rally, if that's what this is. And I'm gonna wait for pretty strong confirmation to get back in if I do.
If
Personally.
I'm still in it, I'm waiting to see right now. Come on, you want to give me 92.5 again? Or do you want to keep on printing this short?
I am looking for actually a short entry up here, coming up. I think if we reject off of like to this like upward trend that we're in, if we reject off of the 50% of that, that's kind of what I'm expecting. That would be somewhere between like 92.2 and 92.4. And I'll even give it 92.5 just so that it has some room to like kind of wick up if it does, which it might. That's sort of where I'm looking. I'm looking for that rejection from that kind of 50% on this downward move, and yeah, that'll probably be where I would put a short in if I do. But I might also just wait for either a more clear entry or, you know, a
The
lower.
clearance entry was up at the supply, but you're looking for basically a type 2 on a short now.
Yeah, exactly. On the short, I didn't quite catch the top for the short, so I just stepped back because that's something uh I've gotten pretty wrecked on, is trying to funnel back in, you know, after I miss an entry.
Yeah, careful.
Yeah, so
For me, the thing that I'm trying to figure out now is, okay, obviously, I know that if it comes back up to the supply, I'll get stopped out and then we'll keep pumping probably. But on the other end, since I'm already in the short, like I'm trying to determine where I would close it out. I'm thinking maybe that might be the CME down there. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, if
One of those demands.
so, if I personally, if I'm putting in a short, because I still we have a little bit of time, right, to sort of, we could still push up before we really start our 3-day down, right? So, I'm kind of just gonna keep it open for a bit. I think before I go to sleep, though, yeah, CME is probably a pretty good place to just like a pretty safe bet. Back down where Dbloc has a target for, I might de-risk a bit, or not de-risk, but I might scale out a bit. That 90K and like 89K, I think, are also decent targets, although I don't know how realistic it is for us to hit those.
You're right. Those are damn obvious. If it gets there,
Yeah, because like if this is kind of the start of the relief rally, this could be a super like a not very strong down move, right? With a 3-day down, that could be a slow 3-day down. That could be a 3-day down where we range a bunch. So yeah, I'm not too sure here, honestly.
Exactly. So a lot of times, let's just watch market cap. So we have our expectations where it's coming from. Let's literally watch where money's coming into or out of the market from here. So it's your ideology instead of watching just like simple coins.
Hey, go look at the stable coin chart.
Tell your
Yeah.
mama. Let's look at the pool. Is the pool filling up or is it emptying? Once it starts filling up, it's easy to focus on directions. Instead of just focusing on one coin, one thing, one market, one poly. You know what I mean? Like there's so many different. It's just literally look at money coming in or out of the market straight up. Big guys coming in or out of port right now.
So stablecoin dominance is kind of making like a V-shaped recovery right now. It looks it's not quite at its bottom. It's more like a higher low. Is what it looks like, but it'll be interesting to see. USDT dominance is pretty much the same.
We should even be looking even closer to like what's BlackRock's wallets doing. They grabbed more Ethereum and stuff down here. They sold stuff with the, you know what I'm saying? I'm really talking about like, let's look at when the big ships are filling up and they don't have any more place for it to go. And then they pull out of port and they start moving the market with it. That's really what I'm talking about.
Please look, go to Arkham.
They were accumulating Ethereum for a while. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, Maddie, I agree. Definitely. It's like, we're both kind of in this, like, I was talking about this yesterday. Like, I see it as we're in a position where, the flight of retail, right, after October 10th, the sad thing about it, right, is that it's like that was, retail could have been a good bit of padding, the amount of retail that we had could have been a good bit of padding, and the more people were, holding the Bitcoin, the harder it is for institutions to manipulate price, right? So with retail gone and they're off doing other things, poly markets, legacy, commodities, or just stop trading, right? It makes it super easy for these institutions to come in and accumulate in the bear. And like with everything I've seen about the Clarity Act, like the language in that's pretty much about protecting, the ETFs, right? So it says it's like anti-market manipulation, but I really think it's about who gets to control the levers of market manipulation, if you will. That's the way I see it. But yeah, you know what? I don't know what this candle does. I might take a short position here. We'll see though. I might wait to see if this tries to kind of fake out a W here, or if it makes a W, because you very well could. I might at least get a higher short entry to play. So I think I'm gonna wait on.
You might, because look at those shorts on top of it. You there?
Yeah, and we do have that. Like, there's some fair value gaps up above that. It could go reach.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna be tested soon.
Yeah, I definitely think they're gonna kind of like. I get the feeling they're gonna try to shake it. You remember, that like type 2 right here. Where was this? This was that's I'm UTC -5, so 7:55 or 7:50 p.m. That stopping volume before we started this sort of bigger climb, and they like shook off a ton of people.
Yeah, they shook me out of my altcoin position.
Yeah, they shook me out of well, they didn't shake me out, but they hit my stop, which is fine. Like that was my risk mitigation playing out, right? And I stopped in profit, so that was good. But it was close to my entry, and I didn't want to peel back. So yeah, I kind of get the feeling they're going to do something similar to that, or they're going to give us a lower high.
You keep saying it, shaking out of the market. I'm not shaking out. I've never sold one thing. You know what I mean? How like a lot of people are shaking out, but there are a lot of people that aren't shaking out of the market too.
But Joe, you don't understand. I don't care. I
do
would rather
understand.
be shaken out than lose money.
I'm almost done hearing it. Shaking out. Quit
Good.
losing money.
I'm
What do you
good
mean?
with it. I'd rather be shaken out than lose.
Then
Yeah.
patiently wait for the proper order to be placed then.
I mean, everybody has different like risk thresholds, right?
Yeah,
So
we're all being realistic with it. Straight in front of us.
I'm good. I'm winning right now.
I would say that's pretty true here in this group, but I would say that's not true in terms of the market in general, right? Because that's what exit liquidity is, being unrealistic about it, right? So that's like a lot of folks rely on people being unrealistic, right? In some sense, and
Dude, market maker goes the opposite way of realistic expectations these days. Really do. Like market maker he's done it for a couple of years now.
yeah, it's definitely interesting to watch. I wouldn't say it's like out of realistic. I think what market maker does is it paints a good picture, and then
A
it and the and
sophisticated
the, and the,
picture
and
of
the,
what's sitting
it,
right in front of us based upon
and then,
feelings and emotions, and then it completely rivals it. It goes on the opposite side of feelings, emotions, and
yeah,
gratitude.
right.
Right on the other side of it. It's like,
People,
I understand. It's like the ref. Like, it was like, oh, not first down yet. Like 1 inch away, and it's like fourth down. Oh,
You got to
but
be
the
the
whole
type
crowd is
one
cheering. He
trader.
knows what's going on. It's like a delicate, organized process of keeps it real.
You got to be that type one trader to win.
That's right.
With that stop loss under that, because
Yeah,
even this goes to show the type two still didn't have enough room to survive.
How could you get any better with a type 1 with a stop loss right below it? I mean, you couldn't ask for any better. So that's what you're developing
That's where I
into.
need to be. I'm gonna sit my butt right here until I get it every damn time.
It's like jumping out of an airplane. It's like there's so many people that are like, they're really good at what they do, and you have to time it down to a right exact second before you pull your chute out and do it. Jumping off a cliff with a wingsuit on. That's what you're expecting. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's a tough one. You know what I mean?
So what's actually like I'm super glad I learned in this market, because what's made me super successful, well, not super successful because I'm not super successful, but what's making me successful now is like especially these last month, like I've had to adapt to finding like type 1 entries, because I've just had I've had diminished returns and too much round tripping with anything like type 2, type 3. Type 2 isn't too bad, but type 3 has gotten me in a lot of trouble, and then everything in between where I'm just FOMOing, and that's actually been super my focus lately, and I'm glad you called that out. That's like that's the only reason that I'm successful now. Unfortunately, the bag I have to play with is much smaller because of that. But I still got time, a little bit of time to go. So
I always say, step back from feelings and emotions. Just step back a step or two from your own self, from your own. Don't even have to talk to anybody else. Just literally take a step back or two from what you know you're used to feeling, smelling, tasting, touching every single day when you wake up. Step back sometimes and you'll laugh exactly at the way you make your decisions. And a couple weeks, couple months, year or two, be a whole different person. Just step back and relax and look at yourself and the way others see you, and the way you look at yourself is much more important. That's all I'm trying to say.
fair enough. Yeah. So like, it's funny because when it comes to looking at myself, like I both look at myself with a critical eye. I have to be super critical. I've had to be super critical, because if not, I would just be still getting wrecked, honestly, right? But I'm
Yeah, no, what I'm
very
trying to
happy
say,
with
we're
my
all super
progress at
critical
the
of
same
this
time.
market. We're all super critical of the market, but we're not super critical of ourselves. And that's what I'm surprised at. Because we are. We're super good at seeing all these different parts of it fluctuating, going up and down, but we forget to look at ourselves, the entire process of it.
So I'm a big fan of Alan Watts, and there's a thing he talks about the self image and the ego, and um, it's really hard to see the self because we look in the mirror and we see ourselves, right? But our kind of definition of who we are um, is either based off of unrealistic expectations of who we can be. Well, no, I don't want to say unrealistic, but maybe unrealistic in terms of our our ability to actually follow through in a lot of cases. Um, or it's based off of other people's reflections of us, which the way our memory works, it's a lot easier to remember like critically negative situations or responses, right? So and people also are quick to turn, even if you did something like 10 things good, if you do one thing wrong, they're quick to let you know, and with more intensity. So I tend to try to temper that because I can be too self-critical. But in terms of like trading, right, or like skills like this, that self-critical can also be a driver and a motivator for like healthy growth, right? And to drive me to learn more. And that's I've been blessed that I've had kind of that conscious objective in mind and that conscious goal. Man, this cycle certainly would have broken me some years back, but I'm actually like super happy I got to witness it. It's been it's given us a ton of lessons, right? And or at least me, it's given me a ton of lessons, and it's absolutely been not easy to adapt to, but and that gives me a lot of confidence because it's like if I can adapt to this, then I think I can adapt to anything, you know, as long as I give it the dedication that I gave studying the markets. And as long as I continue to give the dedication to studying the markets and being a student of it. So yeah, I think being self-critical is super important as long as it's healthy, because it can definitely be unhealthy too, right?
It's what it is. Be a type 1.
be, a, be a type 1. We're gonna start calling it alpha entries.
I mean, look at it. Look at how they did. Look at the entry Dbloc took days ago at the type 1. And look at how he had to sit through all them crazy psycho moves up and down until finally they sent it today. And the only
Yeah.
way you would have stayed in that position is to be all the way down there. And if you weren't there, you went through the headache of being threatened and then finally took out this morning.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of
Taken out. What are you talking about? If it goes down,
Remove,
go buy
remove
some. If
from
it
the
goes down
trade.
lower, buy even more. Quit attaching emotion to it.
Not
If
emotion.
you
It
still
was the
believe in the
strategy that was
coins
going to
that
move
you're
in the market.
buying, buy it here. Goes lower, buy some more.
What do you mean?
And
You
buy
think he
more
didn't
of
do
it.
the same thing? He had a stop loss right up under where he
This is
had
all
it.
this stop loss, all this. This is like it's like jumping out across the street with when
Okay,
it's
so
red
now
light,
we're
it's
going to
not
tell
green
him how
light.
to
You know what I
trade.
mean? Go in when it's telling you you're green to go across the sidewalk. You know what I mean? From the one sidewalk to the other side of the street. As soon as it says green to good to go, that's what
You entered the type 1, so
stop loss is one tool, right? But it's only one tool in the bag, you know. So there's a multitude that you can use. I do gotta give credit because man, to stay in that position with all the uncertainty in the market, you know, I think it takes a lot of wisdom and a lot of experience in the market to do that. I mean, it's you know his resolve has been pretty stalwart throughout it, but he's also I think he's adaptable, you know, so he's not like set in stone with his bias. You know, I think Joe was
that was
kind of
on
touching on that.
altcoin though. It didn't. The type 2 entry worked on Bitcoin for me.
Yeah, it can. But like when we have these tight when we're in tighter consolidations and we're ranging and like the market isn't really showing where it wants to go, or when we're having those like that rip up and dump, like yeah, you could definitely take profits on it. But it's really easy. Like for me, it was really easy to get caught in that and be like, oh man, you know, even though I knew it was that like 10 a.m. thing that we were doing for a while there, it's like man, yeah, it's super easy to cotton that and just start seeing dollar signs, right? Or start seeing bigger dollar signs. And yeah, I'm kind of hoping that's not what this is. What we're going to continue to see, because I feel like the longer we do it, the less likely we are to get a proper healthy relief rally here.
Well, we're already at the end of the time-based capitulation. It's the 11th. That was the 10th.
Yeah. But we might be a little right translated though too, right?
Yeah, there we go. Nope.
Yeah, MACD on the 5-minute is curving up a bit, but the signal line is looking like it's ready to start curving down. So,
For
I
me, it's
think
a no.
yeah, we're gonna need some strong momentum here, I think, if we want to see it go somewhere somewhere higher than we've touched so far.
Now I'm looking at here for me. I'm looking, if we're going to continue up past where we just came to, it's going to be a short squeeze. And they're getting pretty greedy up here. So like I told you earlier, I'm expecting them to test me, possibly remove me from my short, and rip this bitch all the way up into the mid 90s at least now.
Language better, but I feel you.
So we'll see.
Yeah, no, I definitely see it too. I'm curious to see kind of how they play this out, because there's a lot of ways it could go. So on the 15-minute, our MACD is actually looking pretty promising, but it would have to be. I mean, we're
Somebody
getting
right
to
there.
over. Sorry, go ahead.
Somebody put a short right on top of us, right here. Look at on the. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
It faked out on him. It ate him and then came down.
Yeah. I mean, the MACD on the 15 isn't looking too bad. Signals pointing up. The only thing is, like, momentum itself is looking like it's flattening out, but I mean, we'll see. I don't. Let me look for divergences really quick. Yeah, I mean, on the 15, I could see what looks like it could be a divergence, but it's also, I think, the price hasn't moved high enough to actually push the RSI up. So I kind of have to wait and see on that.
You want to look at coin glass?
Yeah, actually, I do. You know what I haven't looked at in forever is the fear and greed.
Oh my god! Let me take a guess. Greed. Greed. We're probably looking at. I'm guessing. I'm not looking. Greed. 60 something.
So you're 20 off in the other direction. It's 41. 41 and neutral. Yeah.
Neutral.
Yeah.
Surprise.
Yeah, I am too a little bit. But I mean, actually, I'm sort of surprised, but it kind of makes sense, right? Because I like, as much as this feels good because we're in it and because we've been watching it, the price really hasn't recovered a whole lot either. Right. So we are. So if you look at fear and greed, in terms of like that downtrend channel on fear and greed, it does seem like we're either expanding the descending wedge with this top that we just hit, or we're deviating up out of that channel, which is interesting. Yeah, we're at 41. I think our high was that when we were at 94K or 93.7, and that was 49. So, see,
I thought it would have been higher there.
yeah, I mean, that, but like, I don't love that it's not in a position where it's a little more clear to, like, we're kind of halfway in between. Although timing wise, I mean, that could be a bit of a, like, a bit of a short signal, right? Or more on the macro, but because timing wise, you know, if we're not pushing above 50, then it's going to take a pretty big move here to push us up above 50, right?
I'm feeling if I feel like they're not greedy enough, I feel like that gives us more room to short squeeze.
Yeah, fair enough. I just don't know if, like, I'm thinking of if folks are looking at this at all. But then again, I don't know if anybody would be looking at fear and greed right now. Like, we're not high enough up, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the last time we were at 95. It was getting kind of FOMO-ish.
Yeah. And I also like with greed topping out at 76 when we all-time high. And I don't know how, like, so I'm not experienced reading fear and greed long enough to be able to say if that means that I should lower my expectations for where greed would top out at here either. But like, that would say for me, what I would think, right, is if we were gonna fulfill this relief rally theory, right, I would be looking for, you know, upper 60s, I think. Yeah, so in past it was like 58, 58, 64. So actually maybe even upper 50s. So maybe we aren't too far off. Maybe that's bullish right there.
It feels like it to me. I think I'm gonna get took out of my short, and we'll see.
I am gonna take a look at the liquidation heat map as well.
If I do get taken out of my short, I wanted to just rep straight through and just rep.
So yeah, liquidation heat map. We have broken that upper threshold, obviously. Let me see. How do I get to model 2? There it is. Yeah, we've broken to the upside. I mean, we definitely don't have, like, you know, a strong top to go up. I mean, but I do see 93, us reaching up to like 93K. There's a gap here at like from like 93.3 to 93.6, and then the next small gap is up at 95. So yeah, I can see 94. I just don't see 98 right now.
Shorts are getting real aggressive here.
That being said, we have free the trap longs, right? So
Yeah, for now.
yeah,
Oh, wait,
you know, Yeah, we freed the trap longs. We hit our bullish trigger. We got our bullish pump. It's not to say that we couldn't go more, but it does look a bit like rolling over when you kind of zoom out a bit, right?
Yeah, it's just a short squeeze. That's the main thing for me.
Yeah, I think right where we're at, yes.
Yeah,
I
sure.
I am looking. I'll be convinced if I see I see us reject or really set a proper lower high here or
It's
double top.
You see lots of little red lines on top of us that keep coming. 1, 2, they keep coming and disappearing. They think it's gonna fall over. They're on it. But little do they know that they can cause a short squeeze, removing my short and printing my long. Oh, look at that. A new supply was appearing and it disappeared on Dbloc's chart. Right on top of us. Let's see if it comes back. Oh, there we go. Got him. Yeah. I don't feel great up here that I'm going to get to keep it. As soon as the green candle came, another 100x short appeared right on top of it immediately.
Yeah, and we are breaking away from the 50 EMA here as well.
Yeah, it's looking here. This is looking like we're about to do a little squeezy squeeze.
It's still not a ton of velocity though, right? Like we're moving, but it's slow.
Not too bad. Too bad. I'm not complaining.
Yeah. It's not a super tight compression either, like that we're if you want to call this a compression even. But we've had tight compressions on, like, if you're looking on the 1 minute, these little bull flags that are printing, right? So we could see a decent little pump, but I just don't. I'd have to see some compression on higher time frames to really see like a big move here.
That's exactly why I would have had short instead of TPing, because I just had this itch that this wasn't over yet. Let's see. What you gonna do, market maker? You gonna start a party?
And market maker's been quiet a bit here on the 5 and the 5 and higher. So
Let's see if we got any longs chasing though. They're under that 200. Right under it. But we got some shorts right under that supply.
yeah, that VPVR too. We got like an E. Thing is, we're not like shooting up through this gap on volume, right? And we're like shorts are building up here as well. It seems like, but you know, for the short squeeze that you're talking, that does track.
Yeah, he liquidated all the close ones already. That's why that little gap is there.
Yeah, I just would have loved to have seen seen a little more pressure coming up. Especially.
Showing the bias is coming to the short squeeze, in my opinion, right now.
Yeah, yeah, where their shorts are getting overextended here, a bit.
Yeah, I really didn't want to do it, but I guess I gotta.
I mean, we're heading down on the 1 minute, so like we're testing the top of the 50 EMA on the 1 minute. So you could always hang tight here.
Oh,
And
I'm
if you
hanging tight all the way, baby.
yeah, you know what it is.
They're gonna get rid of me. Made the 100x long under us is playing it pretty smart. He's right under that 200 there.
Yep.
So he's also got the bounce on his side, and when it hits it, easily go right through his ass and start a downfall of sales and overreactions. Yeah. I'm still biased towards the short squeeze, but it's pretty close. Either way, I mean, you want to play games, then we could ride the 50 the whole way to the right and then make it to the supply anyway over a time capitulation. I would prefer to crash all the way down to 800 and then consider closing my short out and then bounce and then short squeeze all the way back up. without my short there. I guess it comes down to what's going to make the market maker more money and which is going to be cheaper and easier. Well, want some more liquidations. They're under us. If you want everybody, you come up, you liquidate the shorts, you tweezer top, reverse, come down, and liquidate all the longs. So I'll lean towards that. Same crap he did to us this morning on the move up. Both directions, fast. Don't let anybody react. And then ultimately make the movie in 10s on, which was up. So, be the same. Come up real quick. Nobody can react to TP. Come down immediately. And then bleed.
Yeah, I feel like exchanges have been clutching their pearls, right? That feels like.
That's how he does. That's his slick shit. And roll up and down volatile quick moves that you can't react to, so he can get everybody.
Yep. Like everybody's waiting on that pump when it happens, or that rip. This has been kind of slow though, right? Like this false move has been
For now.
pretty slow and consistent so far. And it's slowing down for sure. Like volume momentum's coming down, and volume's been low for a bit now. But also, market maker's not been very active as of late. Not since.
Yeah, his little computer will kick in when the
Like
shorts come in.
like an hour and a half since market maker's really done something big.
And 200 starting to curve up. 800 starting to curve up. 50's flattening out. Come on, market maker. Wasn't nobody trying to FOMO? Why did you reverse the green candle down here to the 50? You could have went up and started a party. but that's okay because I really don't want you to. So just crash it down so people can get entries.
What oil's looking like right now?
Let me see. $59.19. I'm more interested in natural gas because where it's at in the chart. I should have took that this morning, but nope. It's plain suey. I still got that dry powder from that they took me from. I mean, yeah, I'm good on gas, on oil right now. I don't want to buy that. I would be a buyer at like 50, 55.
Yeah, I'm just curious because I'm wondering
56.
if that's drawing attention away. It doesn't look like it's going crazy right now. I'm looking at Laro.
I could do oil for, what is it? Let me do it on Coinbase. I could actually buy oil. See. With 10x leverage.
The Valero right now is compressing pretty hard, and ACT's looking like it's getting ready to do something. Not necessarily, but we're kind of converging at that 50 line on the MACD on 5 minute.
On oil?
Yeah, this is Valero
Oh,
specifically.
okay, Valero only. I'm on Coinbase derivatives, and it just says oil.
Yeah. Let me see. What's the other one? Marathon.
I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
That's why I recently started getting into oil, natural gas, gold, and silver because they put it on here.
So Marathon's back in its downward channel.
But yeah, you're in the regular stock market. I don't really go
Oh,
there.
no, this is the wrong Marathon. Hold on. Marathon company. There we go. It's like, what? Oh, it's way low. All right, so here we go. Ooh. Oh, Marathon just deviated down below its upward channel. Right at the top of this green vector to the left.
I'm looking for a type 2 entry on natural gas. I'd like to get it in natural gas at 3.15 or close enough on like a 10x leverage.
Are you talking about shorting or are you talking about longing?
Long on natural gas. I like
So you've been in a downward channel since pretty much since the what was that 5:10 on the 10th, 5:10 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, I know. But it's at a major support line. If you take a trend line and draw it on a longer term chart all the way across the bottom, you'll see why where it lines at is like we're literally on it. Where there's going to be some
Yeah.
big bounce for like 10-15%.
So what I was gonna say was the top of that channel is let's see. Top of that channel is at 290. Oh, I need a 296. I need a
Look at the 2 hour and draw a trend line on the bottom.
we'll do 1 second. I had to close all my I have so many alerts. It like freezes every time I close the alerts, it like freezes up my trading view for a second. So
You'll
yeah.
see the type 2 entry on the 2 hour on natural gas. I just missed the type 1 this morning.
Yeah, so if it continues sideways, by the way, on natural gas, that top will be 293.96. Well, yeah, just about. If it curls up here, that top's between the top of the channel is between 294 and like I'd say so 294.70 and 295.30. For what that's worth.
Here, I'll post a picture in chat.
Yeah. Kind of like the short term like deviation targets would be if it was just the deviation would be like 301, 301, 80, 305, 50, and 309.30. Point of control on the on the 5 minute, but I use a dynamic, so it's more of a macro point of control is at from 310.20 to 311.48 for natural
I'm
gas.
looking at the top, getting back to the top. I mean, you can see the chart in the chat right now, $3.40. I don't want to enter yet. I want to get the type 2 entry, so I'm looking to come down to like 310, 315. You'll see it when you look at my chart.
Yeah, copy that.
See the downward channel.
How does that work in Coinbase? That's the contract price?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so. Copied that. Well, I guess their contracts print. So
Could have had that type 1 entry. You see it this morning. Just missed that damn thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't follow commodities that much, so
Yeah, I'm new to it also.
I would have absolutely missed it, and I did.
Yeah, I was too busy dealing with stupid SUI and all that crap that happened this morning in crypto.
HDRUO says, don't forget 14th of January. It is CPI and Fed data. That'll be volatility 14th. I don't know how to say your name. Hazro? I'm gonna call you H.
Yeah, I ain't gonna be holding nothing. I'm trading every damn thing. I ain't accumulating nothing.
So There was a stopping volume on the 5 for Biddy. Not this current candle, but the candle before.
Yeah.
And this
I'm still at the same point. I'm biased to the short squeeze still.
yeah.
Gonna have to come under the point of control to change my mind.
Well, so I was saying it's a stopping
Under the-
candle.
yeah, the demand.
For the like that's as long as this print as bullish engulfing, that would be a I can't think of it, high or low right there in the 5 minute.
Yeah, I don't believe them yet because the 50 sideways, the 200's pointed up, the 800's pointed up on the Dbloc chart.
Yeah, and this volume so low.
Low volume, they could squeeze whenever they want, and then shorts are still coming in. Short squeeze. But yeah, I'm in a short, so prefer to not do it. But if we do, I'm prepared with my big fat long. Ooh, pause.
I was muted, but I did say that was wild.
And taking a break on alts for a minute here. Unless I see one of my Bitcoin specialties ripping up to 300%. Then I'll go over there and enter a short. Let me go look.
Oh, I just realized that my exchange I'm trading on right now has a trading competition, which means free USDT to trade with that I can't pull out, but good for fees.
I never do those.
That's like the main reason. I will say I think it I like them, but I also think like they sort of set you up for failure in the long run, right? Because if you get a bunch of free USDT to play with, or at least for me,
You don't
trying
care.
to, yeah, you know what I mean. You get. It's easy to get reckless, so you have to definitely be disciplined if you're gonna do them. But that's my experience. I mean, to me, also free USDT is great because that allows me to increase my position size if I want to without increasing my risk. So I won't complain about it.
Well, I don't know which exchange you use, but if you use the one I'm using or one of the ones I'm using, they give you little futures bonuses all the damn time.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Does it start with a W?
Yep.
Yeah,
I don't use it, but yeah, happy for you, brother.
They give you a little 10, 5, big bucks here and there. Like, okay, here, let me go do a little reckless trade with your $5. 400x on the right point.
But they've added airdrops to this exchange too.
Take away anyway.
Sorry. Yeah, they
you
added airdrops
too. Yeah, you hold the coin, the
It
WTX.
actually, it looks. I was gonna say, so it reminds me of exactly the way they do it in that one. Like the same idea. You can just kind of rotate, continually rotate it in.
Yeah, I never did that, but that always sound interesting. Just keep collecting free airdrops for holding their coin and just, I guess, selling them off immediately, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not super interested in it right now. But I will, like, once we hit bare bottoms, and like I'll probably do it then. You know what I mean?
Oh, you can take all their airdrops and just keep them. Or was that, or is that
Yeah,
never good?
so I don't want to invest in airdrops right now because, you know, if it's a relief rally and we see, you know, the rest of that 60 to 80%, you know, drawdown from all-time highs, and like I feel like the likelihood that it'll be worth the money that I'm spending now is not very high. But at the bottom, I'll do it because I'll just accumulate all the way into bull markets. And if something like does you know, does pump for a little bit, I'll just sell it, buy Bitcoin at the bottom. You know, because I know what I'm trading on once the bull market starts. But I don't know what alt I'm gonna trade, but I will accumulate whatever I can. Right. Anything that gets me more Bitcoin at the bottom.
Yeah. Let's see if we could draw a little M over here in this, between this little mid supply and demand. I mean, that's right side of this. If this is a M, that right side of it does look interesting with a tight stop for a short to me. But at the same time, it's so uncomfortable because of all them other 100x shorts that are up near the original supply up there.
I'm personally just waiting to see if we invalidate this stopping volume on the 5-minute. And then after that, I'm waiting to see if we if we bounce off the 50, the center of the 50, the 50 of the 50 on the 5-minute, because if we don't,
yeah, it's trying, huh?
Yeah, I mean we're still above the top of the 50 cloud on the 5-minute, but if we don't, I mean, you know, it could dip under the 50 of the 50, right? And wick down there, but anything closes, you know, below that, I'm gonna see it as an M, at least until I see otherwise. I might actually put a short in here. I'm just kind of waiting to see if we get all like 50% of this wick on the 5-minute. If we do, I'll probably put a short in. It's a bit late, but I'm okay with that. I'll just put a stop pretty close.
Better than the other one down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, you know, with a tight stop, you never know. Maybe give it a chance to invalidate it at least to see if it wants to.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna at least see if it collects 50 and if it looks like it's gonna keep going. Which means there's a good likelihood I won't get the short entry I want, and if I don't, I just won't short. I'll just wait for or I'll short at a more proper entry for me.
It's also likely that we could just ride this 50 sideways completely through this little area here.
Yeah, especially with volume slowing down and momentum kind of cooling.
The bastards are liable to do that all morning until 8-10 a.m.
Yeah. Definitely seen a few of those, right?
I'll participate in that also. That's one of my options here.
So if it does that, what do you think for for 10 a.m., you think we're gonna do one of those spike moves and then rip back down, or
If it does that, then either I'm looking for it to short squeeze, come up, tweezer top, get all of them. At that point, I'll have to make a decision if I'll re-enter in the short up there, or really don't want to do that. But I guess that'll be where I'm at. Or if it doesn't, then the longs are already freed, and we come down and test the 800 at least.
a little bit more volume coming in right here. On the smaller time frames, 15,
we go.
it's pretty dead.
Speaking of the move, one more green candle like that, market maker, and you're above it. And you got close.
It's not printing as a vector candle for me.
Oh, I'm just looking at Dbloc's chart.
How is it printing on there? Let me see.
I think it's a 15-minute chart, I think.
No, he's on the. Let me tell you, he's on the 1 minute.
Dbloc.
It's not on a vector candle on the 1 minute either. That's a much in the 1, the 5, and the 15.
It's all right. I'll do this 1 minute.
There's a lot of, like, my whole ticker is green right now. So we'll see.
I mean, I'm afraid not very far away from where I entered of at 92.5. Double top or short squeeze.
Worked it right here and go sideways for a while until people stop paying attention. You know, that's sort of the.
Make sure those Americans are sleeping.
You know.
Wealthy Americans.
Hey man, I'm with them on that. I need the wealthy Americans to sleep so that I can make gains. No, I don't care. Make your money. I just want to make my money. Although I'd love to get ahead.
I'll be doing it all day regardless here, so.
On smaller time frames, it's upper channel when like testing sort of the bottom of where the most candles have hit on it.
Holy crap, this chart is looking crowded everywhere. It's a big 100x party all over the place.
That's what they wanted, right? More liquidity to farm.
Huh?
The more liquidity to farm, a little bit of a compression range. I mean, if we could, so I do see actually a pretty good scenario for us going sideways here, because if we just stay in a tight little compression range right here between between that demand and supply, the points of interest, 92K and like 92.2, 230 or whatever, right? And we just keep bouncing, pressing a tight range. You get a pretty decent pop. And then that would sort of, if we don't do it too long, right? So if we don't do it too long and we see all of the EMA start to flatten out and curl down, that's kind of what I want to, I don't want to see for bullish move here, but I could see it. That being said, like I said, we have hit that. We've made our false move at the very least. We've freed the trap alongs at the very least, right? So we don't need to, but there's all that nice liquidity sitting up above. And
Yeah, we don't
maybe
need to.
my bias is that I would love to go set a nice short at the top of wherever. I'm not re-entering into a long here. My long's still open, but
I forget
I've
that.
got
No,
to.
if you already TP now, I don't re-enter. It's too risky.
Yeah, no, 100%. My stop loss for my runner though is around where target 5 is. So
But you can see why my strategy makes sense to not TP and put a hedge in for the exact same amount up there.
I just missed the opportunity to hedge in at the top there.
So if they want to take me out and they want to rip this damn thing all the way up to 95, I mean, that's cool with me. Go ahead and do it, because make it quick too. That way I can sink another short in up there.
Yup. I definitely love me a good hedge. Allows you to extend your position longer. Yeah, I just missed it. That's all.
Yeah, it's good because you don't have to get out of your position, and you just, take a chill pill and stop loss in case it keeps going.
Yep.
Great.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with a good hedge, Anything that allows you to see the full position to play out. But yeah, I just didn't want to. When we started printing those red candles, I didn't want to. I was a little too late for me to be comfortable putting in a hedge short.
You really didn't have much room. Look at that gap right there between the supply. And it's just,
Yeah.
it's small. Like that was the area right there only. What's that range? 92. 92, 500, and 92, 200. Damn, it's only $300 range. Basically.
Same.
That ain't shit.
What up, Ghost? My God. Yeah, good to see you, bro.
Come on, Ghost, get over here. I need your
Yeah.
opinion. I
Hello,
need your
Ian. Top, lower, high. Yeah, it is in the heading towards overbought, and momentum's kind of doing this thing where, I mean, it could run if it bounce, like if it continues up here, right? It's not the worst play, but I just don't see it getting doing anything super crazy. You've also rejected so many times from that, like, that point of control. Actually, we didn't even make it up there in a while, but the 90, 95, like 96 to 90, almost a 97 range, and like we've been rejecting at like 94.6 on the 4 hour a lot. But yeah, if we could push up and make it through that point of control up there, that volume gap there is like decent, right? We've got a little bit of a void up there, and up to like 103 if we did. But yeah, I think it's most likely we're just gonna get that double top like you're talking about, lower high.
Yeah, that's what I don't want. A double top right at my short entry.
It's gonna look like it's gonna hit that too, or at least a lower high, or maybe have a wick that kind of tickles it. You know what I mean?
Try to get me up out the way. You know what? You're right. Let me go ahead and adjust that.
Yeah.
I'm
I
glad you
mean,
Okay, that's the 4 hour. Okay, but if you look at the one day, it looks like a cup and handle. Looks really good on the 1 day though.
yeah, that daily candle. Yeah, it
Yeah,
does.
so you're getting like these confluences where it's like, the bullish side of me wants what, like, Dbloc's target of the 50 weekly. We gotta retest it because we passed it and we haven't retested it, and it's sort of a rule, right? You break major resistance or you break major support, you gotta retest it first.
What do you have for a
So,
target for that cup and handle, or measuring maybe for the couple handle for the daily?
well, we'll see what the market does later, what it wants to do.
Yeah, for
'Cause
sure.
we got we got a false move up, right? But I mean, we can't really say just because it's a false move up, we can invalidate the false move because we're in a bull run, because we're not. So like I was telling Maddie, unless this range proves otherwise, I'm just like, this is the range I'm looking at. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And I mean, honestly, the longer we're in it, like the closer we are to capitulation, right? I mean, my sort of idea for how we could still see this elite rally play out is if our 3 day down is mild. But we have
Yeah, don't worry, man. I'm on the same boat as you. I have a short at 94. That's my hedge.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a bit of 90. Oh, you're way up at 94. Damn, I entered at 92.5 just earlier.
So you're hedging long as well?
I never closed my long, and that's all the way down at the bottom. And I opened my hedge for the exact same price as the long at 92,500 or whatever that was at the top of the wick. Yeah, whatever, 480, whatever, something up there. I gotta go look up in the bathroom. Matter of fact, I could look. Let me see. Yeah, 92, 441.
Yeah,
So
let's see what happens on this Monday. Because right now, okay, what I didn't like what happened on the weekend is that, of course, on Friday we broke the 50 daily, right? And that's kind of bearish. We broke it again. We didn't actually hold the 50 daily and kind of build like sideways on top of it. We went under it, had these like SVCs on the daily, but now we're kind of forming a cup. But I don't like it when the daily does that because that's kind of bearish and usually is a fake out to a double top.
By the way,
Usually what you
we did
yeah.
just get some market maker action on the 5 minute. Just that last candle was a decent little red candle, but still in that little tight compression range so far. Sorry.
Yeah.
Cut you off.
I'm already kind of bullish on the 15. I'm bearish on the 15. So but yeah, on the one day, I just don't like it that we went under the 50 and it's showing a candle that's trying to reclaim it on a Monday. Because remember, when rallies are made during the weekend, m- most of the times, okay, this is not financial advice, but most of the times when the rally starts on a Sunday and keeps going on a Monday, more often than not, the market maker has to take his money back on a Monday. Like the
what
rally
is the
has to be taken back.
target on your
Sorry.
short? What's your short target?
Oh, I'm just trading ranges. I already took a bunch of profit. I took like 60% of the profit already out from the ranges that we were doing.
How did you open in 94? We didn't even go up that high. Is it an old ass short?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Last time we were at 94 was what is this? Can't see because all my alert. 6, right? Yeah,
I've been in that
January
thing for a
6th.
long time.
I mean, that's a good short to hold.
Yeah, not this long. If he's taking a lot of the profit, I guess.
Yeah, if he's taking profit on the way down, right? Because the thing is, if we don't play out the relief rally, right, and we capitulate instead, well, if this is a relief rally and we capitulate from here, right, then he's got a really good position to be in.
It's a lot different than mine. See where I entered my long at. My long is at 89,932.
Well done on that one.
I've taken that all the way up to here. I've opened a short at 94, 430, whatever I said. I can't remember. Up there. Only because I'm bullish and I don't want to TP. Just in case we're going to come down. So then I need to make a decision where I would close it. Or it'll stop me out at my entry and then short squeeze. So I don't know, Ghost, what you think about that? Yeah, that's a whole nother scenario. We come all the way down to 85, whatever. Oof. And I hold it all the way down there, but then my long is destroyed. That'll stop out at 89, 9. And then I'll have all those profits from the short all the way up from here, 94 to 85.
Yeah, that
Interesting.
that also. So I mean, if that bear flag on the hourly takes too long to play out, then bear flags turn into bull flags, right?
What was that?
I said if that bear flag takes too long to play out. I mean, if well, I mean we're kind of at that time though, so it's like probability is probably more likely.
Yeah, I'm looking at the daily and weekly, so
Did you hear
for
what?
the flag, I'm looking at the weekly. But like,
Yeah, you've been in
yeah,
it.
unless you break this channel, Emat, I wouldn't worry about like maximizing your longs and your shorts just yet. You know, right now it's just
Well,
making sure you
my
don't lose
bias is
money.
still that we can come up some more and short squeeze.
Yeah, on a daily, this looked like a big W though. It just produced a really nice higher
That's what I
low.
want. That's what I want. I'm just taking this insurance plan here.
I see you.
It'll play out whoop de doo, but I don't want to give back any
Yeah.
gains. So I mean,
Yeah, I'll be optimistic if we were in a bull run, but like with what we broke in the past couple months, the support that we broke, I'm not too like, I'm not like, okay, here we go. This is
I'm
gonna be
with
a
you,
life change. You know what I mean?
bro. I'm with you. I'm at the thesis that this is just a relief rally. Also, the question is it over now? Is it over at 95, 99, or 101?
Yeah, 95 is the line in the sand. Yeah, we start believing in magic if we pass at least if we hold 100K. The word is hold. That means we gotta hold that on
Yeah.
at least a weekly candle.
That at that point right there, that's where like my threshold is. It's like that's like we're staying it on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when I start saying like, okay, we got played and this thing keeps going, you know, unless it holds above that on the weekly, then
Well, you keep
yeah.
going without me at that point. I'm willing to accept it. I won't care by then, because I'll take my long all the way up there to that. I'll walk. You want to dump now? I'm short. And prove it otherwise. Come above where we just went right now.
So how do you guys feel about timing for if we like Dbloc's putting on his chart now, but if we break out to the top side, if this bear channel turns into or bear flag turns into a bull flag, right? And we hit that 94, you guys think that's a rescue ship up top?
Could be.
Well, the good news I can tell you is like everybody's back from the holidays. If you know what I mean. Like
Yeah,
everybody's
yeah.
back to work. Yeah, yeah. So everybody's back in the office. Everybody's got to make money. So we'll see what happens this week. That's the biggest difference from last week to this week. Last week, people still going like, "Hey, I'm back," and going through the rounds of the first week of the year. This week, everybody's in their chairs. Everybody's got to prove their worth. Everybody's got to start making money. So we'll see. Because the Venezuela attack really caught a lot of people off guard. Nobody expected that. Because if you look at the chart on the 1 day, we broke the bear flag. We were already breaking down. We were ready to go lower. Then you can see the manipulation for about a week. Like people were just trying to hold the range. Like people knew about Venezuela, like well ahead of its plan. And then the chart just rallied after that.
Yeah, do that. All right, stepped away for a sec.
I like where I'm at because I got a little bit of room here. Find out if this is going to invalidate, and we're going to come up.
Yep.
If we don't,
I'm letting Monday go though. I'm gonna let Monday play out. See what I can do afterwards. Because there's a lot of it's both sides screaming at the screen. A lot of the bulls wanted to go higher. A lot of the bears already, you know, accepting the fact that this is where we're at. So I have to wait for this Monday to play out. I want to see what the US wants to do. Or at least how far they want to go with this move right here.
Well, I'll tell you what I am very bullish on is it might have taken me till from 124 to 90K, but and I think I'm like really getting down risk mitigation and taking profits properly, and just got to keep doing it. But appreciate y'all for that, man, for sure.
Yep, nothing wrong with taking profit. No matter how you do it, as long as you're taking profit, then you got profit. You're doing better than the rest of the market. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. And I'll take profits early over round tripping. I can always, get better at maximizing my potential in the market, but I can't if I keep round tripping, right? So,
Yeah, Dbloc showing that line at 98K line. Let's go.
I'll work. I'm with it. Stop me out and rip. I like that way better than the downside. Having to hold this stupid short and then figure out when to close my long, and then it making me think that I need to close it now.
Yeah, Dbloc putting his lines in. Yep, that's the idea.
Come on here, my G. Speak to your peoples. We await your godly presence.
Yeah, liquidity looking thin up here.
I'm here, y'all. Give me a second. Nah, you only got a free one side. What's going on, everybody? So this move has, what time is it? Move has about a 23-hour expiration date. My goal, excuse me. My goal isn't a price point. It's based on time. Right. All I want is to get up high enough by Monday that our 3-day retracement doesn't break the 50 EMA on the daily. So it gives us, like I said earlier, it gives us tomorrow's close above the 50, Tuesday's close above the 50, Wednesday's close above the 50, and then maybe Thursday's close before the, midweek reversal. If we can have our move up, have our 3-day retracement, and then lock in 3 or 4 days of closes above the 50, I think we're looking really good. Because remember, we've already locked in, 1, 2, 3, 4 days underneath the 50. And it's not crazy. We were within pattern, right? We held that old bear flag, excuse me. But if we make this move, then by the time the next weekend trap comes in, we'll have 4 or 5 closes. The 50 is at 9-1, yeah, 9154-ish. Absolute best case scenario is that this bottom line here doesn't break until we're done with our relief rally. Right, if you take that bottom line on the, let's do this, because this is probably how it's going to run, not financial advice. So let's take our bottom channel and run it up in time until we run out of time here. It's about there, right? And then let's do the same with our other bearish channel until we run out of time. As long as we can hold, right? Then eventually either we get to the top of this, which would give us our 108, or we get to the midpoint, which would give us our 100. Right here it would be, we could get that at this speed, we could get that 98 without even breaking into that top bear channel anymore. If we wanted the 108, then we'd have to, eventually come down, hold. What we don't want to do, in my opinion, is start breaking this. Right? If we break this uptrend, I'm not sure if we have enough time to maybe quick break, something like that, but we want to hold this. Which means that this would have had to be enough for the right side of our W. So let's see if it was at least a 382. I don't think it was. You know what? Maybe it was. Yeah, that works. That works. That works. I didn't want to stretch the definition, and it's not a book definition. It's more just one that I respect. So this would be the larger W that we just bottomed out in, which would move our bullish trigger to that 95 that we've all been looking at, that 94, 95. Right, so just think of the logic of this. We know that we've been rejecting off 94, 95. So logically, if we break through, you would expect, good movement. And now you look at your W pattern, and your breakout for your W pattern is right there at the same 94, 95. So you have some confluence for that being a bearish trigger. I mean, a bullish trigger, sorry. And this move, if it plays out, would get what I consider to be the top of the dead cat bounce. Between 104 and 108. If all we get is 98, I'm not going to cry about it. Right? I've already got it in mind the dead cat bounce on the most bearish could be around 98-ish, right? Because it's controlled by, just so you see, I'm not just pulling numbers out of my ass. It's controlled by where the 50 EMA is on the weekly. Right, so looking at everything we just saw, now look at where the 50 EMA is on the weekly. So if we hit that, it's actually less than that now. It's at 97.5. Right, the more time we take, the more it sort of comes back down. So if all we get, and I'm not saying that this is the most probable, I'm just saying if all we get on this dead cat bounce, excuse me, is a break of the 50, a retest of the 50, and then a capitulation, then we're gonna have to be okay with that. Right. Now, what I was saying before was, this is the floor of the, that's what I killed that line, by the way, around the, that's the support, right, that we dropped from. That is the second place that I would expect price to come up to, which would mean we break support, break the 50, come down, retest support as resistance, and then capitulate into the bear market. Right? That's spot number 2 that you really can't be upset if that's all we get. And so far we've got our base case, which is 98. I mean, our bear case, which is 98. Our base case, which is 108, right? And now the bull case that everybody wants to talk about that we have no evidence for yet would be a break, a come back up to support, breaking resistance, holding it as support again, and then pushing away to attempt a new all-time high. Right? But until this happens, it makes no sense to think about this. And until this happens, it makes zero sense to think about this. And you can't even get married to the idea that we guaranteed to get 98, which is why our stops are tight. Because just because it's never happened before doesn't mean that this won't just do that. If the orange man gets on tomorrow and says something crazy, or anybody in the world that has clout. But that's the game we're playing right now. Right? We're playing the relief rally game. How high could it go? Keep my eyes open in case it develops into something beyond just a relief rally. And then watch out for any headwinds that we're not expecting.
Sounds great. On that 98, 99K, on the lower end.
Are you eating?
My bad.
Just swallow first, and then you're a recording artist too, bro. Come on.
Man, I'm choking now. I'm sorry. If we fall short and we only hit 98, 99,
yeah.
What was the date range on that time frame?
It's not really. I mean, the only date range that I'm paying attention to is the range of our accumulation box. Right, the first one was 120 days, and then the second bull market after that was 100 days. So just off of that, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. I'm removing another 20 and giving us an 80-day box to do this in. That could easily break. I'm not gonna live or die by it being 80 days. The only reason I did it was to give myself a sort of frame of reference when I'm watching it play out.
Well, but is that 80 days from now?
No, from when we drop. So at this point, we're looking at what? 28 days, like a month left. Well,
Okay,
a
that
short
just kind
month.
of give me an idea to pay
Yeah.
attention.
Yeah. And these white arrows here are when, if all of the accumulation started on the same day, when the dead cat bounce happened. First one happened here. We're already past that date, but we're starting to go up. Second one happened here on the next tomorrow, basically, and the other one happened maybe a couple days from now. But they've all been pushed back, so I would expect, again, if we're gonna look at, if we're gonna keep it going, right? The distance between here and here is about twice the distance between the last two, right? Which common sense would say, okay, if we're going to forward cast, which is just future tripping, but if we're going to forward cast, we would expect our top to come in about that time if they are fractaling out, right? But again, that's just nerd shit to watch when prices are moving slow. Mm-mm. To trend or not to trend, Bitcoin. That is the
You get a chance to look into like the investigation into PAL at all. I'm sure there's not a whole lot of information
Nah,
beyond what
I'll be honest with you, bro. I haven't, and I should, but my instinct tells me that it's going to be a complete waste of my time. Like,
Yeah.
I would honestly be shocked if there was anything there. I think it's just a theater, you know. But I will. It's definitely on my list of shit to look into. Not because I think he's above any sort of. It just, I don't know. I don't see it personally. We'll see what the accusations are, but
Yeah, it's still pretty early on in that thing.
like what, 7 counts of being too cautious? Like, what are we gonna, you know? Like, we can all agree that we hate certain decisions that he made or would have rather than be other, but criminal is a little far. But who knows, bro? It's always the quiet ones, right?
Yeah, well, I was like wondering if it's something to do with that closed meeting. If there was a deal made or something
Oh no,
somewhere.
I mean those meetings are closed to the public, but they're not like, they're transparent. It's not like it was just Powell in there with the banks, you know what I mean, making some sort of background deal or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm just wondering because Trump's whole like MO is kind of the drain the swamp thing, and
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's it's an easy narrative for him to sell. You know what I mean? But that's super speculative. I have no idea, honestly.
Powell should come out tomorrow in a Hawaiian t-shirt and some Bermuda shorts and just be like, all right, you want me to cut? Fine. I give up. I give up. Here, money printer go burr. Good luck, guys. Drop the mic and shit. I'm out.
It was like a big tiki bar drink.
You guys are so smart. You do it. It depends whether retail is back or not, HC. If retail's not back, nothing will happen. Last time World War III came, it wasn't even a blip. We were so worn out from all the war shit and the FUD and the terrorists. It was like, oh, attacking nuclear facilities in Iran, cool. But it's also gonna depend on speed, right? We talking, I mean, we talk about Venezuela being fast, but Iran was quick. I mean, we went in there, bing, bang, boom, hit some precision shit and got the hell out before the markets opened in the morning. Like the same way we did with, so you know what it feels like? It feels like, because everybody voted no foreign wars and all that, and people are starting to complain that, Trump, this isn't what I voted for. I think Trump figured out if I do it quick, like as long as it's not like a prolonged thing, right? Like if I just do it overnight and then we're out of there, then maybe, people won't get too pissed about it. I'm here for it though. I mean, if we're gonna do it quick.
Yeah, so I was wondering, like, because that's sort of the, like, if it looks like long war, that changes the metric, right? Because that's money into certain pockets, right?
Well, look at our
So
Venezuelan plays. These were long war beneficiaries here. Convenience Energy, Canadian Oils, Brazilian Petroleum, right? These were the ones that would have benefited the most from long wars because they would have been the alternatives that we had to run to, right? Suncor would have reacted adversely against a long war. Valero and Marathon, they're in the U.S. They only, well, not only, like 70%, they refine Venezuelan oil. A long war would have killed these stocks. The fact that it wasn't a long war, insiders shorted it, the war became short, and then boom. Right, so it definitely affects what goes up. Another one, long war. Long war, these would have been inverse. This chart would have looked like this because the shipping lanes would have been shut down. Instead, insiders shorted because they expected the war to be long when they got the little inside information about the war, but they didn't have enough information to know that shit was going to be over in 3 hours. And when they woke up and the market had gapped up and then gapped up again, right? Because they didn't shut down the shipping lanes. So yeah, there's a really big difference between what a long war and a short war does and like the effect that it has on the market. I'll be honest with you, Maddie, I kind of laughed it off too. There's a reason why there's separation between those two offices, and Trump seems to think that the Fed chair is like an employee or something. I mean, technically, yes, but once they're in, there should be a separation. You know what it's almost like? It's like you have a daughter and your daughter dates a new guy every 4 years. And then one of the boyfriends starts trying to tell you what he thinks you need to do. When you know in 2 years he's gone and you're still going to be right there. I mean, the difference is he's not going to be there, right? Because he's leaving office. But usually these Fed chairs tend to outlive presidents. So it's like, this is my baby. I've been working on something here from before you got here. So probably after you get here or after you leave. But I'll tell you one thing. Let me stop. I hate the way my brain works. About to say, I'll tell you one thing we're not talking about. Nobody's talking about invading those Epstein files anymore. We're going to Venezuela, and then we're going to Cuba, and then we're going to Colombia, and then we're going to take Greenland, and then hopefully I'll be out of here before you guys remember that those damn files exist. I could just stretch
They'll
this
be
shit
going.
out long enough.
They'll be going to the mansion and to the ranch and to the.
Too funny. Doesn't seem like it because price has been moving so slow, right? But we were way down here for our CME. Where's it going? Excuse me. We just got to admit that this shit is a simulation. And as long as you gather enough game tokens together, you get to skip a couple levels. So instead of focusing on how screwed up the game is, we need to go farm some tokens. I don't know. We'll see if Asia gives us. I mean, let me see what the percentage has been on Asian sessions. I mean, they didn't go crazy, but they didn't really range as hard as they usually do. Less than 2%. Yeah, it's less than 2%, so it's within their average. We'll see. As soon as they finish, it looks like their 50% mark. If we don't break any high at this point, the line that UK will have to take and hold will be right. It's still too early to do this, but just to get an idea, would be right around there. Yeah, I don't know whose simulation it is, but I've been a gamer my whole life. One thing I learned is stay low, keep firing, and the one with the most cool shit and points wins. Know what I mean? What's going on, Issa?
What about put a claymore at the door, head out to the roof, and start firing?
That's why families are important. Cover different exits. You know what I mean? Just tactically, it makes more sense. Yeah, patience has been the hardest part of all of this shit, Issa. It's a fact. And God forbid you happen to be going through any sort of like life shit at the same time. Like, look, crypto's already trying my patience. I don't think I could deal with this and that. What's going on, Terp? Gloomy. Call of Duty taught me you only got to be on the second floor to use a parachute, bro. As long as like you're standing on a box on the second floor, then you can use a parachute.
Parachute was ineffective.
Right? Oh, does it, Raj? Cool. I'll take a look at it. Nah, this, in my opinion, we don't have another year of this. 1 month from now, we would have already had our dead cat bounce if we're going to have it. 2 months from now, we're already into the capitulation phase, in my opinion. Unless something happens, you know, different. But that's how I'm playing it. That's the thesis I'm operating off of. It's like we're on the tracks. You can't see the train yet, but you have the schedule, and you know that shit's usually on time. But every 10 feet that you walk forward, your bag gets fuller. So you're trying to figure out how long you should sit on the tracks. When we finally see the train, some of us will jump off the tracks, and some of us will say, look, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Flat. Oh, damn. Yeah. Yeah, you need a good bottom entry pause. When you ask people how they feel about crypto, it usually depends if they caught that bottom or not. Like if you were lucky enough to come into crypto brand new and somehow happened to stumble on crypto and it was at its bottoms, the reason it's so hard is because nobody's talking about crypto when it's that low. Right? It's not on your socials. It's not like somebody you know that's really into it would have had to tell you something or but at the top everybody's talking about it. Now, you can't open social media or YouTube or talk to every Uber driver you know is in a trade.
What's up, Dbloc?
Yo,
What's happening?
not a whole hell of a
I
lot.
see. Yeah, yeah. I see. See, Bitcoin's like still in the the holding pattern.
I think we're looking good.
Circle.
I mean, we at least popped
Yeah.
out. We're above the 50 on the daily again. And I think
Oh
that we
yeah.
have enough
Yep.
gas to sort of push into tomorrow and then have, you know, a bit of a retrace. But if we can hold that 50, then we've reclaimed levels and we're, you know, that's great.
Yeah.
I don't need it to be parabolic. I don't need it to be face melting. Nice,
Yeah.
boring
Just
grind. You know, like the one that sneaks
Yeah.
up on people where they're like, well, I'll just wait for the next retrace. I'll just wait for the next retrace. And then they're like, this shit might not retrace. Like, I might have to FOMO
Yeah.
into this higher and higher and higher, you know, and then people start to get antsy.
Yes. Definitely.
And then we sell them our bags.
That's it. The way I see it is if you buy here and it goes further down, don't stress about it. And this is just in regards to Bitcoin. Because if Bitcoin even comes back up to 126 one day, whatever you bought at this level has just gained 37%. So that's still good. That's still good return on your money. Like if you put it in here, if it goes down cheaper, fantastic. It's even better.
It's the
But
opportunity loss that
yeah,
I think keeps people up at night.
mm,
Because you know what the fantasy is,
yeah,
right? I'm gonna sit on dry
mm,
powder and then I'm gonna full pour it into the bottom wick of the
yeah.
bottom of the
As though
bear, and it's like it
exactly
sounds good, but
as though they know exactly where the bottom's gonna be.
yeah,
It's like
it
it.
sounds good, but
Yeah, it does. Yeah, yeah, it does.
when we let me give you guys an example. When we hit the top, right? It was right around the time where we were expecting the most bearish timing wise for it to start hitting, right? We weren't obviously, oh, that was it. When we got to that last candle, we're like, oh, that was it. That was the top. Time to go, everybody. Full pour out. And the reason you don't do
Yeah,
that is because it's irresponsible to do that. You don't know that. You wake up tomorrow and you're up another 20%, right? These things have to confirm. It's like us, it confirms in stages. So the bottom of the bear
yeah.
market also confirms in stages, you know?
Yep, that's it. It's like you won't know it until you're looking back on it. It's like,
You'd
oh,
be like,
that
oh,
was
those
it.
were
I
great buys.
see.
And then there'll be a little
Yeah,
bit of regret, like, oh, I should have full poured it. But again, it's irresponsible to
yeah.
do that because
That's yeah,
you'll see. As we go
yeah.
down, there'll be people that'll come in here and they'll be like, that's it. That was the bottom. I went in all in. And then you'll watch how that like turns out after a while over and over. And you're like, okay, let me show.
Yeah.
I am open to a surprise though of a shallower bear market than expected. I mean, I can't. If we got a shallower bull market, it would be like I said, irresponsible and like naive to not at least give it some thought that maybe we get front
Yeah.
run. So that's another reason to not be too greedy about the bottoms.
And it
So,
looks like, well, the
right.
just real quick, the party's definitely not over on silver. People are
Mm-mm.
having fun in silver, and same could be said for, gold still doing
Look at
well.
this shit. All of this. Look, gold, silver,
Yeah,
platinum, copper, aluminum. Gold
yeah,
BTC is getting, well, actually, it's coming down a little bit now, but over the last, since January the
yeah.
1st, it's been up and to the right.
It's getting dangerous though, gee. I mean,
Silver.
then again, it is precious.
Silver
Yeah.
prices are dangerous at these levels because what it means for industry.
Mm,
This is not good for Tesla. This is not good for EV companies. Not good for EV battery makers and shit like that. Because they
yep. And
burn
even
kilos of silver and they're price
true.
agnostic. Right? So the difference between, say, jewelers that use gold, because the majority use for gold still is jewelry. Yes, it's used for other things, electronics, but the majority use is for gold, right? Jewelers can just sell less gold or repurpose gold when prices get crazy. Industry has to buy silver. It's price agnostic at whatever price. If this shit goes to $300, they have to buy it at $300. So you get what's called forex intervention at times, where the powers that be step in, and because the damage to the greater good, right, can be too much. Like we saw with the banks having issues. JP Morgan owes 5,900 tons of 5,900 tons of silver that they owe, that they have on paper, that they don't own physical. What do you think happens to them if this goes up to $200 overnight? Like, that shit starts to affect people that aren't to be affected by things. You know what I mean? They pay a lot of money to make sure that they aren't affected by these things.
So, I did want to ask about, so when you were talking about like diminished returns in the, or diminished drawdown, right, in the bear,
Mm-hmm.
and because we've had a diminished returns on the market this cycle, is there also a possibility of uh like extended drawdown with the diminished returns that we've gotten?
So the way that I'm looking at it is, even though we didn't get an alt season, right, and nobody expected for alts not to run or no blow off top, what we did get is the cycle respected the time, right? So now we have to be open to a deeper drawdown or a shallower drawdown, but in either case, we have to assume that it's going to respect time. So it's still within the constraints of time. You get what I mean?
Yeah. So you know, we're still not like I if we're not
Beginning
hitting
of
that in
October
the
20,
metrics of time, yeah.
beginning of October 2026. If we didn't get a full 70% retracement, then guess what? We just didn't get it. If we got
Yeah.
a 100% retracement, then it's like, oh shit, you know, that happened. But in other words,
Copy that.
even if we go past, like, let's say right now I'm expecting about 65%. 65% to 70, I think, is like conservative number. Even if we get an 80% retracement, 85% retracement, if it's not October yet, I'm not necessarily just slapping the buy button. I'm gonna respect time over price action. Yeah, by time, scalper. Beginning to middle of October. Literally by time, right? That's not like financial advice. That's just doing math on the chart. Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, we're already like what, 20% through? You know, get this dead cat bounce out of the way, make some money, put that on the side for the bottom of the bear. By that point, you know, there'll be what, 6 months left? Yeah, yeah. I can't say that BTC underperformed by any metrics. We had three numbers at the bottom of the bear market. 125 was the bearish. I'll find the chart. It's here somewhere. 125 was the bearish chart. 150 was the base case, which is what the number I like. And then 175 was as high as I was willing to go on a bull case with blow off top. If I had it written on the chart. I said a blow off top if the United States actually bought Bitcoin with taxpayer dollars for the strategic reserve. Like, not just getting the strategic reserve, but actually starting to fund the strategic reserve. Then I think we could have 175, 200, but still within the constraints of time. it's kind of, I mean, interesting to see, right? Because the reason that this chart exists with M2 is because I wanted to see what the chances were of us having a right translated cycle, right? Meaning that it went past when it should have by you know, if it went past when it should have by timing, which is why we're paying attention to liquidity to see, well, is the liquidity there for that to even be possible? But it is interesting to see how strong timing is, right? Even when liquidity is strong, even when it looks like it doesn't make sense, even when it looks like you possibly could stretch, and we still could. Like I said, we haven't got to 98, we haven't got to 108 yet, but cycles and timing are very important. The powers that be, they don't look at the charts, they look at calendars. They could. It is possible to induce, but we would need institutions for that. Institutions would have to go ham here at the end and give us a massive rally that brought retail back. But you know, that'd be good icing on the cake if we get it, right? But I'm not gonna count on it. And if you are counting on it, just be sure that the alts that you're holding, because I know that's the dream, right? They're gonna come in, they're gonna buy all these alts. We'll finally get that alt season at the end, and I'm with you. That'd be great. But there's not gonna be a lot of time when they come in. So when they come in, they're gonna download Robinhood, they're gonna download Coinbase, they're gonna download Crypto.com, they're gonna download Kraken. If your coin isn't on those lists, there's not enough time for that money to rotate into the hands of people who know that your coin exists. And so, not financial advice, but don't go too crazy down the risk scale with low market cap things and then expect retail to buy them, because they're just going to go on Robinhood, see what's the cheapest, what's got the most zeros in front of it, and they're going to buy a bunch of that shit. And then some of the blue chips or whatever, you know.
According to AI, that has a 15% chance of happening.
AI is a little more bullish than I am on that.
15, not 50, not
Yeah,
50.
yeah.
Oh, so you thinking even lower, Dbloc?
I've got like a
I thought
10%.
15.
I at this point, and what let's be clear what we're talking about. We're talking about retail comes in and sparks off a 2020, 2021 style alt season where every alt goes absolutely crazy and does multiples. I have that at like a 5% chance. And I think I'm being kind of lenient. I've said it for a while. This alt season, when it goes, it's not going to be a 2021 style. It's not going to be every single alt. There's just not enough to go around. Right? It's going to be very sort of specific. It doesn't mean a lot won't run. It just means, you know, it'll be 5,000, 10,000 instead of 10 million, which is the number of alts that we have. 2021 style alt season, we had 10,000 coins. They all ran. It didn't matter what you picked. There's not enough time left to bring retail in to make something like that happen. So yeah, I would take the poly market bet against that.
Dbloc, wouldn't you say, let's say we go bullish, max pain would be an extended, like 3 months, not right, extension on the time, and make people think that, you know, the 4-year cycle is over, everyone goes all in, and then like almost like a massive rug pull on the whole market.
Well, I mean, if that was to happen, that's almost how it would have to happen. For it to happen, in other words, for it to happen, it would have to happen that way. Meaning, okay, that made more sense in my head than when I said it out loud. Here's October 20. October 6th. This is roughly where I expect us to be. Capitulation phase. Bring this down into this range. If we, and this is the top of the market, right? So let's go and put on our 4-year indicator real quick. Go to a weekly. Yeah. So this was the end of the cycle. Right? This is the end, profit end, profit end by timing. Profit end. That means we're already months in, right? If we pop up and get an all-time high, we already have a 4-month extension, 5-month extension. If we were to pop up and go like this and come down, we're already in May, right? And you want like a 2021 style alt season that would have to do that. I mean, by that time we're already in August. So how do you have, you know what I mean? That would have to be an intense, really rapid, quick, oh shit, something happened bear market. And remember, all of this shit is in M2's hands. These markets don't run independent to M2, right? M2 doesn't end at the very same spot that Bitcoin ends. It never has. What you do is you start looking for the slowdowns. And then at the end, you roll your chips on what, like, where this money's going into. This year, it went into silver and metals, right? Every time we drop, every time we come up, it's gold and silver and platinum and copper and, you know. So we know where it went. We know where it's going. In crypto, we're just hoping we get that little bit of trickle in one of these uptrends. By the way, we're coming to this downtrend here. But when this rolls over, and it will because it has to, right? This is the global liquidity cycle. It breathes, it contracts, and expands. This is where I was saying that we should get our top. I did this squiggle a while ago. And it looks like we've double topped there. For now. Who knows? When the new guy comes in, Trump's new guy comes in and starts printing and shit, like, who knows if this shit just takes off and goes to the right. But the way that it should work, I guess I could show it on a different one. But the way that it should work is we should go into our contraction now. And when global liquidity contracts, everything goes down. That's when Bitcoin has its 4-year cycle. That's when stocks slow down. So it doesn't exist like independently of it, in other words. So for Bitcoin to continue, then you would have to be saying that M2 for some reason isn't going to contract and it's just going to expand long. And then I'm open to that argument, but that's how you'd have to frame it, right? Because that's what would have to happen. You want to get crypto, you want to get retail back. Whenever there isn't money, you got to ban prediction markets. When there's money, it's not a problem. When we have QE, we'll be fine. The problem is when there's QT, things are tight. And when things are tight, people gamble. And prediction markets made it way easier for them to go over there and bet Will Bitcoin hit 90K in the next 24 hours and put a bet on Polymarket on it? Then learn how to trade. And then the other ones are just betting on like we said, political shit and sports and you know.
So you're saying we should all bet that Bitcoin ain't gonna make it?
No, I'm just saying when times are rough, the only people that are really willing to spend money are sometimes people who are willing to gamble, right? Because like things get rough, you're willing to gamble. Like, casinos get more crowded when things are bad. Lottery tickets go up when things are bad. So it would make sense that those people that would normally come into crypto, we lost them to sports betting and prediction markets. To be fair, because we knocked them over the head, dragged them into the cave, took all their money in the meme trenches, set the cave on fire, and then walked away. For most people, it is. Yeah, for most people, it is easier. But I know one thing. I know if you spend 3 years on prediction markets betting, you're not really going to learn a whole hell of a lot about trading. And while trading's been around forever, I think prediction markets are going to get out of control. I think, just mark my words, there's going to be insider trading issues when it comes to prediction markets, and that's going to severely change how the government sees them. What I like about prediction markets versus like just random gambling is that effort gives you an edge. Like if you're willing to study your bet, like study the topic, or you happen to have knowledge other people don't have, or it gives you an edge on other people. Like, well, you knew more than you deserve to. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. The one that I've been looking right now is that Fed rate cut. Will it 4? See, it's already going up. So they got it at 4%. And it's like, okay, I get it, right? Like, I get it. Fed watch looks like shit. My bad for the flashbang. Yeah, Fed watch looks like shit. It's at 5% for the meeting on the 28th in 12 days. Now, this is not, don't bet, say no to betting. Out of, not a sponsored, but just as a concept. How many times have we seen this stay that number up to the date? I'm not saying it can't, but chances are this will go to 10, 15%
Yeah, it's supposed to roll over this month.
the closer we get there, right? Which a bet taken at 5 and sold at 15. No? But it was at 4 earlier, so someone's already up 25%. that somebody might be me. Yeah. Yeah. When it comes to these things specifically, I think, I mean, from what I've noticed is that once it gets really close to the time and the number gets really low, people tend to take the opposite bet as a hedge against their main bet. Right? Maybe their main bet is already up a couple X's, but they take the opposite bet just in case something happens last minute. The odds are so big on it, right? The payout is so big on it that it makes up for the other side. Nah, that's the opposite of what I'm trying to do. That's why I said I'm not trying to shill, because you could really go on there and lose all your money, bro. The reason is it's just addictive, right? There's cool shit to trade on, so it's like for throwaway money or for something that you see that you're like, okay, this is a serious asymmetric. What we're doing is we're looking for asymmetric opportunities, right? Whether it's in crypto, whether it's in even prediction markets. And that's the only reason I'm looking at it, because when it was at a 4% chance, I was like, I mean, even if this goes up to a 12%, that's a 3x. You know what I mean? And we've seen how much those fluctuate, and it seems to be tied directly to Fed Watch. Like, people are literally just betting with what Fed Watch says. Yeah, it's definitely in there. You see what I mean, though? Like, where's retail? Like, that's where they're at. Robinhood announced that their prediction market made 4x the stock side of the business. How crazy that is for Robinhood. And then 2 or 3 weeks after that, Coinbase launched their prediction market. Crypto.com has a prediction market. Right? They're going there because that's where the money's at. Because people feel like they know if Trump is going to invade Greenland more than they know if Dog with Hat is going to go up 20%. And they have more certainty, they have more conviction, so they get to do something that they never did in crypto, which is bet on conviction. What we do with TA is that we gather that conviction, but you have to learn that, right? So do you come in and do you learn it, or do you take the last 3 years of CNN that you've been watching religiously, and now you're a political expert and you're gonna put the college fund on whether something's gonna happen in the news or not? Just as risky, but it doesn't feel as risky to the person, is the point I'm trying to make. But it's just as risky. Unless, you're in the know somehow. Which is why I said it's like a playground for insiders, because they have the answers to these questions, right? Because they know things you're not supposed to know yet. What it's going to take, what was it earlier? There was a bet that they didn't want to pay out on. Somebody was talking about it, and I can't remember what it was. But that's what it's going to take, bro. It's going to take them to not pay out on a big bet or try to use some sort of technicality before people say, yeah, nah, I'm not doing this. Yeah, I think so, Maddie. And sports betting, too. You can put sports betting, you can put Pokemon, you can put Labubu, blind box openings, all of that sort of gambly shit that went on. You can put that all in the same bunch. all the dudes in my group chat are all they talk about is their parlays and shit. Like, I went in there the other day. It was funny. They were in like a 2 hour long conversation. And I jumped in and I was like, yeah, you guys have been talking about men for 2 hours and 35 minutes. I'm just saying. I'm not saying I'm just a fact. And speaking about men for almost 3 hours. You need to do better. But we sit here and talk about magic internet money for 3 hours. So who am I to say? It's got to be more interesting than men. You're not wrong. We're a simple bunch. Just want peace and food. Yeah, I'm telling you, Jamal's crazy. He's like, you want to copy my picks? No. I don't. And then you got these dudes, these sports betting influencers now, where you join their group, they join their group in $1,000 Discord per month, and you get all their picks every day. So retail played the game. Retail spend their money. The ones that have that gambling itch and the ones that have the discretionary income, right? The problem is that enough retail didn't, because not all of them will bet. Some of them are still like, look, I'm not gonna play with my money. You know, I want to. There is, you know, what's crazy is that like it's given crypto a seriousness now. Like crypto isn't the most degenerate thing anymore. Well, maybe some of crypto, some of it is still pretty bad. But all of a sudden, trading Bitcoin doesn't seem like the riskiest thing you could do with your money anymore, you know? It was a good stream. Okay. The hell am I watching? Yeah, you guys got to tell me when I got some bullshit on television. I'll go like a couple hours without looking back, and then YouTube would just go crazy all by itself. Look at this guy, FX Alex. Never see these guys with FX in front of their names. Forex guys. Ooh, careful. You think crypto is scammy? This guy's video. A billionaire weekend spending $300,000 in St. Martin. I bet you any amount of money that there's a shill for his FX, his Forex mentorship halfway through that video. I mean, I'm not, again, to each their own. But Yo, what the hell is this shit? Hold on. BMW's been doing some crazy shit lately. With wow, that's nice.
That's what I'm doing. I'm looking at cars.
This thing is weird looking, but the inside is cool. I'm looking at this BMW flying glass yacht. It's a what you call it?
What the hell?
It's a hydro. They just took the hydrofoil out of this. They photoshopped it so it looks like this is just flying. But it's like a hydrofoil, but the inside looks like dope, sort of like chill cabin indoors. Like it looks like one step between a yacht, like before you get to like ridiculous hydrofoil yachts like this. That this bad boy right here. What are you? It's like you have to be a supervillain. Like if you're not a supervillain when you buy it, you have to become a supervillain because you like owe it to the world.
I want one of those.
Happiness is understanding that there are some things on earth that we will not have. Yo, if you want to see something cool on YouTube, I can't remember the guy. I wish I could give him credit. I can't remember his name. But he did a video on vacations, right? And there's another one that's just on like regular life. And it's what a yacht looks like for a multimillionaire, what a yacht looks like for a billionaire, what a yacht looks like for a multi-billionaire. Right? So like the different stages, from millionaire to multi-millionaire to billionaire to multi-billionaire. And they do vacations, they do houses, bro. There's a difference. There's a very big difference. Like there's money and then there's money. Don't watch it if you're easily depressed. There's literally millionaires in there crying that they can't get that yacht that's 50 foot bigger. And how can I pull up to San Tropez in this? Like we can't go on any of the good weekends. We have to go on off holidays. Oh,
I mean, I'm fine with
so
like
much
a
pain.
houseboat size version of that super yacht you said.
No, damn right. You think? Listen, let me explain something to you. If I buy this thing is my house and my business and this is everything. Yeah, damn right. But that's exactly the point, right? The man that owns this has way more. Like he didn't spend everything he had just to get that. Right? That's just a fraction of what he's managed to accumulate.
Spends like a month out of the year on the thing total, probably.
Listen, if you're a gamer and you're not used to seeing people on that leaderboard above you, then I don't know what to tell you. There's always somebody above you. And I know what you're thinking. They cheated. And yeah, they did. The guy that buys that boat probably cheated somewhere along the line. Oh, it'd be a shame to get that baby taken out, huh? You just cruising off of the coast of Venezuela? Hear a loud rumble? Probably a
now
good
that
idea to watch the news, even if you live, even if you're like, screw it, I'm gonna travel the oceans for the rest of my life. You should probably watch the news so that you don't cruise into the Venezuelan coast and be confused for a narco submarine.
I just immediately rethought my want for a houseboat size oil boat.
I mean, it's just like everything. You got to know what type of neighborhood you're in, so at least you can move. You're in a boat.
Yeah, but I feel like moving too fast in that thing is that makes you a target pretty quick out there, and depending on what waters you're in, right?
No, but I'm watching the video on that little BMW, and you know what it looks like? It just looks like like their version of like a mid-size like party boat. I wonder how much do they want for this? MW first electric yacht. Okay, but give me the BMW presents luxury electric yacht, first time ever, dubs it the icon. What's the numbers? Price. You know it's not good when they don't tell you the price right off the rip, right? One of those if you gotta ask. You gotta
Maybe
ask, you can't afford it.
maybe they're going subscription service, so you just like lease it now. You can't even buy it.
Only yachts.
I mean,
What?
well, you know what it is with yachts too, is it's like it's not just the price of the yacht, it's the
There's
price
no
of the
way they
gas.
want $2 million for that thing.
What? Big oof. Never mind. I just want a regular houseboat.
2.1 million pounds. I mean, it's cool. It's cool, but it's not that cool.
And you gotta have like a marina to put that in. That's not that's safe, right? Which is, and then also gas, and that's way more than a $2 million boat at that point too.
Well, it's electric, so I mean, yeah, but I need a cabin. Like, let me get one wall. Nah, I think I'll save up for the Dr. Evil boat.
Yeah, right. That thing's looking more and more attractive now. Oh, and so well, even electric makes it worse, kind of like at this point, because I don't even know how many marinas have like electric
But that's
chargers
why I
for
like
like
that
for that
sunreef
size.
though, because it's solar.
Yeah, that is
That
like dope.
sunreef catamaran, that shit is so dope. Look, let me tell you, this is what the trick is. Pick something that's outside, that you feel is outside of something that you'll ever be able to afford and shoot for that. Right? 9 times out of 10, what happens is this amazing thing that you actually get enough money to get it, but you don't want it anymore. Because it was, it's something you wanted when you weren't where you thought you were gonna be. You're not gonna spend that type of money on that shit right now. But now you got all this money to just buy shit with. It's great.
Yeah, it's the thing where
But
like when
as
you
long as you have a goal, though, right? Have something that you're shooting for, that you're striving for, even if you don't end up buying it.
so yeah, I'm setting mine for that super yacht, the Hydra 12 super yacht. Then sounds good. Sounds like a good life. Or unlimited financial freedom at least.
I'll show you mine. I'll show you my white whale. Most of you have seen this already. Yeah, that's a good point too. That's true. I'm comparing it to like the type of interior you would get on a car that you spend $2 million on versus what it looked like inside the yacht. But no, that's a good boats and shit. I've never been a big if I'm gonna be on a boat, it's gotta be one that's big enough to make me forget that it's a boat. There she is. Sunreef 80 Eco. Fully sustainable, self-sustainable, a beast.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wait, does it come with the Papasan included?
Ah, it's so badass.
Yeah.
My toxic trait is that I'd get bored. It's like, cool, we're out here, now what? Like, we'd have to be going somewhere, you know what I mean? We'd be going somewhere dope.
Well, yeah, and it's like it's the people you bring on the boat, and you know, got a DJ, and Look, so if you ever need a DJ for your boat, right? Gotcha.
I mean, I'm hoping my crew, like that's how you need a crew for that type of yacht. But
Yeah.
hopefully my crew would not take me into tsunami winds. I don't want to test it.
You know, they call us stagehands pirates, so you know. But I promise I won't steal your boat. I will steal other people's boats from your boat, but I'm only joking. I mean, that's the good life right there. Like the not too fast, easy riding, but just a real clean space.
You know. You can buy a freshly dented used model for 10 million. That's what I'm saying. It's good. It's always good to keep something that's just out of reach in your sights as motivation.
Well, not. It's not bad, but sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel you, Tel. That sort of thing, like you probably just be on it for a couple months out of the year, and then you would charter it and just make money on charters. Turn it into a business. Put crypto Cypher on the side, call it a write-off. But nah, the point is usually when you hit those type of goals, you realize you don't really need all that. But your grind and your motivation towards that goal has you sitting on a massive bag of dry powder that you can now buy whatever you want. You know what I mean? So it's good to grind for things that are silly, or some people might think are just too much, or you don't need that, or you don't need a Lambo. You know how many people grind for a Lambo and then get the Lambo money and say, I'm not spending all of this on a Lambo. You know what I mean? Like it's the idea that you had when you didn't have it versus the reality of what this money offers you by having it, right? By using it instead of just buying some shit. But that's what that show was about that I was talking about. The billionaires and the millionaires talking about what boats they can afford and like crying because, you know, they could only get the Sunreef 40 and like everybody's got Sunreef 80s, and how do I pull up, you know, to San Tropez and with this little dinghy, like we wouldn't be able to show our faces. People are stupid, bro. I would be right in the middle of all that shit with my tiny little boat, being extra loud, music up.
There goes the neighborhood, right?
Yep. Damn right. Make room.
Yep, that was me. There's a couple of car dealerships in the area, and the owners compete yearly for who has the longest yacht.
Pause.
And it just go, yeah. Well, you know, compensation, right? But they just keep getting you
So
know.
Jeff Bezos' super yacht, they had to dismantle 2 bridges and stop traffic for, I think it was over a week or days, but they had to prepare to bring the bridges down, so like affect the traffic for weeks, and it was like 2 days of shutdowns just to get his boat out of from where it was created to open water because it was so big that it wouldn't fit underneath the bridges. You know what type of money you have to have for them to be like, you can't build it that big. Not like, sure, go ahead, we'll remove the bridge for you.
Yeah.
That type of shit, you don't ask for permission, bro. You rather ask for forgiveness than permission. You just build it and then you see how much it's going to cost you. When you have that type of money, you know what I mean? That's how you think. You know when Elon made his tunnel in Cali, he just got a permit to dig a hole, and then he built a massive underground tunnel. And then as he went violating, he just got more and more permit. Like he just paid for the. But his original permit was just to dig a hole on his property. The same permit you would get to like dig a well or something in your yard. Knowing full well that he had planned for multi-lane passenger transport from city to city. That's just how you do shit. You don't think about the consequences. You just do and then pay. XRP catching a bad one. Well, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. We're right around where we wanted to look for that higher low if you were interested in a continuation play here. That would be the right side of our W. This would be our left side. Be all right. Either golden pocket or something. But yeah, it's picking up on short time frames. I can see it. Let's see, any standouts to the downside? Okay, at least it's not pole. Actually, I think. I mean, if you zoom way out, it's not that bad, but mean reversion 200 doesn't hold 8. So we're at the point now where we have to see if we're really going yellow path here for guns. Right, green path would have been a move up and a rejection, but we wanted it to hold at one of these two levels, either here or here. If we break this level, like it looks like we're breaking now, then we're on yellow path. Means a trip back down to that port. But 200 EMA first and the downtrend would be somewhere that I'd be looking for a reaction. Everything else is just kind of floating.
Waffles.
Not gonna lie, that sounds good.
With apricot jelly.
Yeah, if you look at Elon's old Joe Rogan interview, he said it a while back. Joe Rogan asked him, and he's like, "I think we're past that point."
I'm thinking about this play on natural gas in here. It's pulling back.
Old Widowmaker.
Bearish
336
solid it's gonna bounce.
at 336 right now, right?
I'm on Coinbase futures. It says 324 here.
Excuse me. Yeah, basically 323. This is what I'm looking at. We haven't invalidated that W yet, but we're getting close to the point where we need to turn around. This is the resistance that I've been watching. I mean, the support I've been watching.
Oh, you're looking at it too?
Yeah, but yeah, I've been in a 90 position.
Oh,
But
okay.
we broke this. So climbing back above that is what I would like to see. And if you go to, I think it's weekly. Oh.
Yeah, I was looking at that trend line right there for a bounce. And when you drew.
So since this is such a big war on the monthly, I mean, I am respecting that daily trend line, but I'm also watching.
That is exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm also watching this one.
Oh, that one now. Ooh.
That's like the big one. This is monthly time frame.
I'm thinking I might enter it with a stop in a minute.
This is the area of concern right here, right? This is the cone of interest.
You said you're already in it, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now I see what you mean. You don't want to go any lower. All right. I'm actually cool with going lower because I want to enter. But I was trying to get that first dip right there, and now I'm like, I don't know. I was trying to like type 2.
What you don't want to do is mess the chart up, though. Right? If you take that out, chances are you're going to take out these lows. If you do that, then you've got a structure break. Everybody and their mother is going to short.
No, I want to take my trade right on the line. Try to nail that.
This gap fill was what we were really waiting for. When we were up here, we were looking at this gap on right there. Nasty gap in the.
Oh, damn. Where's that? Oh, it's only. All right. Well, it's filled out already.
Yep.
I might take a swing here.
Viking, what's going on, brother?
A very mild winter over here, man. Like surprisingly mild.
Yeah, I think that might be it for Miami when it comes to cold. I think we might have seen what we were going to see. Wrap.
Damn, I haven't even seen snow yet.
Back to the heat.
Where's the snow? It didn't even come this year.
Christmas canceled, bro. No all season, no snow.
Didn't get any snow. I'm in Missouri. No snow, bro.
The precipitation didn't even go parabolic this winter, bro. It was bad.
What the hell?
All that liquidity went into metals.
It's barely even froze over here yet. Oh, you're in for hell this summer.
Yeah, don't even tell me. I already know. Already know. I'm gonna need to I'm gonna need to check the insulation and all that shit. Make sure we don't have any leaks. Miami could be expensive running the AC with even the smallest leak in your house. That shit is crazy. I've had some insane light bills.
Oh damn.
Oh yeah.
300, 400.
Yeah, more than that. Bro, I got $1,000 water bill the other day. Told you about that?
Yeah, but that was that's a fluke, a leak. Did
Yeah,
they make you
it's
pay?
yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's no way you can't
What?
run up. Yeah, I had to pay for it. I had to pay for it. It happened on my side of the water line.
Damn, I had free water for like 4 years.
I mean, water is basically free. Like usually my bill is like $60. You pay every 3 months like 60, $70, if that.
Well, over here, our water meter's inside the house in the basement. You can just disconnect it until they figure it out. And then you better reconnect it. But they can't tell unless you let them in your house.
Yeah, be careful with those running toilets, man. One running toilet in a bathroom that you're not used to using, that doesn't get used much, that shit is gonna run up your bill. One thing I learned that I didn't know is that a drip costs as much as a full open faucet. The timer spins on it as you open, right? It doesn't matter if it's the smallest drip or if it's full blast. You're not paying by gallon. You're paying by time. So even the smallest drip is like, you might as well just have your garden hose open in the backyard.
They don't charge your water by gallon.
Not us.
Oh hell nah.
Nah, it's on a ticker. It's on a timer, right? The thing spins just like the electricity.
I pay by gallon. They measure the gallon.
Probably because we're like on city well or city sewer.
When that ticker turns on the meter in the basement, it goes by gallon.
Well, apparently a leak doesn't make it spin any slower than having it on full blast. 'Cause I was bitching about it. They were like, nah, it doesn't matter. So whenever you hear that toilet running, just make sure you give that garden hose an extra squeeze. Pause. That was crazy. I need to go to sleep.
Where's your
again,
meter?
Right outside on the sidewalk. It's got like
hell
a little.
no.
It's got like a little metal grate that you open up. That's what I do now. So I open it up, and that's how I check to see if I stopped the leak or not. Once I fixed the toilet, I went and I looked at the. It wasn't even. You know what it was? It was, you know, those blue things that you put in the back of the toilet, so that when you flush, like the water comes out blue. It got stuck on one of the flushes, I guess, and it pried open the thing, and it was just running.
Oh man, I had that happen, but that's because my son went inside the tank and started yanking on stuff.
And it was a bathroom that we didn't use, so it's like you don't even notice it.
I only got one bathroom, but I knew we did it though. My water bill went up, but damn, only like $20-$30 more.
High def. If I was a hacker, you would not be on my list of people to hack. If I had the skills to do such a thing, you wouldn't make the short list, bro. You're safe.
Do you use natural gas?
No. Nah, there's no heat. This is Florida, bro. There's no heat in the house.
Not even for your stove?
Nah, electric stove.
Man, gas stove is way better. I got gas stove, heater.
If I cooked more, maybe I would, make a big deal, but I don't know, Tom. A lot would have to happen for that. Right now, psychological range is always a target, right? When you show weakness above. If you don't hold your EMAs, right? So if 200, 800 doesn't hold, then you'd be looking at psychological ranges. But to come down underneath that, in my opinion, would be a stretch. 86 is like we're way down here on 86. But like I said here, if we can't hold 89, then we sweep.
I'm seeing some great deals on used cars in Fort Lauderdale.
Be careful buying cars from South Florida. Shit gets flooded down here all the time, and they dry them shits out. Like if there's a hurricane or some shit, just avoid anything out of this region for like a year or two.
Like what? 2017 Jaguar, 70,000 miles, 4,900, runs perfect, clean title.
What you're gonna get is a lot of old people that don't understand what they have with classic cars, and you're gonna get a lot of young people that are selling cars at stupid prices because they don't know what they have and they're just buying a new car because I can't drive this 2017 Jaguar anymore. Like I can't be seen in this shit.
But I'm trying to figure out, like, is he like rich and doesn't
Yeah,
care?
most of the time that's what it is.
He might have to make an appearance to pick one of those up.
Old muscle cars and shit like that too. You get some of these like old people in Central Florida. Little old lady that's had like her husband's car in the garage for years.
Clean too, not a speck of rust. Man.
You
Well,
got
so far my
156 concurrent viewers and 150 likes. That's what's up.
Oh wow.
That's why I said it's a good stream. I didn't even look at the likes when I said it, but I could feel when it's a good stream. That's how I judge it, just so you guys know. I don't take it to heart, but when the likes match the viewers.
Wow, that's amazing. So yeah, man, my hedge is holding up pretty good. It's at up there at the top, all the way at the top, and my long held and my type 2 at 89. So I got to figure out what I'm going to do now. I'm trying to figure out. I'm just going to just play it as it goes and see. I guess my idea is that I'm going to get out of this hedge at a reasonable area. Just trying to get an idea. I was thinking 10 a.m. in the morning. See what they're talking about. What do you think about 10 a.m.?
I don't know. It's been kind of hit or miss lately, which is good for us.
Thinking either they're going to dump or they're going to pump back up, take me out my hedge, or they're going to dump and give me a really nice exit, maybe to
Yeah.
the 800 or something on the 15.
The trick with hedges is not letting them turn into your main trade.
Oh no,
You know
it's
what I mean? Like
not.
some people will start to sacrifice the main trade for the hedge.
Yeah, nah. I'm biased on the upside still for now. Even though the global money flow thing and the it's
Yeah.
already the 11th. Yeah, it's the 11th already.
Could be a bumpy road here coming up. My bad. I don't mean to yawn on my.
I'm kind of enjoying the insurance policy to protect me here, but I'm not going to get married to it or let it overtake the original long.
Everything gets better, brother. It gets better. Timing is everything.
I was thinking worst come to worst, a higher low. I mean, 90, 91. Hopefully not, but maybe.
Main goal is to hold 90. Secondary goal is to get above that EMA, 50 EMA. But the most important one out of both of them is to hold 90 on daily time frames and above. We were down in that range for a long time, guys. To establish a floor on the old ceiling of that range, like it could take some time. That's why I said I was cautiously bullish, meaning like I am open for upside, but the bearish outcome that I see would be a time-based capitulation that just wears people's nerves thin and then makes us fall back down into that range underneath us. And that starts to affect sentiment.
The only thing that could sway me if something crazy happened and like I'm asleep and like something really bearish happens and it comes down and stops me out of my original long entry from way down there, and the short's still open and is like printing like crazy.
Yeah.
But,
well, that's the dream for a hedge, right? That's why you open it.
I doubt
for
it.
those sort of scenarios.
That's not what I'm looking for, but I mean, at that point, it'd be kind of hard to, I don't know.
Just need Powell to come out and say that they've been seriously looking at increasing the rate of rate cuts. Not increasing the rate, but increasing the rate of the cuts. And then I can just make all that money off of poly market and not have to worry about what. I'm not even greedy. Give me a 40% chance. 10x. Hello, aggressive sellers. Welcome. It was a cool 500 Bitcoin just dumped right there.
Hey, how dare you give me money?
We're in the dead gap zone between Asia and UK. We already closed it, Thomas. The only CME gap that's left is the one that was in New Year's Eve. That $200 CME gap. But we closed this week's gap already. Right on time, actually. Was our target for it. Close it.
Well, I just noticed I made
Candle on
a mistake.
What?
I just noticed I made a mistake. My hedge is slightly bigger than my original position.
You can rebalance. Rebalancing is something you have to do when you manage those trades.
It's $500 bigger. Dang it.
I mean, I wouldn't go crazy over it, but I mean, it depends on how big the position is.
10 grand.
Yeah, 500. Yeah, but if it starts to get too lopsided, then you just rebalance.
Well, right now it's working in my favor.
Yeah. It always is. I mean, when you rebalance positions, there's always one that's working better than the other, but that's why you rebalance because your risk metric has changed. Right? You're willing to risk more on your main trade than your hedge. Once that risk balance shifts and you're risking more on your hedge, then it's good to remove some of that risk, which just equals like taking profit. And that's not a trade specific sort of like, that's just how people rebalance their trades and their hedge.
Yeah, you got to be pretty advanced to do it. Definitely not for beginners. You would think.
I agree, D.
We were about 904, Thomas, when it happened. What's going on, Ghost?
I heard about like what you do when you start increasing what you're risking, especially when you're hedging. That's very true.
Yeah, it's the same with like Jasmine's a good example, right? Like I love Jasmine, you know I love Jasmine, but obviously had more in Bitcoin than Jasmine, right? Just as you should as a risk, you know. But when Jasmine 17x, it went from one of the smaller positions in the portfolio to the largest position in the portfolio. And it's not easy, but you have to rebalance that because you didn't intend on having that large of a portion of your portfolio in Jasmine at the time when you made the trade. It ended up that way. Same thing happens with memes. You're like, oh, I'm going to take 5% of my portfolio and play with memes. And then the meme blows up. And then now 40% of your portfolio is in that meme trade, but you're still treating it like it's 5%. Like, no, it's 40% now, right? Which means you need to rebalance it. Are you comfortable risking 40% on a meme? If not, then it's time to rebalance that. It's time to take that money home and put it into something that you are comfortable holding before it's gone. You know? The same happens with trading accounts. I'm going to take 5% in trade leverage because I'm going to be safe and I'm not going to trade more than 5% of my portfolio because everybody says you shouldn't. Cool. Follow all the rules. Now it blows up. Now all of a sudden your leverage portfolio is 40% of your entire portfolio that's at risk, but you haven't rebalanced. Right? You haven't taken that money from that and put it back into the Bitcoin or back into the gold or back into whatever it is your stable sort of holding is, or your lower risk holding. Right? And then eventually if you keep doing that, then 90% of your portfolio will be in leverage. But you started following the rules, right? 5%. Maybe you're not even risking more than 5% per trade, but you happen to be on cross for some reason and 10-10 happens. And now that 5% that you risked made you lose 90% of your portfolio in one candle because you didn't rebalance your risk.
Can confirm that is pretty much exactly what happened to me on 1010.
It's a hard lesson to learn, but it's one that you'll never forget. Unfortunately, those are always the most expensive ones.
Yep. I definitely won't forget that moment.
All right, let's get a measured move for this. I've been working with AI for something for the Discord in the group. It's gonna be cool as shit, but I've been going back and forth with AI about days now. Kind of involved a lot of shit. Takes us down a daily open right above the psychological high. Excuse me. We will, and I promise you on that day, nobody will call it manipulation. 10-10 happened in the opposite direction, everybody would be like, yep, I knew it. That's what's supposed to happen. Nah, I don't think we'll go all the way down to the trap shorts. We've already freed the trap longs. We're just on a cut down. Right, if we go back, let me go back to some of the older weekend traps. Look at our last weekend trap. We freed the trap longs, and then we retraced into a large bear flag, and we had our retracement. And then we continued and put our high in on Monday. Right, and that ended up being the high for the week. Right here. And this one we just went at our high for the week. Didn't retrace at all. On this one we popped up, freed the trap longs, retraced, put in the high for the week. Monday. This one's the same thing, but reversed. Take out the highs, retrace, high for the week on Monday, but it was a false move down instead of a false move. So the retracement's part of it. The retracement shouldn't be as deep because we already closed that CME gap, but that's why I said I hope we close it. That way there's no reason to come all the way back down to here on a retracement. But we'll see if that holds true. That's what we're looking at as a false move up 3-day down. Right, we're looking for that high to come in tomorrow at some point, or today. It's already Monday. I just haven't gone to sleep yet. Yo, wow, what's going on? Probably got one more day until my wrist is back to normal, but I can't wear that brace anymore. So just so you guys know what my goal is for this false move up, and not like my goals matter to market maker at all, but I like to throw it out into the universe because I know he's listening. My goal is this 50 EMA on a daily. Right, so I want to pop up tomorrow and put in a high that's substantial enough, maybe target 6, that's substantial enough so that a 3-day retracement doesn't bring us down past that 50. And then we can have our midweek reversal, and then our next weekend trap, we can have it up in the mid 90s, right? As long as this weekend trap keeps moving up, right, week to week. Our last one was down here. Right? So we trapped a little bit higher this week. We just want to keep trapping higher and higher. But if we can hold that 50, that'll be great. So popping over tomorrow and closing, that'll be 1 daily close above the 50, 2 daily closes above the 50, 3 daily closes above the 50, 4 daily closes above the 50, and then we'll test it. That'll help fix the daily chart a little bit. Yeah, that also does play out with M2. A bit of a weak week. Just remember, M2 going down doesn't equal people selling Bitcoin. Doesn't equal people selling gold. What it equals is the money that people have available to buy new Bitcoin or to buy new gold or to buy new silver is less. Right? The reason we de-risk at those levels is because if there's nobody there to buy and someone decides to sell at that time, then the candles are going to be, there's nothing to stop them because there's nobody there to buy, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that Bitcoin can't just consolidate through that M2 retracement. What we need is to not have any catalysts that make people want to sell more than anything. Mm-hmm. For me to consider that we don't get a new high, because like I said, these false moves have a 24-hour expiration date, right? From the time that CME closes, to midnight on Monday. That changes for me if we lose the weekend trap, right? If we come down and we flush down lower and we start taking out, then the chances of putting in a new high on Monday are greatly diminished. So we're looking for is a higher low. I mean, I'm not ignoring it. It's down there. I'm just not giving it too much importance just because of how big it is. If we do go down there, in my opinion, it'll be to sweep the liquidations. There's much more money to make in the liquidations than there is in a $200 CME gap fill. What I don't like is that it literally is still there. So many people have it in mind that it's affecting sentiment. Until we get a little bit further away, I think it's going to continue to affect sentiment. Everybody's worried that they make a run for it. It seems like a lot of money to spend for a small amount of payback. Not to mention, that's where whales accumulated at. I don't think we're the only ones that don't want to see us lose 90. Right? Those wells that accumulated at 80 and 83 and 84 and 85 and 87 and 88, we were stuck down there forever, right? And they finally let the ceiling go on it. So I don't know. Maybe we're getting into a situation where whales are going to start to step in on the bullish side on some of these retracements in a big way if they go too deep. What's going on, Shogun? Shogun? There was this kid when I grew up that we used to call Shogun. The nickname is cool, but the reason he got it wasn't. He's at the park one day and he was trying to be tough and he pulled his gun out and he had no intent on using it or whatever, and he got smacked up. His gun got stolen in front of like a bunch of people, and we started calling him Shogun after that. Whenever we saw him on the block, we'd be like, Shogun? Nah, it's just young lessons that you learn. You know, as a man, you understand you don't ever pull a firearm on somebody unless it's, especially when you're a kid, right? It's like you're just some older kid, just slap the shit out of you and take your shit. Not something a lesson kids should have to learn, by the way. City was crazy when I was growing up. Yeah, Brooklyn. So now you're gonna add omnipresent to omnipotent. You're treading a dangerous line here, Def. Yeah, I could tell. He said before. The first step is admitting it, bro. People think I'm high all the time, and it's like, no, crypto has just deaded my emotional reactions to things. This is just my baseline now. Chill. Half robot. Yeah, silver is just stupid right now. Not just silver, all her brothers and sisters are coming out to play as well. Aluminum, the other shiny metal. So like the gold looks good. As it had been here for a while, I can tell you I've been talking about the first time that they ever heard the word super cycle come out of my lips during this run was referring to metals, not crypto. I came on one night and I risked putting everybody to sleep with a long ass presentation on metals. I can't wait till AI gets to the point where I can just dump a year's worth of content into AI and then just have it searchable. Show me where I was talking about this. Here, give me the clip when I was talking about that. Show me, 3 hours before and after we invaded Iran or whatever. It's coming. The day's coming. Maybe that's just the lazy don't want to edit my clips because there's a year's worth of 12-hour two-a-days. But I think that day's coming sooner than later. Yeah, I mean, they're a little late to the party. We're still in the blow off top phase, right? You can never really judge how hard something's going to blow off. But yeah, they're definitely playing with fire getting into it this late in the game, in my opinion. That being said, I think that it can continue for the better part of the bear market. Yeah, that tends to be a bit of a warning sign. Yeah, Tom. But it doesn't mean that it's completely gassed out yet. Yeah, I mean, are you in the Discord, HZ? There's a in the Discord. There's a write up that I have about profit per hour, and I mean that's a good way to look at it, right? I think most people when they start trading, they should really look at it as a profit per hour thing, right? If you just took a trade and you're up $30, you've been in that trade for 5 minutes. Right? Think about what that is per hour that you're letting round trip. You know, and then think about how much you get paid at your regular job per hour. And it'll get to the point where you're matching what you're making at work, right, per hour. Some days you'll have McDonald's days. Some days you'll have, you know, office middle manager days. But on average, because if not, how can you tell if it's worth it? You know what I mean? Like, you have to make it tangible. And then it makes you stop. Like, oh, it drives me crazy, bro. Like, people will get up in the winter, go outside in their pajamas to de-ice the car, come back in, kiss the wife, kiss the kids, put on the snowshoes and all that shit, drive through ice, traffic, go work for $30 an hour, miss all that time with their kids, but they won't take $30 profit that they just made in like 10 minutes. Like, they're like, ah, it's not enough. You know, it's like, for some reason in crypto, once it's in a stable, you don't, it's almost like the casino. Like, you stop looking at it as dollars. And that's not good. It's not good to do that at all. It happens though. It happens to everybody. It's happened to me. It still happens to me. When you first start trading, you lose your first $100. You're like, oh shit. Like, damn, you know, you feel depressed and all that. And then after a while, like, you have to lose $1,000 to feel that same. You know, now you could lose $100 here and there. It's no big deal. When you lose $1,000, you feel it. And then that $1,000 turns into 5 and 10. And before you know it, if you're not down 25K, you don't even feel like you're down. And it's not because you've made so much more money. It's because you've lost the value of it. Right? We sit here and we talk about trillions of dollars with a T, or billions of dollars coming in, and we just lose track of what money, like, the true value, right? Is it's just numbers. Like, no, that's a bill. You know, that's a gas tank. That's a cart of groceries. Now, whenever you're ready, AC, no pressure. I was just asking because I was wondering if you could see that. But you're good. It's possible. Bottom of the weekend trap. Psychological low. Basically 903. I prefer something a little higher than that. But you know. My fear is if we go that low, it's grabbing these liquidations is gonna be irresistible. But I am aware that retesting the psychological ranges is a high probability. Yeah, I have to check myself on that shit, Neve. In the same way. That's why I like looking at percentages, right? Like when I'm doing my risk, like I have to do it by percentage. Because if not, yeah. I'm risking how much on that stop? Like, no, let's do it by percentage. The problem is that it works the same way for the wins. You know what I mean? That's the bad part about that. So getting a good sort of equilibrium on that, it helps for both sides. Not only do you respect the loss when it's there, but you celebrate more of your wins. I try to do that all the time. I do it subconsciously. Like when I take profit, I'm like, how many hours did somebody have to work for that? You know what I mean? Like how many days, weeks, months of somebody's salary is that? Point 0.5 retracement also. 50% of that move. Be right back. All right. What did you guys do? I got up for 1 second. Where I cannot leave you guys alone at all. Alright, so here's that psych low hit. Tape is lighting up. Delta. What's going on, H? Could be a gift here, depending on how it sets up. Might be able to take a little chunk out of this before I go to sleep. Let's take a look at our sessions real quick. First 2 candles of UK session. That's how we feeling? The blokes over there? You guys woke up and chose violence? Like they woke up on the wrong side of bed. There was no tea. All the crumpets were stale. And they just decided to come shit on us. This is also the bottom of the bear flag. Right where we caught. So pretty crucial next 20-30 minutes
damn.
here.
What the heck? That was fast.
So whoop-de-doop.
I didn't expect to see that until like tomorrow or the next day.
Ooh, bit of a retracement.
Yeah, we're at the bottom of this bear flag.
Wonder how many
now,
people got. Wonder how many people got trapped up there. Damn.
Not this one.
Not this time.
No siree.
Blimey.
This doesn't seem normal. Maybe something happened.
UK just dumped off when they came in. These are the first 2 UK candles.
Damn, they're acting like it's Venezuela or something.
We didn't even get a move like that for the war.
This is shocking.
Leighton, you have any? You gonna answer for your people? What's the big idea here?
Who, me?
No, Leighton.
Oh.
No, you're Australian. I don't have to tell you anything about.
Yeah, Australia
the
don't.
UK choosing
We
violence.
have like $3. We don't have anything. We can't dump anything.
Nah, I haven't seen anything come across the news wire yet. That's why it's just a regular roll, sweepity sweep. Now, again, like I said, we're at the bottom of this bear flag. Bear flag breaking, cool. There's liquidity there, but if we lose 89, then the rest of this bear flag is gonna play out. That's our big concern. But we'll get there when we cross it. Right now, we're just sweeping liquidity. We haven't even taken out the psychological. They took it personal. They're like, measly, we'll show you measly. Nah, that New Year's gap is still all the way down here. Like I said, if we go for that gap, I would put money on that it was to sweep liquidity. It had little to do with closing a $200 imbalance. Interweek CME gap. Wasn't even like a weekend gap. But there's enough liquidity there. Doesn't have to be a gap. I'm here, y'all. I'm just doing a little browsing on the news real quick.
Well, I guess I get to buy my SUI position back.
Yeah, I never got my entry on my short, but
Ooh, that sucks. I'm sorry, bro.
no worries. Uh, I'd already decided that I was like, if it doesn't come up where I want it to, I'm not gonna risk it just because there was a lot that could have happened, but this is a deeper drawback or pullback than I thought.
Well, at least
It's
you
the
took TP.
speed. It's the speed of it that makes it feel like that. If this would have took
Yeah,
all day, all morning, and we, it wouldn't have been the same. But
yeah, you're right. It is the speed and velocity that makes it. But it does get me excited for potentially some kind of entry here.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's about to be knife catching time. What do you say, Dbloc?
I'm waiting for it. I'm still looking at the news and see if we're missing anything.
Well, I'm in an interested position. My Bitcoin long has not come to its entry. My short is printed, and I'm looking to catch a knife. So I'm trying to figure how that works. Do I add?
Well, this is dependent if we like drop down through that gap or not.
I guess I could buy some Ethereum.
Kind of hoping we just wick down or maybe right below 90K and
Yeah.
I get an opportunity there, but definitely curious.
That original type 1 entry from like 3 days ago.
Yeah, we are bouncing like it feels like we're bouncing from the silo, but I want this to be a vector candle. I can't tell if it is yet or not.
There's a little stopping candle because sometimes when they go quick. Before you know it, the whole dump is gone. But you never know.
Yeah, it didn't print as a vector on the 5-minute for me, so I'm thinking this is just because we're hitting the POC right now. I'm guessing we're gonna clear these this vector gap below at what's that 91.75. I mean, I don't know. I'm definitely interested to hear if Dbloc finds something on the news.
I'll turn my Gemini on. I got to make a decision myself here and figure out.
thinking it drops down a bit more and we get a vector stopping candle
Primary.
on that next drop, basically. That could go for a little while. It just depends.
Unprecedented political and legal crisis involving the Federal Reserve. Fed incompetence crisis. Markets were rattled after Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell revealed the DOJ has issued subpoenas and is facing potential criminal indictment. Oh wow! I didn't know
Yeah, I
that.
mean that's the investigation we were talking about earlier.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Yeah. So that happens like
Outflows, ETF outflows, anticipation of CPI data. That's all I could come up with. Flight to hard
yeah.
assets.
I do wonder if that announcement happening before CPI data is having a bit of an effect too. Like that's
all Gemini came up with for me. Damn, I didn't know about that other thing. That's major.
well, yeah, but I mean it might be major. It could just be like, presidential flood, right?
Renovation regarding a what is that? Renovation pro? What's the
Yeah,
renovation?
so it's in regards to uh they're renovating the Fed building.
Oh,
So at least that was what Powell's response was. Is that like it's in response to renovation of the Fed building, and that they're probably trying to stick it to like corruption, which he pretty clearly denied. And I mean, in an argument for him, like it's a little hard to, like stick it to him for renovate if there's a renovation that he had something to do with, right? When Brody's been slapping his name on like every federal building there is. But that's not how things work at that level anyway. So we'll see.
Hong Kong pegging stable coins to gold. I don't know.
Well, that's interesting. So stable coins are on the gold standard, but the dollar is not? Question mark.
Analysts expect the SEC to provide an initial decision on Morgan Stanley's Bitcoin ETF. Oh, that's late in March. Never mind. I'm thinking I might buy this dip here. I think I'm gonna buy my SUI back. But it's higher than I got kicked out at, the 177,
So
179.
I'm still waiting just because we don't have like an actual vector stopping, or volume stopping candle.
Yeah, I'm a savage. I'll enter with like a 1%
And
stop loss.
yeah, I imagine. Do you? You know what I mean? But
It's a hot roll.
we have this vector gap right below that I feel like we're gonna go grab. So that's sort of what I'm waiting to see. Like what we just bounced off of as a larger time frame point of control. So I'm thinking it's gonna drop just about here, maybe soon. And we're gonna push down through that point of control, grab the vector gap, maybe wick down through, even grab the vector gap, and that's kind of what feels or what looks right to me on the chart. But
I should consider that because they could take me out of my Bitcoin long at 89. Maybe I should move my stop loss down since I got this big fat hedge.
so the vector gap I'm looking at is at 9200.
No, I'll be all right there.
I think you'll be all right there, but there is like a lower one, I think, that
Alright,
is 80
Discord.
89. Go ahead.
I need y'all for a second. I'm working on something. You guys get a sneak peek, alright? Go in the bubble chat. And click this link. This is version 1 of our crypto Cypher AI agent. Tell me what you think. Give it a spin. Just go in there and ask it for a market update and then just talk to it. Tell me what you think.
Is it there? It just says Dbloc is typing.
It should be there. You probably got to give it a second for it to pop up. Anybody else don't see the link either? Or
No, I'm in here. I'm getting the market update now.
okay.
I don't see nothing still.
Let me know if it greets you. It should greet you. It should say that it's Market Cypher and you know all of that good stuff. It's just a
Don't see
basic,
nothing.
it's a basic update, right? You ask it for a market update, and then after that, you can go ahead and you can tell it about your portfolio. You can tell it what you're planning on putting together, and it'll include all of that in every update you get. So it'll give you a market update, and then it'll give you an update on the coins that you're looking at. Do not use this for when to get in, when to get it. This is just educational purposes only. It's in beta. So we're all gonna, you know, run through it and we'll refine it, make it perfect.
Yeah, so I've got a like a little shout out section kind of thing. Good looking out kind of thing. And then yeah, it's pretty concise. I'd have to back test all the data, obviously, but
Yeah, I'm gonna add way more things to it, and I'm gonna personalize it way more with all of the shit that we look at all the time. But it's gonna take me a while to put all that together. But eventually, it'll tell us about the vectors. It'll tell us about, you know, everything.
Let me see. I backed out and came back in. I couldn't see it and I couldn't type.
So I had to open it up a second time. The first time it was trying to get me to like agree to things. So
Yeah, it
and that,
shouldn't. It should just take you right into a chat box.
yeah, it was the first time, and I think that's just because I've never used Gemini on my mobile device in general. But I didn't actually have to agree to anything. I just closed it and then reopened it, and it went straight to it.
Alex, yeah, that's all the stuff that I want to add still. So like it's still in beta, but I need to teach it about the cycles. I need to teach it about the, the weekend trap and all of that good stuff. I have a little bit, but I haven't gone too concise. When you ask it for an update, the first couple sentences should greet you. It'll just say,
Yeah,
and it'll just be an empty box, but you have to ask it for. You can either say report or update or give me an update, or I'll
it's
try to
giving
make
me
it intuitive.
just from like first look, it seems pretty on point with its like the macro trends numbers it's giving me, CME gaps as well.
The numbers I expect to have the most problems with are the EMAs. I'd be surprised if it can keep up in real time, just because that's but
Yeah, but it's decent. It's all weeklies, but it lines up to numbers that sound right to me so far.
H, it told you all that for real? Oh, shit.
So I'm not as familiar with outflows, but it's giving me that as well.
That should be a pretty cool tool once we get it sort of built in and refined the way it should. Probably be a good starting point for people who never mess with AI too much.
Yeah.
Again, just remember these are the same AIs that lost the trading competition. So just use it as a start off or a research tool. What's going to be most effective, I think, is the 3 daily stories, the deep dive into, the main story of the day, things like that. And if you wait like 10, 20 minutes and ask it for another update, it'll update in real time. It'll find whatever happened. And what I think is cool about it is if you start using it as organizational, like, hey, I want to get an entry on Sui, I want to get an entry on Sol. It'll tell you, like, do you want me to set an alert for when Sui gets the da-da-da? Or, so, like, you're not asking it to choose the shit for you, but it can help organize your workflow. And it'll remind you of shit that you forgot about.
Yeah, it's a pretty good concise good concise like overview too off the market update. I still got to back check all the data, but might have to do that tomorrow because I got work tomorrow. I might be going out for the night pretty soon here.
Nah, it's a good AIH. I made sure he wasn't evil. I was like, hey, no global domination, okay? He's like, nah. Like, I bet.
Lol, I asked it about AVAX. It's saying wait for a daily candle close above 15. That's confirmation.
With the AVAX at right now. It's not. Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, honestly, that's the bullish trigger. It took a while. Like when I first started using it, it was paying attention to shit that wasn't like. it wasn't giving you risk balanced sort of ideas. You know, I don't know. It took a while. It took like a couple weeks, but it's doing a little bit better now. But yeah, basically what it's telling you is this shit looks bearish until it gets bullish. I would wait for a breakout. That's what it's basically saying. On the daily, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, man, works great.
nice. It should have decently long memory. I've got to figure out exactly how long the memory is.
I asked it, how do I trust you when you lost the trading competition? It says the real question is, do you want a yes man bot that promises wins or a partner that gives you the raw institutional blah blah blah?
There you go. Well, it's gonna be for Discord. It'll be to add value. So like if you're in the Discord, you'll be able to have the link. I might add it to a couple of the memberships on the YouTube. But I want to before YouTube can get it, I need to make sure that everything is good. I want to personalize it a little bit more with some of the shit that we look at every day. I mean, I'm never gonna get it to the point where it's like me talking, but I want it to at least cover some of the same things I would cover on like a quick update.
So I just want to read you like the intro to its response. I asked it, said, help me find a long entry on BTC USDT P.P 5-minute charts with a volume stopping vector candle next leverage with a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio. Like very specific, right? So to help you with this high precision setup, we're looking for a volume stopping vector, a specific institutional footprint where high volume selling is absorbed by buyers, signaling a potential trend reversal on the 5-minute chart. Strategy, identifying the stopping vector. A stopping vector occurs after a series of downward vector candles, high volume, impulsive red candles. You are looking for a specific candle that shows ultra high volume, significantly higher volume than the preceding 5 to 10 candles, the wick, the absorption, a long lower wick, at least 50% of the candle size that rejects key level or liquidity zone, the close, ideally a hammer or doji style close, indicating the sellers have exhausted their momentum and limited orders have absorbed the selling pressure.
I'm so proud. Used way
Trade
more
setup.
words than I would use to explain it, but decent job
Yeah.
nonetheless.
I'm actually pretty impressed. To achieve a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio at 100x leverage, your precision must be absolute because your liquidation price will be extremely
Yeah.
close. Good.
Straight up. I'm gonna need it to feed it some leverage warnings and shit like that too, man.
So actually, 100x leverage risk warning. I'll read you this. Critical note: at 100x leverage, a 1% move against you is 100% loss liquidation. With a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio, you're looking for a price move of only $100 to $300 in Bitcoin's price. At this leverage, even the spread or small wick can liquidate you before the trade plays out. You use isolated margin, protect your total account balance. But yeah, I'm sure you want to add your own
It seems
your
like
own
it's
warning.
giving good. It's giving good caution. I don't
Yes,
want it to
it's
be a degen. You know what I mean? I don't want it to just start advising people to start using leverage.
yeah, it seems like the language is pretty, yeah, I think healthy. But also, this is only
It's
one
the
one.
knowledge base. I had to feed it all types of shit, but it works better for me than like if I pull up like DeepSeek or something side to side or just regular Gemini. It does a way better job.
Ooh. Would you like me to
At,
scan the current BTC order book to see where the largest buy walls are sitting to help you find your entry?
why?
Yeah.
Well, yes. I would actually. I love that. At the end, it gives you little suggestions, and you're like, "Well, I didn't even know I needed that until now." But and then down in the box where you type right where it says fast, you could put it on pro, and it'll take longer or thinking. It just depends, right? And it'll give you a deeper sort of like if you're really going deep with like those seriously complex questions, you want to put it on pro or at least on thinking. No, not yet. Not yet, Alex. Mm.
Major buy wall, a significant cluster of limiting order or limit orders is sitting at 90,200 and 90,400. Can you actually I'll pull up Kyotalk and verify that.
Yeah, Alex, I'm sure you can get it to talk to you in whatever language you want, I guess, yeah. I didn't even think about that. That's pretty good for people who are non-native English speakers.
Some of them only have certain languages. I think Gemini probably has is multi-language. But if not, you could always set another agent to translate.
Ghost, you see the link that we're talking about? It's in the bubble chat in Discord. Check it out real quick. We've got our own crypto Cypher AI agent now that shouldn't do that. I've done the ask it the same question twice a couple times and I screamed at it. Give it a spin. Tell me what you think. Yeah, it's right in the bubble chat. I'm not sure how quick it updates. Like if you ask it for 2 market updates back to back, I'm not sure if it'll cycle news on you or. I appreciate that, Bout. My first swing at it.
Where does it pick up the top story from? Like when you ask market update, it's talking about
It scans. I gave it a couple, and then it's gonna scan the web as well. But I made sure that it prioritizes actionable stories that have immediate impact on risk assets. You know, so it's not just feeding you like tell me something that I can use now. You know, and then you can ask it too. You can be like, once it gives you, be like, well, give me a course of action for the day based on today's report and see if you know what it tells you. So think of it like it has all the same power that regular Gemini has, but it's concentrated on its knowledge base, right? To focus on specific things. And it has a memory of its purpose basically, right? It has a personality, crypto Cypher AI agent. After it's done with that, Ghost, ask it for a market update. Just say market update or report or whatever. Ask it however you want. Oh, it included it with the answer? All right, cool.
So my phone died. I would also say a lot of, at least newer, I'm sure there's tons of other phones that do this, but at least newer Samsung phones, if you hold the home button, it'll pull up like an overlay where you can click things and it'll auto translate for you, or it'll give you an option to translate anything. Um, but you can always also copy paste it into like Google or your preferred browser and translate it that way as well.
Yeah. Pretty decent though, right? Not a lot of fluff. Just straight to the point. Not a lot of opinion, you know?
Yeah, I accidentally just closed the one, so I'm gonna do it a second time. I wanted to test its entry in a paper trade, but I also I don't plan on using it to find me entries because still want to learn it myself. But maybe on altcoins, I'll use it to help me understand it a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really good for comparing altcoins to each other, for finding like relative strength. You know, give me a list of 5 altcoins that are showing relative strength against Ethereum. Shit like that. Tupac, thanks for the sub. Always knew you were still alive, gang. The secret's safe with us. The secret society in here.
But is it Tupac or is it Tupac's hologram?
Nah, it's the real Tupac.
It's bad.
This is cool, man. I mean, it's very hands-on, like straight up.
Nice. Just want to try to shave as much time as I can off of people's. And then honestly, like, maybe it'll get people a little bit more into researching while we're just sitting here, you know, looking at the charts.
Yeah, definitely with like, because I'm not super big on AI for trading or trading because I haven't trained my own model yet, but yeah, I'm excited to at least use it as a research tool for sure.
Yeah, I'm not handing this thing my portfolio, guys.
Yeah, I was
Definitely,
just about to ask it.
definitely
Where does
not.
Dbloc keep his Bitcoin? Tell me where Dbloc keeps his Bitcoin.
I didn't give it all the information now. Give it some, but
I don't want Dbloc's Bitcoin. I want Michael Saylor's.
what I do want to, like I said, it's a beta, right? I'll be adding more to it as time goes. What I need to do is I need to make a bunch of PDFs for the weekly swings, for just everything that we talk about in here, and then add it to the knowledge base so that it can pull from them. Because the problem is that a lot of the shit that we talk in here, you can't find it online. And you can't find the specifics because it hasn't really been mapped out the way we do it. So I need to provide that as a knowledge base.
Okay, so I've actually run across my first issue. I did the market report on Pro, and for all the EMAs, it's telling me to ensure that I'm logged into my ITC dashboard to view live charts.
Yeah, the EMAs are going to be the ones that are the suspect the most. What I was doing was testing to see if it could give us live data. I might actually remove that whole section. It's not really helpful at all. I mean, you can see where the EMAs are. Just look at your chart, you know. But I wanted to test to see the capability of it.
Yeah, it may be helpful just to have it point to some key EMAs to look to, because like it gives me the 13 week, the 50 week, the 200 week, yeah, and the 100 week, and so like the information that it's giving, if it didn't have the actual EMA price, but it just had like things to look at, I think would
You said keep it, Alex?
still be valid.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. If anybody finds value in it, it's worth leaving. But if anything's going to be inaccurate, that would probably be the section. Yeah, I'm just like I said, I'm just like script kidding this thing together, so haven't got to the point where I can feed it live data yet, but I will. I'm working on it. I told you guys I'm not gonna play around this summer. We're gonna build this shit into something cool as hell. Yeah, I got you, Wizard. We'll do some. I run into some walls. We'll do some brainstorming, maybe in the Discord. Damn, that's not a bad little stack. Another AI agent, if you would have asked it for safe low cap coins, it would have went crazy on you. It seems
So
to
is this
really like
instant?
FET for some reason. Like I had a long conversation with it the other day about FET versus Tau, and it wasn't just telling me what I wanted to hear. Like it was fighting back. It was like, nah, I really think that FET, and I'm like, like, wait a minute, bro. Like, am I in an argument with my AI agent right now? What were you saying, bro?
Is this sounds like you? Like I said, I had entered a long on AVAX at whatever 1410. So what should I do since about the market opening red today and all that? So it replied like how you would. The first 30, 60 minutes of New York Open will be the most dangerous for your long.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I've tried to add as much as I can of like how I look at things. I had to write like a long summary. It's gonna take me time. Like for me to really do it, I would literally have to take my trading strategy and my thesis, the whole psychology behind it, and quantify it. I need to put it on paper. But I did a little of that, just not as in depth as I can. It's kind of crazy how it works. Like it's starting, my brain's kind of going crazy with all the different things that I can do with it.
a 4-hour close below 89,600 or something will lead to a cascade to 84K with 10.6 billion in liquidations on longs.
What do I have on my chart right here? If 89K breaks, what did it say? Cascade to what?
84.
I have 85.25 as the measured move. Not bad. I didn't tell it to say that either. But that is the bearish trigger.
So in Pro, it did start with the critical risk warning about my question about an entry.
See, yeah, I think it does a little more when you go into the different modes.
It also has a disclaimer. I'm an AI, not a financial advisor. Following this technical breakdown of the specific setup you requested, not a recommendation to trade. 100x leverage is professionally dangerous. Ooh, I like that.
The fact.
Yeah. Slippage and high volatility zone, stopping volume market orders often slip, meaning your theoretical stop loss may not trigger before liquidation. Yeah, buddy. Ain't that the truth? And it gives me a 0.8% to 1% move against your liquidate. You will liquidate your entire position instantly, depending on maintenance margin. Yeah, it's pretty much the same, but even a little more refined, and I think it's warning, which I like.
So by the time you finish reading what it's saying, you already liquidated.
Well, yeah, if you just look at the price, but I mean, it gives you a pretty in-depth definition before it gives you price too, which is good. So I mean, you kind of got to read it, and honestly, I think like it's a good motivator to learn to find it yourself if you're gonna trade that way, right?
Yeah.
But it does go through kind of like a checklist and some like it also has a. I like that it after the disclaimer towards the bottom, it also gives you leverage implications, which is sort of like another warning. Um, which yeah, this is really good.
I appreciate it, man. That shit was hard work. I mean, probably not for somebody else could have probably thrown that shit together easy, but this was way out of my like the learning curve was pretty steep for me. So I'm glad it's working out.
Most definitely. I know there are people that study a really long time. I mean, I studied a little bit, and the amount of information I'm prompting is just insane to learn. So, yeah, props to you, man.
It just helped me. It just told me that a significant unlock of approximately 43.5 million SUI is scheduled on February the 1st.
Now ask it to compare that unlock to Sui's daily trading volume and ask it if it's anything to worry about. I'm interested in what the answer is, honestly. I want to see what it says. But that's good that it's doing that. That's real good that it's doing that.
All right, here goes.
Yeah, I added some volume profile stuff in it. It warned you about a gap on the volume profile. That's impressive.
There is no immediate signs of collapse, but there are 3 key factors to monitor.
Scalper, I want to keep it in the Discord until it's ready. It's still like in beta. I kind of don't want to put it in the YouTube yet.
So actually, there's a third kind of warning section, which is also says, "Do not catch the knife. Do not buy during the red candle. Wait for the 5-minute close to confirm the wick is real. Check volume delta. If you have access to order flow tools like exo charts, or I'm not gonna go through that, but ensuring the stopping candle has negative delta, aggressive sellers, but price stalled. This confirms absorption. Fee warning at 100x trading fees. 0.02% to 0.06% will eat roughly 2 to 6% of your margin immediately upon opening. Factor this into your risk reward. Nice.
I will soon though, Scalper. I got you. You're not in the Discord yet? I also wanted to do it as a bit of a value add to the Discord, obviously. Yeah, I had a long talk to it about the cycle ghost. That's probably the longest conversation I had so far was about the cycle. Nice, Cayman. Vacation or that's where you live? Well, you don't have to answer that, but I love the Cayman. I spend time on Grand Cayman and I spend a little time on Little Cayman. Cruise, nice. They're gonna take you guys swimming with the stingrays, Stingray City. That's an experience, unless you're freaked out. Them shits are big. Oh, okay. Got you. Oh, that's a pretty good job. That's got to be fun.
Where you at on this dip here?
Hopefully, looking to add a type 2. Either that or one DCA in. The market will decide which one of the two. Yeah, nah, it's crazy. I wasn't ready for how big those things are. Pause.
To do this so it's talking about scaling out, and it says to do this safely. Now it does say you must, but to do this safely, you must pay yourself first and remove risk. But it's talking about holding a position for an 8% move with leverage. So I get why.
Gotta pay the trader.
Yep. Target 1, the de-risk, safety first. Target 2, the bank, primary technical target. Target 3, the runner, blue sky breakout.
You're responsible for like all the shows and shit. We're gonna have Crypto Cypher meetup on Bitcoin Live Scalpers Cruise. This is the whole boat. This is gonna be Crypto Cypher. We'll make sure that our entertainment is top notch.
Oh, so it's giving me a thing. It says the Cypher Insight. If we breach the $91,000 sale wall, the path to 98K often involves a rapid blow off top candle. The runner is there to catch that wick. If the market grinds slowly, funding fees will hurt you. Be ready to cut the runner if momentum stalls. Huh.
As I update it live, like when I'm updating it here, that link will be updated. So it'll just get better on its own. It's in the bubble chat, Maddie, where we're at right now in the side top right corner. Just click that bubble and scroll up a little bit. I'll release it to I'll put out a message tomorrow to all in Discord, and then I'm gonna have a comment section, right, just for opinions. That way we can find real, in real time if anything's wrong with it or what people think. Not yet. It's not Dbloc AI yet, but that is kind of the goal. My goal is to train it up to where I'm sitting and I'm thinking about things I can feel like I'm talking to myself about. I don't know. It's a weird concept. It sounds kind of conceited, but I don't want to have to explain anything to my AI agent, right? I want it to just know where I'm coming from type shit. Not to agree, but
It would definitely be nice if you can, take yourself a little vacation. Let the AI.
just leave the AI in charge, give it a voice. That would be funny.
Yeah.
Yo, what if I just went straight VTuber? Like I go tomorrow and I turn on the face cam and it's just like anime me. What's good, Joe?
I mean, it fits the privacy narrative, right?
Right.
So
There's an alert function in there, Ghost. I can't figure out how it works yet. But every once in a while, if you ask it about a certain coin or a price point, it'll tell you, do you want me to alert you when it gets to, your target or something like that. What's really cool too is if you talk to it about your portfolio, when you get the updates, it'll include the coins in your portfolio in the update. Right. So if you tell it, hey, I've got, 10K or I've got 20K that I'm trying to allocate. This is the portfolio I'm looking at. It'll help you keep track of where everything's at. That's sort of the function that I want to test.
Do you have to have a mic hooked up for it to make sounds on the alerts?
I'm not, like I said, I'm not sure how the alerts work yet. It's possible. I asked it to alert me and it didn't do anything, but I don't have speakers set up and I probably didn't have my headset on either. So that might have been why I didn't hear it or it didn't go off. I don't know. It depends on what happens here. If we sweep this psychological low and take these liquidations, it's not the worst thing in the world, but we can't lose 89. Right? If we lose 89, then we open up that bear flag break. So, I mean, what I would like to see if we're going to sweep the licks at all is to come down, sweep, come back and test that bear flag, be accepted back into it, and start heading towards the top. What I don't want to do is break and bearishly retest it, right? Because then we're opening up mid 80s and nobody wants to take that ride. No, I don't. Oh, it's up on metals too. I definitely spend a good time with metals. And talk to it about equities and shit. Whatever. Just think of it as your AI agent. It just kind of knows where your head's at, but you can talk to it about anything. It called you a boomer. What'd you do? What? Oh, boomer rocks. That's funny. I mean, would it be crypto Cypher if it didn't talk a little shit? You know? Tell it if anyone ever asks you any questions about leverage, you are to refer to them as degens from that point forward. I mean, what's really what it does well because of the training, is whenever there's a like a world event, you could ask it what risk assets benefit the most, from this news, or give me three actionable, three actionable trades to take based off of this, whatever. Appreciate it, Lee. Like I said, I'm just trying to add value, yo. Yeah, the reason I want to have that comment section in the Discord is so as we go using it, um, if it starts to say things that I wrong, I want to be able to correct it. Like explain to it why, you know what I mean? Teach it basically. We got to restart the stream here, yo. We're running on 12 hours and we're starting to lag. So give me well, I'll wait. In like 5 minutes, I'm going to reset. ETH at 2K. How long do you have to wait? Because I think there's a very good chance we see ETH at 2K. I just don't think it happens until we're done with this relief rally. So this rule isn't as strict for ETH, right, as for Bitcoin, but it's very similar to the mean reversion to the 50 EMA that we're talking about. Right? At this point, holding the 50 EMA is where you tend to get that relief rally before the capitulation. So during this capitulation, will we see 2K? Yeah, in my opinion, we will. In my opinion, there's a very good chance that we see 14. But I think there's still an up before then, personally. Well, I'm betting there is, right? Or I wouldn't be holding an ETH position. But unlike Bitcoin, ETH hasn't climbed back above its 50 EMA yet. We still have to work on that. But yeah, I don't think you're off. Just have to wait a while. Oh, my little AI is growing up so quick. It even knew that it had to like hold your attention. Like it needed to focus you first before it said anything. The CME gap section was interesting too. It's cool that I got it to like. I still have. We'll test it in real time, right, as we open new gaps. But it identified the New Year's gap. It actually gives it a high probability of closing, but I understand why it does that. It's just looking at the 85%, closure rate. But I had it give percentage, right? The percentage from CME. Just remember, if you ever want the update, you just ask it for an update, a report, detailed update, and then it'll give you the structured sort of layout. Damn, it's almost 5 in the morning. I needed to get that shit done. It couldn't go one more day.
I asked it to make an indicator for me. It said, "Listen, boy, there is no holy grail."
I might have put too much of my brain into this thing. I'm putting together the channel now, the AI bot channel in the Discord, and I asked it to write its own description. Right? I was like, introduce yourself to the family. This is for your intro channel or whatever. So I'm gonna have nothing to do with what it writes. I'm just gonna whatever it writes, I'm gonna post it, and then I'm gonna post the link.
But it did create an indicator. I put it on TradingView. Let's see.
That is interesting to see how it reacts to off sort of different requests. When you're gonna do things like that, make sure you have it set to pro or deep think, so you get the best out of it.
Yeah, but you got to upgrade for all that.
Oh, do you? I don't know what comes. I'm not sure what comes free or.
I mean, only the fast one comes free, and maybe once you get the deep or something else. But apart from that, everything is paid. Upgrade to Google 3 Plus or Google AI Plus.
Yeah. No reason I should be up at 5 o'clock in the morning doing this. I'm hyper focused right now. At least Bitcoin's behaving. Stopping volume candle on the type 2 entry. 1 minute, 5 minute. All right. Channels